Hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey. Yeah.
Good morning, delegates. If we can please ask everyone to make their way into the venue we're about to begin. Good morning, delegates. If we can please ask everyone outside to make their way into the venue we're about to begin.
So that's the only change.
Yeah, that's the change. Okay. Take out that Saka. Saka. It's actually the South African flag. This is why you don't have to put it in. It's misplaced. So I've removed it.
Outside.
Yeah.
Our best chance is for the guy to come in, but they're not.
No, like that.
They will see.
Apologies for the delegates. For yesterday's live stream. They live stream, I don't know what was what they did. Yes. But in any case, what were they going to be looking at? Because it was just eating. Yeah, that's absolutely.
training in Kimberley.
Otherwise, we are
Going every month for about 18 months. And then every month I go for basically Kimberley. Yeah, she got training in town outside of Kimberley. No, 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 no. It's in Kimberley. It's you know what the stadium there? The stadium. Town interview. No, no, no. That's the top of Boston. You turn in there. That's where. Yeah, actually, I used to do training. I used to do okay, we're in Kimberley. Okay. So how long were you in the okay. And so then you would know that's their goal.
Mark is not his. He is now
So
he's here.
Okay, and is she going to
And
present
yeah, she's presenting here.
Okay, so we're still at 10 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So this one Mark will be online. And so but you are probably still doing the same thing.
she passed away.
100%.
She had COVID as well. She was
How many more pieces are they doing? Because we were another is hopefully.
so she was in my class as well. She was one of the ladies in my class. And then who else in my class that was a trainer? Yeah, I don't know. I was doing AA2 training.
I don't know what it is. My mom even said I'm not
Bam bam. Good morning, and welcome back to another day of exciting conversations around technomics for sustainability. If anyone is still outside the avenue, they can come and join us in here. We'll give them a minute more just to be able to find their seats so that we can resume our program.
Good morning, everyone. Morning to our delegates that are joining us virtually. Apologies for the late start.
I'm not sure if you could hear the drum beat. So we had a rendition outside where the drummers were giving us a few items.
The most important question is, has everybody recovered from last night? We'll start with you, Faith.
What do you want? The truth?
The whole truth and nothing but the
Nothing
truth.
but the
Remember,
truth.
there's evidence. There's evidence. We took pictures, we took selfies. So in case there's a
Yeah,
dispute.
I still have the selfie from before and after. Nothing much changed. So I must still be okay.
All right. There is indeed the music that's coming in. In a couple of seconds, they're ready. Thank you very much.
Kaya, did you get your answer now?
Yeah, it feels like a continuation of last night.
It
I could see
is
some
where we
people
left off last night.
retracing
We
their
didn't
steps.
stop.
Yeah. Thank you very much. That was Crystal giving us a very wonderful musical rendition. And of course, the sins of last night are catching up with me. Of course, yesterday, our big focus was on really trying to establish how the fusion of technology and the skills that we have can be harnessed in order to assist our clients do their jobs better and run their businesses better. We also were able to talk about issues relating to cybersecurity, which is, of course, the consequential risk of us going so digital. And then we had the SIU, remember, reminding us that lifestyle audits are on the way. So that is something that we definitely need to be aware of. And today, Faith, we're going to have a follow-up with SARS actually talking to us about how it is that they currently work the system in order to ensure that those of us that should be paying taxes are paying them on time.
Oh, of course. But before we even get there, let me just pass a few apologies. The first one is to the delegates at home for last night. We were supposed to live stream the gala dinner, but there were technical difficulties. So the gala dinner was recorded. It will be made available to everyone that had subscribed for the online attendance. A second apologies that we have, it is from the president of IFEC, Mr. Alan Johnson, the CE, Mr. Shahid Daniels, the outgoing chair, Ms. Kantha Naika, the incoming chair, Ms. Prem Agavenda. So they are currently in another stakeholder meeting. They will be joining us probably around lunchtime. So those are the apologies. Now, before we even get to the lifestyle audits, how do you how do you ensure that your clients are compliant? We really have to start the day with a bit of a motivational talk. And I think Christelle's rendition right now has put us in a right frame of mind where we can be channeling our minds and making sure that our cycle is ready to absorb everything that will be done today, and also to ensure that we remain sane in these difficult times. That's quite important. And really, this check-in is something that is required that we do during the times where we have instability from an economic perspective, from a socio-economic perspective. So we really have to maintain our sanity.
Yeah. One of the consequences of everything having gone so digitally, and also the past couple of years during the pandemic, is that many people started working from home, but many people lost sight of the boundaries between home and work. You suddenly had a 24-hour workspace masquerading as a home. So burnout and wellness really became the new challenge that a lot of us did struggle with. So this morning, we thought it would be appropriate to get someone who's an expert in really talking us through how to manage those particular boundaries, how to ensure that the boundaries still exist, and also how to then deal with it if you see that your workforce in particular is no longer being able to manage that very well. She's someone who's done this extensively, but in spite of everything that she's done in the corporate wellness space, her biggest job and her biggest challenge is being a mother of 3 children. In this day and age, I can't imagine how it is to manage 3 human beings, particularly given how demanding children are these days. So this morning's first speaker is Ashalya Maharaj.
Your tick does not want to work with me today. I can see why, because that's my topic, right? Good morning, everybody. Ooh, good morning. I've got a tough job today for 2 reasons. One is because I'm not an accountant. My tax is up to date. It's okay. 2, because you guys have had a beautiful gala dinner last night, right? So I'm sure you're all feeling a little bit tired, a little bit weary. And those are the beautiful after effects of having a good evening with beautiful people, right? In fact, I was talking to Norma just now about how things went last night. And she expressed how beautiful it was to bring people together. We spoke of that intangible stuff. You know, when I've met somebody online, I can see you, I can hear you, but now I'm having a drink with you and I'm hearing about your family, right? Hearing about the funny jokes that may or may not be funny, I'm not sure. But that's my tough job today. Leave that to me. All you've got to do is grab a cup of coffee, if you don't have one already, sit back and relax. Yeah, I see that smile. That's beautiful. This is lovely. Because if I say that virtually, I either don't see it on the screen or I get maybe a couple of reactions in the chat box. Tech has made us more connected than ever. Beautiful, right? But we all know, and as we've experienced, which is why all of you are here today and not connected virtually, is that it's made us less connected as human beings. So it's increased our communication. Beautiful. I can contact Norma late last night at 10 o'clock and say, oh, I've got new slides, here you go. I know she'll get it, because that's the expectation, right? We're always on. I can be here at the conference and video call my kids. Make sure they know mom is good. I can make sure they're good, because I get to see them, right? I can email my team, make sure everything's sorted, and all really quickly. I can do it super fast. Right now, before I could come on, I could do all of that. Like that. Sounds great. In a world where we are told that that's what we should be doing, because that's what tech has done. It's helped us see what we're capable of, right? Beautiful. But it's also made us realize our limitations. What can't we do? When are we stretching those boundaries? When are we going a bit too far that we need to take a few steps back? Oh, don't take a few steps back. If you stop, you will die. Check that mail at 10 p.m. Check it again at 5 a.m. because something could have happened, right? Something could have happened at night, a crisis. And if you don't check it, oh God. Hustle culture has done that. I can do it all the time, really quickly. But the challenge about that is that we lost the ability to connect on the intangible things. I'm going to paint a picture for you. When we used to go to work, right? Those office buildings, those beautiful ones that really told us we're part of something bigger. Walk into the office. I'm an early morning person. I'm a frustration to anybody who is not. So I'm walking in really happy. Morning, everyone. Hey, how you doing? And then I can see maybe Faith is not a morning person. She doesn't respond to me. Okay, Faith, I'll chat to you later. Okay. Right? I go take my seat, grab my cup of coffee. I chat to Norma and say, how you doing? She asked me how I'm doing. And you know that South African thing, right? Hey, how you doing? Good, thanks, bye. But we don't do that in the office because our colleagues become our family. They become the people we connect with. They help us through those rough spots. Sure, my dad is not well, and this is a true story. Actually, SAIPA members all know, and they're all empathetic enough to ask, how is your dad doing? I love that question. I love that question. I probably can't go into the depth of all that it is, but the fact that you asked tells me there's another human that cares for me. And we're social beings, aren't we? We are biologically built to be social, right? We are because these bodies are so fragile. We've got all our major organs on the front. We've got this big lofty head that could fall over every time. I've got 2 kids under 5. The other one is older, but the 2 kids under 5 fall over all the time. I should probably get that checked. But it's because their head is so big. Their brain is taking a lot of the development right now. But when I'm in the office and I'm doing my work and I'm stuck on a problem and I'm like, what should I do? Let me get up and chat to Zandi down the road. While I'm walking there, I meet up with Ollie while I'm walking down the corridor. Hey, Ollie, how you doing? How did that project go? I heard it was great. Oh, Ash, it was brilliant, but I'm really stressed right now because I've got another one coming up. Cool, Ollie, I've got another thing for you. It's going to be in your inbox, but I'm going to pause. It's not urgent. Why did I shift that deadline? Because Ollie said he's really stressed. Let me think. Let me help my colleague, right? But it's because of that little, not even 1 minute interaction with him in the corridor. Then I go over to my other colleague and I say, I'm really struggling with this spreadsheet. You know, us psychology people don't do numbers well. We come to you guys, right? I'm not good at this. This is my weakness. Let me come to somebody who knows. But I can pop down the office to say, hey, please help me. But then we start talking about how the day was, what the changes are in the workplace. Did you hear what happened last night at the gala dinner? We chat, banter, connection. Even gossip has its place when it's not toxic, right? Because we're connecting in the way that is not transactional. And while I'm there talking about all these things, I realize the solution to my problem. I'm like, you know what, I've got it. I'm going to come back to talk to you, but I'm going to go fix the spreadsheet. And I go off and I fix my formula. That's because when we tap into our logical brain, which is transactional, right? So when you're on an MS Teams call, you're transactional. What's the agenda? What do we need to get through? Good, done, right? It's not transformational in any way. It connects me to my logical brain only. Your creative brain, and here's when I can feel you all kind of cringing at me. I don't mean artwork. I don't mean painting or pottery. Your creative side of your brain is your access to your problem-solving area of your brain. There was research done, and there's quite a few books on it, which are beautiful, about the greatest thinkers in the world and how they, when faced with a really big problem, go to sleep. Because at night, you've hopefully got 7 to 8 hours of sleep. Huh? Yeah? No? Nope. Right? That's when, what is your brain doing at that part of the night? It's moving all the information that you've done in the day, all the information that it's processed, this beautiful computer here, which actually, those of you that are interested in data science will know, AI is based on how our brain functions. The programming that goes into it is exactly this beautiful thing, which no man has created, not even me, a mother. I had nothing to do with it. I just grew the babies in my tummy, right? I had nothing to do with the mechanics of this. This is God-given. So now, at night, when your information is moving over to your long-term memory, your brain is processing what happened today. Sure, Ali looked really stressed. I wonder what that was about. I wonder if it was about me. Oh, there is this massive project that I know I've got a deadline for, but let me just take it easy. I'm sure we're going to get to it in the morning. The team is really struggling here. I think we might need to implement a change for their well-being. All doing it without you consciously knowing it while you're asleep. So when we're not getting our 7 to 8 hours, what happens to that system? It starts breaking down. When you overwork a computer, what do you hear on that computer? That fan rotating really fast, right? It starts heating up. Feel it on your lap, if it's on your lap, and it shouldn't be because you're doing this, right? Straining your neck. But it starts heating up and it can't function. You're like, okay, let me take a minute. Do we do the same things for ourselves? How dare you take a break? You're taking a walk? What for? Aren't you strong enough to handle what you've got on your plate? We're hustling for our worthiness. Brene Brown calls it the hustle for worthiness. We're constantly looking for validation outside of us to say, I am worthy, I am good enough. Because we're not hustling for excellence. We're hustling for what? Perfection. Oh, I've made a mistake there. What if my boss sees that? What if I lose my job? What if I don't get that promotion? Now, I've got the fortunate career to be a life coach. And I get to experience people at their highest stress points. I love it. Come to me, bring me your stress, right? But if I meet you with stress, I'm not going to help you much. So my job is to be as centered and as calm as possible for you. And you know what the one thing most people want and need? Space to think, to reflect, to be seen and heard. That's my job. I sometimes get asked, Ash, all you do is listen to people all day. I do. It's a very big skill. I do, because I listen with intent, non-judgment. I can hear what you're saying or not saying. The question for me is, why aren't we doing that on the daily? Right? Now, in this hustle, we've now moved to a day where I could drive home after work. I could shut my office door. I could drive home, take my work hat off, put my family hat on, and be mom and a partner. And I've had, let's say, half an hour, Joburg traffic, maybe 2 hours. I've had those hours to digest the day, right? I go home and I open the door and I'm there. Now it's one big mesh. And how many of us are working more than 40 hours a week? Hey? Yeah? We are, because there's no shutdown. You may pause your computer, you may close the laptop, you may put it to sleep, but you ain't shutting that thing down. And even if you do, what do we have? These beauties, right? Email, WhatsApp. I can have a management app on my phone. I've got MS Teams on my phone. So just in case, I could be dropping my kids off at school, but just in case the team needs to get a hold of me, I'm there to save everyone. I am not. That is not my job. Being available to everyone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week is damaging to our mental health and the power that you've got to create some boundaries in your life. Because you've set up the expectation that they can connect with you all the time, right? I often get leaders saying to me, you know, Ash, my team just won't stop contacting me. I'm tired, Ash. Okay, have you tried switching your phone off? Eek, no, can't do that. Have you tried communicating it with them? How many hours a day are you available? Which is the best time to connect with you? No, I can't do that, Ash. The fear is driving the decision. The fear that something is going to happen that I'm not in control of, that's going to damage the situation. It's going to damage my team in some way. I'm sure you guys have all heard of this, that fantastic blue light, right? So now I'm on my device all day, devices, not one, and the multiple apps on my phone, because Apple is amazing like that, so are the others. But Apple is amazing like that, right? I can watch Netflix and watch the series I want to catch up on. I can open up my email. I can have my text box running. I can even read a book if I'm so called to do it, but I could do it all at once. Now, what it does and what research shows us is that our melatonin levels are damaging to us. The blue light, no matter how bright or dull your screen is, and even if you've got those beautiful glasses that have blue blockers, is damaging to our brains. Physically, increases hunger. You ever felt that way, had a long night, and then you're like, sure, I'm peckish. I could really eat now. It's because that area of your brain is really close to your sleep center. So if you're functioning on 2 to 4 hours of sleep, you're going to constantly feel hungry and you're going to feel like nothing fills you, right? Depression, buildup of neurotoxins. Melatonin coordinates our sleep cycles and it is produced in darkness. So if you're going to bed and you've got a bit of light coming through that room, it's going to affect the melatonin release in your brain. You need to prepare yourself for sleep. We've got a rule at home that our phones stay out of the bedroom, which is chaotic for my kids because sometimes I do use it like every other sane parent does. Okay, mommy's got a big project. Mommy's got to prep for the accounting Indaba. Just have another half an hour on your phone. But I see the difference, especially in my oldest daughter. She's 7 years old. So we've got strict rules about how long they can stay on a device at one given time. And when there's a threshold for each of them. The oldest is currently half an hour. She's allowed her device for 1 hour in one period, and that's it. But if we do feel challenged at home, we do allow a little bit extra. Okay, babe, you can have it for half an hour extra, okay? I see it in this child's face. Those eyes are dilated. She freaked out about the crayon. Her sister beat her to death. And she won't sleep well at night. She'll have nightmares. So she's my barometer of how we're functioning but unaware. They're showing it to me biologically. They're showing me the effect of low melatonin. Because that device is so chaotic for our brains. Now, we're going through a time of being our devices day and night. How many of us go to sleep with checking our phone or wake up and needing to grab the phone, right? This is a beautiful TED talk by Manoush Zomorodi. I love it. And she talks about Dr. Gloria Mark's studies, excuse me. And what the study shows, Manoush basically is exploring what boredom can do for problem solving. Because she says, in our current state, we're never bored. Don't be bored. Don't sit there and think. If any of you have read Nancy Klein's book on leadership and how thinking evolves, it means you set aside 15 minutes a day to just think, not problem solve, think. Schedule it in your diary, block off all the noise. Leaders should be functioning this way because we should be exempling this behavior. So what she goes on to review is a decade ago, we shifted our attention every 3 minutes. In the office, I'm busy with a task. I turn around, I talk to a colleague for another 3 minutes. I turn around and get back to a bit of filing. 3 minutes, right? Now, 45 seconds. Hold on, not just in our work day, all day long. I'm going to give you a minute to think about that. No, wait, I'll give you 45 seconds. And then you're on to the next thing. How quick is your brain processing information now? It's processing a lot right now. It's not sitting in presence and taking in everything that you're experiencing. It's shifting. I hope you guys can see the bottom bit, but let me explain it to you. The average person checks their email how many times? 74. Did any of you think that? Let me just ask. How many times do you think you're checking your email? Maybe? More than that. Okay, so we're above average in this room. Go-getters. Now, the beautiful thing about that is that we switch tasks on our computer, and she's saying computer, but it's really device, because now we're on our phones, 566 times a day. Because like I said, Netflix, Audible, WhatsApp, email, management app, all at once. It's available, and the screens are bigger now, right? My phone screens are bigger, so I don't even need my computer. While I'm Ubering to a meeting, I'm dealing with the previous meeting. Where's the time to think in all of this? Here's something interesting that I read last night. The World Health Organization, I was going to say the WHO organization. The World Health Organization compares device usage to cocaine addiction. You know that feeling when you don't have an email coming in, you don't have a message coming in, but you just need to check your phone. Especially if you're waiting in the lobby at Hilton and you're sitting there and you're all alone and you're waiting and you're like, oh, let me just, there's no mail there, there's no WhatsApp, nobody needs you, nobody's calling you. Why are you checking? It's because your brain has created a pathway to say there's urgency and fear, and you need to be worried if you don't check that. That's what it's done. Isn't there that level of, I've got to check, I've got to just make sure everything's under control. Here's the truth, people, we are not in control. I know I'm speaking to accountants who are super precise, and here's what I love about you guys, but you're not in control of this thing. We think we want to be. We know we need to be because we're going to die if we're not, right? I'm going to die if I don't check my phone. Ash, I've just got to check this email. It's really important. Who's the email from? I don't know. I just got to check. It could be from the team. It used to be I think, therefore I am. Now it's I do, therefore I am. Got to do something. Keep my hands busy, keep my brain busy, keep my eyes busy. Now, the funny thing about this, the shifting that I'm talking about, is what Dr. Gloria Mark found is that the more stressed we are, the more we shift our attention. Okay, so she linked our levels of stress to our attention shifting. You ever spoke to somebody who's really going through a stressful time? Eyes darting all over the place, they can't hold the conversation with you, their breath is really shallow. I feel stressed just thinking about it. Why are you so stressed? What's going on? Now, when we're interacting with people, we can pick that up. I can understand your stress point and I can ask you what's going on. When we're fully digitized, can we do that? Not completely. And if I ask, you're likely to say, yeah, I'm good, don't worry, I'm okay. That's a South African thing. I love that one. How are you doing? So, Ash, I'm really stressed. There's a lot going on, but I'm okay. I'll be okay. I'll push through. Ooh, those words make me excited because I'm like, oh, there's work to do here. Pushing through is an age-old myth and does not belong in our human psyche. Sometimes we have to do it, right? Sometimes we've got to do hard things. But if we're constantly functioning that way, we are damaging our precious resource of our brain. Because what happens is, our brain is an organ just like everything else. It needs nutrients to survive. When we are shifting our attention and functioning in chronic stress, not a stressful time where I spoke to Norma this morning and I'm like, sure, you guys have done an incredible job here. And she was telling me how busy it's been. I'm like, I'm sure you're going to take some time to rest and recuperate. Stressful period, but rest and recuperate, right? Get back to balance, get back to center. What we are doing is constantly on the go. Don't take a minute to rest and recuperate. That's what society tells us, right? But by depleting our neural resources, we're basically running a car engine on empty. We are not giving it fuel. We are basically an ESCOM power station. Right? We take a good hit at them. How can you not maintain? How can you not maintain your station? It's falling apart. We don't have electricity. Yeah, you're crying now because we got load shedding. When this thing falls apart, what are you doing? Go and cry. And I tell you, my dad has Parkinson's. He's 77 years old and currently in his last days. I've watched this man over the past 10 years deplete that thing. Not because he chose to, because this man was the most positive man I've ever witnessed, the most mindful and positive person. But that thing has a span, a lifespan. Now, as I witness those neural connections dying, the light bulbs going off, his memory shortening, well, we've got to introduce ourselves to him every time. Hey, Dad, it's Ash. How you doing? Who are you? What we're doing is it's not Parkinson's doing that, is we're doing it now. I'm doing it with my kids, having the TV on all the time, keeping them busy and active all the time on multiple schedules. So the kids said to me the other day, Mom, what are we going to do today? I said, nothing. We gonna do nothing, girls. We're going to sit in the garden and we're going to talk or play or just be with each other. At the end of the day, we have a routine of saying, what did you enjoy the most about the day? What did you dislike about the day? What did they all say? That was their favorite time. Because it was connection. I got to see the whole of them. They got to see the whole of us. Not busy on a computer, not talking about a TV show. Just feeling the grass beneath our feet and being. We're in this, right? All the time. And you know that thing that social media has shown us now, right? If you're not like that, something's wrong with you. You must not be doing well in business if you're very calm, cool, and collected. You must be not doing well at your job. You don't know what it's like. No, I tell you that people who are functioning on this level are not actually in touch with their mind and body. They're functioning from reaction. They're functioning from a reactive state completely. They're moving from fear. They have reduced sleep. They are probably not eating correctly. They have adrenaline, cortisol, dilated pupils, shallow breathing. Now, this is chronic stress, and I'm going to say it again. Chronic stress, which is what COVID has entitled us to, because we've popped out the pandemic and we're like, yeah, we're good. No, you got some stress to shake off in that body. The body keeps score. Have you guys ever heard that? That the body keeps score. Digestion issues, skin problems. I've got psoriasis, if you guys can see, right? Hair loss, heart challenges, and worse, obviously affecting our brain. Now, as a coach, I get to see this side of things. People will come to me saying, Ash, I need to get my health back in order. When we root it back to why, guess what? You're not managing your stress effectively. You're not managing your energy effectively. Now, if you look here, this part of the brain is the limbic brain, that little pink area. That's our primal brain. That is what cavemen and women had. That was really developed first. And in the womb, when babies develop, that's what develops first, right? But that is where your, what I call the triple F reaction sits. Fight, flight, or freeze. Now, that part of the brain is really effective, was effective in our survival. You're almost in an accident because you're driving the N1 and you're really panicked and somebody overtook you and you're like, oh my God, you either freeze, you press brakes, or you accelerate, and then you swear the guy, right? Because you need to react. Joe Burgers, yes? We need to react quickly. We can't flow. There was a mistake, let's just move. There was no accident, we're fine. We're stressed. That's happening from the limbic brain. Now, the prefrontal cortex, which is this baby here, is responsible for executive functioning. That's the parent to the child. But do you know when this starts forming? After 23 years of age. It begins forming when you're younger. But see this curve in our forehead? That wasn't there for our ancient people. Cavemen and women did not have a rounded forehead because that was not there. It's a very early development in our brain. But that's where emotions get regulated. That's where I can think, oh, this new person at work is not a threat to me. My job is still safe. It calms this limbic brain down. That tiger in front of you, that dog in front of you is not going to kill you. You're okay. Now, here's the thing about the brain is it can't discern between a psychological threat and a physical one. That means if we're not taking care of that part of the brain that is responsible for fear modulation, for our emotions, we're sitting here. We're sitting very primal. Everything feels overwhelming. Every message you get is threatening because you're stressed. My daughter throwing all the crayons on the floor because she's been on a device too long. Everything's a stress point, right? We've increased our technology use. We've decreased our social interaction. We've decreased our ability to segment, compartmentalize. I'm in this room now, physical room. I'm here at the SAIPA Accounting Indaba. When I leave here and get on a call outside and I call my kids to check in on them, I quickly chat to them as mom. But when you're at home, are you doing that? No, you're on your computer and then your kids are talking to you, or your husband or wife is talking to you, and you're meshing all these areas of your life together, right? So that that balance of work home life exists? No? Anybody with a yes? Was that a laugh? Like, Ash, don't be crazy. So here's the thing about managing the brain and our energy. EQ drops. I get an email from a client, a colleague. I don't have high level of EQ to respond appropriately. I react because where am I functioning from? That limbic brain, right? I'm in threat all the time. I'm fear of losing my job. I'm fear of losing everything. So now what? Don't you love that picture? I love it. Smiling's contagious biologically. Yeah? See, when you smile, I smile. And he's been smiling the whole time, which has been lovely. He started off very upset. When fate smiles, oh, fate's gone. But when fate smiles, I smile. I see it, right? That's what it does. So when you greet somebody the next time, do a simple act of kindness to spread a bit of calm in your life. Now, Dr. Isha Gupta, I don't know if she's related. I don't know. But she's a neurologist, and she explains that smiling, and it's a very effective technique. It's called pen in your mouth technique. If you've got a pen on your table, yours, not somebody else's, stick it in your mouth. It forces your brain to think that you're smiling and there's no threat. Right? Do it often and you'll build that muscle. There's some research that shows people with Botox who don't frown have higher dopamine and serotonin levels. Like, okay, there's a reason. I like crow lines. It shows me that it's a life well lived, right? So if you smile at me, I'm watching that. I always say that to my husband. I say, one day, when we're on our last days, I want to look at those lines on your face and I want to remember all those moments that brought it. And I hope there's not too many wrinkles and far more laugh lines. But when you're around people, smile. The beautiful thing about smiling, and this is what's been reduced virtually, right? Because when you're on a Teams call, especially if your mic is, your video is off, are you smiling too much? You're probably doing other work or getting other things done, right? They say the research has shown that the adrenaline and cortisol, there's a marked increase before somebody jumps on a Zoom or MS Teams call. Just before, there's a level of stress. What happens when you're in a meeting? Hey guys, how are you? I'm good, man. Yeah, my dad's not doing well. How are the kids? You guys went on holiday. How was that? Reduced stress, reduced aggression, increased dopamine and serotonin. And here's the beautiful thing, increased oxytocin. I've got chills saying it because I just experienced that. It was made up in my mind, but I experienced that and I really felt connected, right? Now, increased oxytocin is called the love hormone. It's not only for your partners or your children. It's for anybody that we connect with, because remember at the beginning of this, I said, we are inherently social beings. Oxytocin is needed for us to thrive, for us to live a life of meaning and purpose. Now, you're probably thinking, Ash, don't make us meditate. I had a coaching client who entered the conversation. Ash, I'm really stressed, but don't you dare suggest meditation. Did I suggest meditation? Hell yes. 21 days later, this woman was a new woman. So the thing about neuroscience and neural networking is once you connect the dots, it's there for life. Unwiring and unlearning is the problem. It's a physical stress on your body. Some of you may have tensed up physically when I said meditation. That's okay. Lean into the discomfort. Your mind is going to wander in meditation. It's fine. That's disconnecting that neural pathway of saying, this is stress. This is how you function. You are fearful and stressed all the time. It's okay, let it die. shift it to nothing. So I'm going to do it with you now. Are we ready? Yes. Okay. I'm going to do two things with you, and you can practice it on your own. I do suggest 21 days for that neural pathway to develop, 5 minutes a day, and when you are not disrupted, because you can't be in meditation and then your kid comes through and you're like, I'm meditating, right? Damages all the work. So we're going to do something called somatic intelligence breathing. We're going to release the stress here in your diaphragm because it sits here. The idea of this is to teach you that your breath out is as powerful as your breath in. What I surrender is as powerful as what I consume. Okay? The next part of it is to also help you be aware of where the tension sits in your body. Most of us are functioning without an awareness of where we're carrying it. So we're functioning and then we're like, oh, I just need a spa day. And then the spa day doesn't work. Like, oh, I'm still there. It's because you're continuing the same habits that you did before. So being aware of this is going to help you see where you particularly are carrying tension, and we each carry it differently. And then the next time it comes up, not to be angry at yourself. Oh, there goes the tension again. Ash said I should be more aware. Don't do that. Be kind to yourself. Oh, I feel it in my neck after this meeting. Let me try and stretch a little bit. Okay? So that's the idea of this exercise. So we're all going to close our eyes gently. And we are going to take 3 deep breaths together, but you are going to follow my count. Make sure your body is nice and relaxed. You've released your shoulders, your jaw. Your tongue should be sitting easily on the top of your mouth. You're going to take a deep breath in, but slowly. You're going to go to my count. 1, 2, 3. Pause. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale. In of 3, out of 6. I can see people are quite tense, so I'm going to actually drop it from 2 to 4. Inhale on 2, exhale on 4. Okay, we're ready. 1, 2, pause, exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to go again. Inhale. 1, 2, pause. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale. Now in your body, in your chair, if you are standing, try to find something stable near you. You're going to bring awareness to each body part that I express. We're going to go from the top of our head. You can keep your eyes closed. We're going to go from the top of our head to the tips of our toes. You're going to follow me. Don't move the body part. Just bring awareness to it. You're going to relax the crown of your head, your scalp, your forehead. Release tension in your face. Those frowns, let them go. Cheeks, ears, jaw, tongue, throat, back of the neck, your chest. Continuing your breathing as you do. Your shoulders, left arm, right arm, tips of your fingers of your left arm, tips of your fingers on your right arm, armpit, chest, back, stomach. All the organs in your body relax now. hips, buttocks, thighs, front of the knee, back of the knee, all the way down your calves, your heels, bottom of your foot, toes. Now you're going to bring your awareness to your whole body. It is at ease. You can gently wiggle your fingers and bring yourself back to the room. How are we feeling? Did somebody fall asleep? It's all right if you did. Sorry to the next speaker. Right? That's a technique that you may pick up where you're carrying specific energy. Body keeps score. Notice the method in which it's done. If you want to do this, there's a fantastic lady named Nina Sachs. Research shows that 30 minutes of this with her meditation is equivalent to 16 hours of sleep. We do it quite often when we've got days without sleep and we've been on the go. We do a half an hour meditation at home, including the kids. They manage 15 minutes, but we're replenished and rejuvenated. Be offline is a tough one. But when you do it intentionally, switch your phone off when you don't need to communicate and communicate it, which is the connected bit. Release your guilt and fear of saying, I'm only available from 8 a.m. to 12 today. Be okay with that. Teach people how to connect with you. Show them how you want to be communicated with. When we're connecting over WhatsApp or text or email, communicate what you're feeling or experiencing. Ask somebody how they're doing and listen. How are you? Let people be seen. Let them be heard in your climate. I've shown you how to create an internal climate, right? Create that climate for all that experience you. That's your brand in your job, isn't it? Are people feeling stressed when they connect or joyful and happy? You're creating more stress in the world or calming people down? When we use technology to empower us and don't render ourselves powerless to it, we're able to tap into our humanness again. We're able to become human and live a more meaningful life. Thank you, everybody. It was an honor and privilege talking to you today. Have an enjoyable, beautiful day. Thank you.
Ash, there's a couple of questions for you on the online platform, so if you can stay on the stage.
Sure. The first question is, how do we switch from a transactional to a transformative mindset? Is hustling culture stripping us of our personal value and a state of being highly strung?
What do you guys think? Right? And we've been convinced of it. Society is really good at that. They're not wrong because we do need to work hard towards our goals. But when we haven't evaluated our goals and what's important to us, we're unable to navigate and compartmentalize things that come at us. So Oprah has this beautiful saying. She says, the world is going to distract you. Always. It's going to throw distractions at you. You need to be really clear about your boundary and what you choose to pay attention to. We had that good question of hustle culture because we could be very peer pressured, even though we're all grown adults. Peer pressure is real with the media and society to follow through, right? So when a client has been emailing you and you don't know, you feel stressed to respond and you feel like you haven't done a good job, or your boss has done the same thing, it's this thing that you haven't placed a boundary on to say, I communicate in this way. I will communicate with you at this time. Thank you for your patience.
The next question is, why do people bottle things up and live with built up stress? Almost the same.
Such a good question, because we're doing it on autopilot. So when I coach people, that's predominantly how they come to me, because they've been told that how they've been living is correct. Does that make sense? Because we've gone to school that way, we've been educated that way, our corporates have built us that way. And it's counterintuitive to say, I'm going to rest. Because, what? Why are you going to rest? Aren't you going to be doing something? I'm going to rest. Today, I'm taking a day of rest. It's because we've allowed that outside influence to build our inner compass. And most often, what I experience is people feeling lost because they've done all the things. Ash, I'm doing really well at work. I've achieved all the promotions. I've gotten accolades and awards. I've done all the things, Ash, but I'm still feeling unfulfilled. And that's where that stress comes from, because you're living a life that is potentially unaligned and not maintaining your system, mind, body. You're not maintaining it regularly with daily meditation or cleansing and periodic check-in, because we're not checked into our bodies.
Okay, the last one is, where can we get hold of you? We will share. Don't mind, yeah. We will share Ashelia's and connection.
That's
You've got
fine.
all your connections on the profile, right?
Yeah, you can give me a
Okay,
shout.
Norma
no
will
problem.
actually share all the connections on the social media and the email and contact numbers.
Bless.
Thank you so
Faith.
much, Ashia.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.
So we have switched from everybody on the stage yesterday saying, you're gonna burn out, singing it, and then now realizing that it's actually what happens when you try to avoid being human for too long. So thank you very much for those insights, Ashley.
SAIPA is forever trying to do as much as we can in creating partnerships that will benefit you as our member. One of those partnerships, it is on our Center of Tax Excellence, where we are partnering with a number of organizations, firms, so that we bring you the best as tax practitioners. We acknowledge that as SAIPA and as Secretariat, we cannot do it all. So we need these partnerships so that we can enhance what you are doing and the service that you are offering to your clients. So our next panel is going to be discussing the impact of technology on the sustainability of tax practitioners. And Kaya is going to introduce the panelists.
All right, the first one is the superstar of SAIPA's tax affairs, Mr. Etienne Retief, the person to whom we always go whenever we feel there's a threat of something happening from SARS. So Etienne, please do join us on stage. And I think the relevance of this topic is that everybody celebrates the fact that we've gone to e-filing and do all of these things. And then you always wonder, so what happens to the people that used to help us before e-filing became a thing? So the threat of the sustainability of that particular part of the profession is something that is definitely worth deliberating on. Our next panelist is also somebody whose understanding of tax matters and tax issues is something that we always want to appreciate and want to reflect on as we deliberate on how to make matters easier for our members. And that is, of course, Marcus Stello, who's the head of transfer pricing at BDO. Oh, there's Marcus. The problem with today's panelists is that none of them are coming from the rooftop, unfortunately. So they're all coming from the side. So you have to look on the side. Our third panelist is another tax guru who's always to be heard on radio whenever you need some insights onto tax filing and, those types of issues that SARS always threatens you with. He's the person that all radio stations go to. He's the person that I used to go to when I was on radio because he never ever lets you down. Jashwin Baidu. Our final panelist, before you all lament the fact that it looks like it's a money list, we do have diversification. And when we talk about diversification, we go for the very top. We go to the very top branch because we're seeking excellence. So our final panelist is the head of tax at BDO, Donne Howell.
Whilst Donne comes up, I've just remembered that we have got a colleague and friend who has joined us from Zimbabwe. Atmaya Ndururu, welcome to South Africa and thank you for always being at our events. Atmaya is the CEO of the PAAB in Zimbabwe.
Thank you.
Well, it's on. All right. Unlike the previous session, we're now going to be talking about being more connected because the world has gotten a lot smaller with digitalization of tax. Although I did take one thing from the previous session, is I will be taking that You Can't Reach Me Day on filing season. So, and don't phone me on filing season. So I want to set the stage a little bit. So if we had to go back and I give away my age when I say this, when I was first year clerk, we still typed financials on a typewriter. I was, when I just qualified properly, we shared a computer amongst four of us. I remember very clearly that we had Lotus and WordPerfect with a little thing over the keyboard. And one of my colleagues that was using the computer decided to clean up the really large hard drives we had back in those days and decided to delete all files that didn't look relevant, not realizing that she deleted the entire WordPerfect. And we still filed things by handwriting. And then SARS, or at that point Inland Revenue, or Receiver Revenue, kind of said, well, we kind of want to change things. And they had this great idea, but it never really went anywhere. And then SARS steps into it. And one of the first things they said is, we're going to take you into the next century with, starting with that we are going to electronically file. We're not going to handwrite things. The first thing that we all said is, well, that's great. We can avoid the mistakes that are made by that copying process. And there was complicated scanning mechanisms. I remember there was one office in Alberton where they did all the scanning, where literally there was so much paper that the floors in that office started cracking. So we had those problems. And then they said, well, we're going to take that beautiful little IRP5 that you had, which was carbon paper, and we're going to create it in an electronic format and make you reconcile that as employee. And we went, oh, this is groundbreaking. And I remember standing at the offices when LBC had just opened, and they said, the future is we're going to get to a point of where you don't even need to interact anymore for your return to be ready to file. And we were like, yeah, okay, we're there. Auto assessment. Now, the amount of data that SARS has managed to tap into, to get access to, is just increasing all the time. And for me, one of the biggest shifts, and we'll talk more about that, one of the biggest shifts that has taken place is the shift from you disclose and it's difficult to audit or to verify, to there's third-party data for SARS to verify what you say, to the shift now to SARS says, this is what we know about you, you now verify. So that even the person who's verifying the data is now shifted. And that whole mind shift that we've got is quite important, because as we are going to talk through compliance and that our role as tax practitioners has also changed. Now, we've got a nice panel here because we've got everything from the corporate and the transfer pricing side to the compliance and dispute side to the income tax return, especially trust, which we all know is, if you have a trust, you're automatically deemed a risky character. And I want to talk about the role change of the practitioner as we go through this, because the days of where your job was to take papers, complete a tax return and submit it is gone, because you can do that. You can even, there's even an app for it. So you don't have to disconnect. You can just stay on your cell phone and you can actually even file your return there. But our role has changed. Now I want to talk a little bit about that. Now, so what I would like to do is, and I'm going to pass a few questions, and if you've got questions towards the end, we'll take those questions. But I've got a few questions prepared that I'd like to kind of explore. All right. So the first one, and Danae, I'm going to pass this to you.
Okay.
Is how has or how do you see your role as a practitioner in not only today, but in the next few years compared to how it has been historically?
Well, first of all, good morning, everyone. It's actually a privilege sitting in front of accountants, bit daunting as a tax practitioner by speciality, but I think we're all in it together. And Etienne, you remarked on where you started. Well, where I started at the receiver of revenue, it wasn't SARS and it was actually the receiver. We had carbon paper to make copies because there wasn't a photocopier. My esteemed colleagues here on my left don't know these years because they were born in a different decade. So yes, I think a lot of us in this room do remember those days and how we have transformed as, I think we weren't practitioners way back then. There wasn't a term practitioner, but we were tax consultants. But our transformation is largely driven by SARS. And really, there needs to be your hat off to SARS and how they have gone along with this digitalization or digitization journey. But we had to make sure that we were with them and part of this journey, because otherwise we would just be left behind. But largely, to the question of how our role has changed and will change, I don't think much. We as tax practitioners have never just been form fillers. Our job doesn't start and end with completing a return. That's just the end result. Our journey with our clients, that as the taxpayer, is a journey of, in my case, 20 or 30 years. I'm just a part of the legacy of firms that were part of their journey for the last 60 or 80 years. So it's a journey that comes largely, sorry if I'm not on the mic, it's a journey that largely comes with growing up with the client, understanding their family dynamics and their tax and financial issues. So form filling and completing of the return is really the last step in what we have to file. But a practitioner's function is to assist, to guide, to make sure that our clients as a taxpayer has always been within the provisions of the law, and to make sure that the compliance function is met. So the role, I think, will never change because we are the go-to person for that. It's just how that final filing of the return will impact us with this automation and SARS's digitalization. But our fundamental role has never changed.
So it's really a tool, the tools that have evolved.
Yeah.
So mentioning carbon paper, I remember fondly having very sore fingers after a day of work because you had to type really hard to go through when you were typing financials, 3-4 copies at a time.
Yeah.
So Jasmine, I mean, you obviously, and in the space that you operate in, would have seen a lot of things where disputes come through, where document retention, all of these things are critical to managing a person's tax affairs and their compliance status. So how does the changes that has taken place in the way we're going forward in digitalization, I mean, even banks these days, if you look at your accounting system, we used to receive a bank statement that was still captured. These days, most banks don't even issue a statement anymore, just pull straight into your accounting system. So how does this change affect effectively the practitioner or the taxpayer's obligation to keep record, because it's not a filing system anymore. We're not really bound by the 5 or so years to hold that. So how do you think it's going to work in future with that?
So going forward, it does actually look like it's going to ease the burden on the taxpayer. And the reason I say that is because of the automation of a number of systems, not just on SARS's side, but globally, that taxpayers then submit requested information. That submission is made, it's then stored. Whereas 10, 15 years ago, it would be a manual submission and paper could be lost or whatever the case may be. Currently, everything is uploaded onto the system and it is stored on SARS's side. So rightfully so, there is obviously by law the 5-year requirement. But what I've seen SARS doing now on the dispute front, as well as the compromise front, or any of the relief mechanisms available to taxpayers, is they tend to delve deeper. They're going 10 years back. They're going to connected entities. They're going to trusts. They're going to spouses. And this full disclosure of information then feeds into the narrative of SARS's automatic exchange of information, which they've kicked in, I would say, earlier this year into full force, where it's now not a case of SARS requesting it from the taxpayer each and every time, but rather going directly to the relevant revenue authorities, as we've seen with the Airbnb case in Ireland. And the opposing revenue authority or the other jurisdiction is then bound by terms of multilateral agreement to actually fully disclose all of this information and simply inform the respective taxpayer thereafter, rather than obtain that permission and get a signed declaration and follow any sort of disclosure process. So going forward, it's going to ease the burden on tax practitioners because of record keeping. But at the same time, that automation and in easing that burden is going to serve to lighten the workload. And if as tax practitioners, you don't keep up with that curve, ultimately in a few years' time, AI will overtake the physical tax practitioner. Everything can be done online. And if you're operating at a very minimalistic level, then the tax practitioner that doesn't keep up will become redundant.
So, Marcus, I have to ask, I mean, it's obviously your wheelhouse is transfer pricing. So how is tech and this massive amount of data that we now have access to, how has that impacted the transfer pricing space?
Yeah, that's a great question, and thanks for having me. I see I've made it nearly 11 minutes without saying a word, so I'll try to keep it brief. So transfer pricing is a funny animal, and so is international tax. And as you quite rightly mentioned, you know, there's a lot of data because now we're dealing with a group of companies. You might have 100 subsidiaries, and all of them have data. And at the same time, you're dealing with a counterpart being the tax authority, who might be looking at those 100 companies. And then we just mentioned sharing of information. So all of this acts together, and with the new multilateral instruments that are coming in, this is only going to become, maybe I call it more efficient for sharing of information. So what we've seen, and maybe to have a little roadshow here, is, for example, this country-by-country reporting, and I'm not sure if that is a common phrase in the accounting world, but for tax people, that's like a swear word, and we get quite scared. That started about 5-6 years ago now, so 2016. And when that first came in, it's for those who might not understand what it is, think of it as another tax return. And on that tax return, you're going to have to disclose every single entity within the group. And it's asking you for information like, you know, what's the revenue, what's the party transactions, what's the tax paid, what's the cash tax paid, because that could differ, how many people work there, what are the tangible assets, and so forth. There's a bunch of questions, and you have to answer those. And when we started that process, and SARS has implemented it, many other jurisdictions have, it took a very long time to get that data. So the first thing was guys are saying, well, we need to compile this data, but where are we going to find it? So bringing this back to the tax practitioner, a lot of our time was spent on collating data. So now you've got these advisory type guys who've got all these degrees, but what they're really doing is they're going through some sort of ledger trying to find the right line item to add it together. So that was quite a horrible time, to be frank. But the things are shifting, and I think that's where you're going with. So now country by country reporting is pretty much you push a button and your accounting system, your ERP or your, like a SAP system, whatever it might be, can actually just throw the data at you. And that's one thing that we see that's been digitized. The technology is helping. And really what's great about that now is, and that's talking maybe a bit about the shift of where we're going, is I no longer have to filter through the data and make sure the totals are right. But rather what I do is I put it into our system, and our system will spit out graphs, like a Power BI, if you want to imagine it, with different, graphs. And we can now use that data to actually let the clients know, look, this jurisdiction here, something funny is going on, you're not making enough money, something happened, have a look at it. And with that, and in transfer pricing, we always talk about the value chain and what does it mean? Who carries the profits? Where do you get taxed? And all those things. And what that's helping us with the digital aspect is to really help clients to do better in countries, or where other countries are maybe making too much money, to ask the question, what have you done well here, or what haven't you done? So that's the one thing. And that was country by country reporting. And now maybe you guys have heard of Pillar 1 and 2. So those are the new swear words in the tax environment. So Pillar 2 is very interesting. That is where you have to pay a minimum tax of 15% to try and to summarize it in all the jurisdictions that you're in. And how do you get that right? There's different mechanisms how you should be doing that. But again, the question to a multinational, a group tax manager is, do you actually know what tax you're effectively paying in those jurisdictions? And as of right now, the answer usually is not really. And again, technology, we're helping a lot of clients with that at BDO is, how can we get that right? How can we have another push of a button that you actually know if there's an issue or not? And those things are very interesting. And then maybe from a tax practitioner's perspective, I see I've spoken 5 minutes now, so I'm taking some of your time. But what I thought is very interesting is, so you get the tax practitioner side to the clients, external multinationals, but then internally, what have we done at BDO? And there's a lot of things that have changed. I mean, we're talking from, we used to get emails or files back in the day. Maybe I'm not that old, but sometimes you've got to leave an Archer file. But long story short, I get emails with lots of PDFs. So all of that has changed. We're actually now having, and many firms have them, these global portals where you just upload it, or like a data repository, if you like. But what's interesting is you now start connecting that to the latest insights. So if you have a client who's interested in VAT, pay as you earn, whatever it might be, you tick the boxes, then it becomes more like of an interactive site. Now you've got your data repository, you've got the insights, then the next step is to have some sort of timelines, deadlines, and then you ask your clients to upload things. If you don't upload it on time, they get automatic reminders, I don't have to do it anymore. So a lot of that has changed. And I just don't want to touch, I've got so much, so I just want to touch on one more element, and that talks to the previous session, which was very interesting on burnout. That is maybe the negative side. Transfer pricing, international tax, our projects are usually up to 3 months long, and there's maybe 100 milestones or something like that in a bigger project. And the way we deal with those things is through project management software. And that software is right in my pocket. It will remind me now that something is due, and if I haven't done it, I get reminded constantly. And I think that is another shift that, well, with myself at least in the tax practitioner space, that has changed a lot, and not for the better. My clients appreciate it. They get what I promised them on time, but I'm not sure if my wife always appreciates it.
True. So one of the other things I want to talk a little bit about is, and Jasmine, I think you can talk to this, is companies taking the steps to truly understand the risks that they have. And I'll use an example. So let's say you've got a company in South Africa, and it's got a subsidiary in another country, and it thinks, well, I've set up a subsidiary there. It operates very nicely. It's all nice and neat. And we sit back and we say, well, I don't really have a presence there. But to what extent do we really go to understand, do I really have a presence there? How does it tie in? Because I'm seeing a lot of recently where companies go and say, well, I don't have a permanent establishment there. But when you really actually dig in and say, well, functionally, what are you doing? That's not necessarily true.
Yeah, correct. So on that particular topic, as we all know, there's your permanent establishment on one side and your place of effective management on the other side. Now, when it comes to permanent establishment, obviously there's specific inclusions. One of them is a branch, as an example. Should a branch be operating, you say, listen, I don't really have a presence there. They kind of operate independently. But it's simply the fact that they're registered as a branch. You've got your permanent establishment. Now, with your place of effective management, this is often slightly more tricky, because whereas with your permanent establishment, you've got your specific inclusions, your specific exclusions. With your place of effective management, it's very much a substance over form test. And you look at where the central decisions are taken, implemented, day-to-day decisions, operational decisions, etc. So you're almost weighing it out on a scale. Now, what that means is lots of companies do not understand the concepts as a first port of call, and have been operating in such a fashion where they say, listen, there's no permanent establishment, or my place of effective management's here in SA, or it's in Mauritius and it's not here in SA. They've been operating under this premise for years. Previously, something like that not often picked up by SARS or by any other revenue authority. And now if you look at things like dual audits, where SARS and another revenue authority couple up, and they've quite recently done it with the KRA, so the Kenyan Revenue Authority, they pick these things up. Furthermore, with the automation and the exchanges of information, additional information coming to the fore, additional disclosures being required from companies especially, SARS is starting to pick up historic non-compliance issues. And when this happens, it very quickly becomes a case of, as we had in our earlier presentation, fight, flight, or freeze. What do? You're a director or a CEO in a company that, to your knowledge, was compliant, and suddenly you discover, going back 10 years, you're non-compliant, you have interest, you have penalties, you have messed this up, you've underdeclared here. What's your remedy? Lots of these guys don't understand the process going forward. Yes, they're brilliant at what they do. They're a brilliant CFO or brilliant CEO. But when it comes to the intricacies behind the operations and the tax side, as well as just the risks and the due diligence and compliance, that is where we see a lot of shortfalls. And this is not just your local South African company. We're talking at a multinational level where they may understand process in their respective jurisdiction where they may be headquartered. But I mean, as you said, Marcus, it's very much a case of multiple jurisdictions. And if you ask one of these guys, okay, great, how does it operate in each and every one? They're not going to know. And it's the same on the compliance front, where they don't know the requirements in each and every jurisdiction, therefore ending up with some extent of non-compliance. And yes, it can be remedied, but it often comes with a fine or penalty or something of that nature. So when we look at the company holistically, and this is back to when Etienne used to fill out annual financials on a typewriter, it's probably more likely there'd be an error between copy 1 and copy 2 then. But you've got to look at a comprehensive due diligence, and this goes historic. It goes to the AFs. If they're using a Sage platform, you need to run that comparative analysis. You need to look at the tax returns, the declarations, the under declarations. I've currently got a live case where the P&L on Sage, the trial balance, doesn't match up to any year's AFs, nor does it match up to any of the returns. And the differential is not a couple $100,000. One particular year of assessment was 16.4 million as the differential. So when it comes to these things, look, there are solutions. You can look at the voluntary disclosure program, or if more recently and if valid cause, you can look at disputing to open up the corrective period. If it's simply a case of there was an administrative error or an extent of negligence or whatever the case may be, you can look at a debt relief mechanism, a debt compromise, a deferral arrangement, or anything of that sort. But the key point here is, first prize is always to remain compliant as an individual, as a practitioner, as an accountant, as a South African company, as a multinational company. Should you not be compliant, always be proactive. Any revenue authority, and I can quite comfortably say that any revenue authority is a lot more amicable if you show voluntariness and willingness to be compliant and to disclose additional information that either never came to light or you disclosed it just before it comes to light.
Yeah. Danae, I want to ask about trust. And the question when often comes up with trust is, well, trust often is set up as a vehicle or mechanism to shift wealth or to retain wealth. One of the easiest ways that we traditionally had to shift assets in there was the contra on that was a loan account. So, and we know over the last years that the loan has been heavily attacked, from deeming provisions creating interest to disclosure requirements. But have you seen shifts in that? And what are the alternates to, or let me rephrase that. Do we think that that loan account's going to be attacked even further than where we currently stand with deeming provisions and so on?
I enjoy Etienne's question because it wasn't on the prep questions that we had. But I think, Etienne, to bring that in just with this automation, you would have seen that SARS over the last couple of years have introduced new questions and fields in the trust tax return, slowly getting us used to it and slowly getting tax practitioners and trustees to disclose more and more. So I think, yeah, about 2014, we had to start indicating who's the beneficiaries. So that was even before the introduction of those, the deemed provision of interest section 7 capital C. So it slowly, so SARS isn't sly, SARS is just clever. And it built that data. So it's been building data and the collection of data for many, many years. So by the time that the provisions in the Income Tax Act then said there's a deemed interest provision on interest-free or low interest-free loans, SARS had half the information already. So SARS already had the huge loan accounts. So it's a good thing because it actually, and a trust isn't a negative animal. SARS sees it as a shift in wealth, but really, if you wear your trustee hat and not your tax hat, it serves a really important function, that of legacy, that of looking after younger children, families, etc. So you must wear the right hat, I always say to our clients. But the important thing is that there is now a link between what you report in your trust tax return to what you report as a beneficiary in your personal tax return. And I think the Commissioner Kisvetter indicated beginning of this year that there was a large discrepancy between our personal tax returns that of trustee beneficiaries, apologies, of trusts, and what the trust discloses. And your awards or distributions as a beneficiary have not been reported in your tax return, but it's now reported in the trust return. And that is what SARS is going after. But it's a timing issue. The accountants in the room would know that a trust tax return and financials have never been up to date. That's one of the things that even in BDO we battle to keep up to date, because you're dealing with third parties and trustees that never regarded trust reporting as serious. So you've got a backlog of those years, but you've got a individual that needs to be compliant. To Justin's point, you don't want to be non-compliant with your personal affairs because there's punitive measures. So you've got a beneficiary who doesn't know that there are awards or doesn't know the quantum of the awards. And only once the financial statements have been prepared is the quantum actually finalized. So it puts the beneficiary really in a very difficult spot, and us as tax practitioners to balance this at the end of the day. But no, a trust always has a purpose and always will have a purpose. It's just to be forthcoming and transparent, and for SARS to see that it isn't an avoidance or evasion vehicle.
But I mean, to take that one step further, and this is more of a question, you're the trust expert here. When it comes to foreign structured trusts, such as let's look at the family trust and the foundation, your Guernsey Jersey structures. Is it on the cards, or is it just some pipeline dream for the offshore investor guys that SARS will actually then start recognizing it as such and not simply classifying it as a standard trust under South African law?
I think the experience we've had, and especially on the Mauritian side, is I don't think Mauritius actually understands what a foundation is. I don't think their laws dictate. It's very difficult for us then as the, call it home country in those instances, to actually know when a foundation hasn't been defined, because I think those foundations are, they distribute dividends. Now, I can't remember that a trust distributes dividends, but so it's concepts that maybe are foreign to our law, but it would help if the Mauritian government, per se, actually can define it in their own terms as well.
Because I mean, even what we've seen with the foundations is that, as you said, it's very weird to distribute a dividend because you have a shareholder.
Yes.
And I think they've got a cap. It's up to 10 shareholders per foundation. And it's the weirdest thing, but it almost starts to look like a loop structure. And instead of holding wealth to distribute generationally, it's set up in such a way that it distributes wealth out of your Guernsey, your Jersey, by means of dividends, because that distribution is tax-free at source. And wherever it's being received, they kind of just take it as it comes. It's the strangest thing, but it just popped to mind.
But to that point, I think whenever you deal with any cross-border structure, there's and that's one of the most difficult things that I have to deal with when you deal with the clients, is for them to understand that you're dealing with multiple jurisdictions and each have their own set of rules and compliance requirements, and you need to find a way to marry them. And most of it comes down to understanding it. I mean, even if you look at the company structure, the difference in types of companies and company structures you can find around the world. And I think and that's one of the challenges we have, is that we've no longer could be a specialist in South African tax. You need to be able to identify those issues and also look at what the compliance requirements or what the identification is in the other jurisdiction. But if answering that, back to the question in terms of data, so Marcus, I want to ask a little bit about cryptocurrency, because I'm sure that's something that you also want to know about. Is, you know, SARS has been saying, and we've had chats from Treasury that's saying that they will be looking at how to mine information from those mechanisms so that you can't really get away from it. There are ways to track it. We know that space of regulation is still very much in its infancy. But in terms of cryptocurrencies, how would a tax authority, if you take the bank out of it for a moment, because we know that if I take cash and I move it from bank to something, I can track it. If I take a cryptocurrency and I move it into cash and it comes to the bank, I can track it. The moment I take the bank element out of it and it's sitting in that in between, how does any revenue authority identify what a person's doing in that cryptocurrency space?
It's a very lovely question, and I think you got the wrong guy. Aren't you the cryptocurrency specialist? I'm like, oof, I can talk about blockchain a bit and smart contracts and maybe some smart logistics, but I think cryptocurrency, if you don't mind.
Yes, no, I mean, I have my crypto socks on.
Yeah,
literally.
exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, when it comes to tracking cryptocurrency and tracking the on-platform versus off-platform transactions, and when you're realizing your virtual for your fiat. So when you have that realization of value, that's when the bank gets involved. Right, so you have your deposit from your bank account onto platform, and when you realize your cryptocurrency for fiat, it's from platform into your bank account, and that's the extent of the bank's involvement. Now, everything else when it comes to trading remains completely on platform. And when I say on platform, you could go cryptocurrency for cryptocurrency, whether it's the same currency, a portion of the currency, or across currencies. You can also then go across platforms. You can take from a Binance wallet and put it onto the Luno platform. So all of these are possible. Now, when it comes to tracking, I think it was about 3 or 4 weeks ago where SARS released a media statement saying, listen, we now have access to all of your cryptocurrency on-platform trading information, which is great. And we've had clients ask us, listen, is SARS really doing this? Do they have the capability? And with all due respect, yes, they can do it. Chances are they don't know how to read the CSV information. They don't know how to use the API keys, and they don't know how the value pegging system works. Now, when it comes to cryptocurrency, it is typically pegged against the United States dollar. Right? Certain cryptocurrencies that are more decentralized are moving away from that. And then we've obviously got your DeFi transactions and your NFTs. That's a whole separate discussion. But to stick more onto the point of that disclosure of information, because I could go on for hours on this, it's very much a case of SARS has access to it. Whether they know how to interpret it is a very different question. We have not seen them interpret it nor correctly interpret it. And where they have made that interpretation and tried to make that judgment call as to whether whether a profit is of a capital nature, of a revenue nature, 9 out of 10 times they get it wrong. What I can tell you is they accept apportionment, whereas you've held your 5 Bitcoin for 3 years or more, we can construe it as capital. Anything there's a capital gain. And with your Ethereum, your frequency of transaction is maybe 10 times a month. We would deem that more as trading stock. So therefore, it is income in your hands. So they've made those concessions, but they've taken a very, very hard and fast stance. And one point that we can note in there is when you look at your capital gains or your loss. Now, in the normal course, you can take a loss and set it off against a future gain, right? What SARS has done, and not yet promulgated in law, but this is just their internal practice for whatever reason, is they only let you set off a cryptocurrency loss against a cryptocurrency gain. It's got to be a like-for-like transaction. And as much as they may take the stance that, it's substance over form, it's like-for-like, commercially it doesn't make sense, because when you flip that situation around and the taxpayer is actually in a favorable position, then SARS wants their bread buttered on both sides. And we've made a number of submissions in terms of rulings to actually get clarification on these aspects from SARS, as well as the capital versus revenue classification, and what sort of information, firstly, they need, what sort of information they have access to, and between the two, what do they extrapolate to actually make a judgment call on their side. To date, we've received no clarity from them. We have found acceptable methodologies, as well as acceptable crypto tax calculation tools that when the report is issued in full and a tax pack is provided, it's at an acceptable standard, whether it is actually an acceptable standard or SARS just sees a lot of information and says, okay, you know what, this looks like a full disclosure, yet to be ascertained. But if you've got a calculator tool that is in line with South African standards in general in terms of the reporting standards, etc., then SARS are willing to accept that and do not go to the place of, okay, give us all of your wallet information, let us go across your platforms, etc. So that's just on the currency itself. Then we can very briefly chat on virtual land and the metaverse. But I think that's a more robust discussion that we'll probably have later today.
The metaverse is a whole new, I would say, challenge for us to deal with.
Etienne, if I could, it's strange, ladies and gentlemen, you noticed Marcus didn't pass that question on to me. It must be an age thing. But all I know...
It's the stocks.
Yeah, all I know is I keep losing money on the exchanges. But just to the point of the data, and again with SARS, slowly but surely having collected that data, we've seen it in the tax returns probably for the last 2 years, where SARS specifically requests you as taxpayer to answer whether you have bought or sold any cryptocurrency. But they don't necessarily, and thankfully, they haven't started to pre-populate any of that information on the tax return, nor have they, as far as I know, including the 2022, started to pre-populate capital gains tax or capital gains from local administrators. So if you buy and sell or you have a portfolio with, as an example, Momentum or whomever, because they still leave it up to you as taxpayer, again, with the advice and guidance from us as tax practitioners, to interpret and to advise whether it's of revenue nature, whether you've speculated, and therefore the gain should be recorded as trading and subject to your 45%, or whether you've held the instrument for long-term purposes and therefore of a capital gain. And I think fundamentally, this is what SARS in the initial white paper or green paper, or I don't know if we get to other colors eventually, have said that the fundamental principles of tax will always drive cryptocurrency. It will be a bit better to understand how you get into a wallet and whose wallet are you actually scratching around in. But ideally, if we are on the platforms available to us as South Africans, is that you as a taxpayer or the investor has to then make that decision whether it's of capital or revenue nature.
We've actually only recently seen that SARS is starting to become more and more amenable to arbitrage transactions. So because even prior to that, even I think Treasury has been scratching their head to try and fully appreciate how arbitrage actually works.
Yeah.
But that's a whole different discussion. So Marcus, the last question I want to ask is, we've become, and the pandemic has kind of escalated that very quickly as this ability to be anywhere in the world and do the job, which means that, when we have conversations about source and where you are, that's fine. But the specific thing I want you to help us with is, when we start looking from especially a transfer pricing point of view, and we start looking at those functions that are being performed, because one of the key things is that functional analysis. When we take a person who used to be office bound, and that's where you are, and that's the function you fill. Now I've shifted from, there's still the function, but they might not be sitting there. How do we marry that in the traditional sense of doing functional analysis for transfer pricing purposes?
No, that's a great question. Thank you. And this time I won't pass it on. So I think importantly, so when we talk functions, what we really are saying is we need to look at the functions, the assets, and the risks. So it's not just that functional part of it that you need to look at, and that will then look into the whole value chain. So now if you're saying that person has left, but the function has remained, then I guess the question is, has it remained in substance or in a legal type form? And that's where this can get quite complicated, because if the legal form is there, then but it's not actually been done there, then transfer pricing will override the legal form and look at the substance. Where is it done now? And I mean, from what we've seen in our client base, it hasn't been that much of an issue. So a lot of guys stayed within the same country, which helps. They're certainly maybe now sitting in Durban or somewhere else at the beach, but they're still in South Africa. Some guys have traveled a bit further. Some guys got stuck in countries for a couple of months. And I mean, the OECD released some stuff on that, and that's maybe not part of the topic. But coming back to the functional profile, so that is key. So if the function has moved and it has moved to another country, then that is where the value is added. Then that country is due their fair share of the tax pie or the profits that belongs there. And that's what transfer pricing is all about. We're trying to figure exactly out those things. And then we have the discussions, we get down to it, and then we look at that.
Because, and the reason why I ask this, because when you look at the job space, a lot of the big companies, and I saw recently Google and the likes, when they're advertising a lot of those functions, and some of those functions are very technical functions, and as soon as you're not pure administrative, but in that technical function, they advertise as remote positions. So, and you're seeing a lot more of that kind of stuff happening. So I think that space is going to open up.
So try keep it in the country. If it's not staying within the country, we talked about permanent establishments and whatnot, you might start creating these taxable presence for that entity in another jurisdiction, and that can become an issue, especially where it's high value add type stuff. So when you've got strategic type visions and decision making, and then you also get into that environment of, you mentioned place of effective management and all those other good words that we use in the tax space.
If we had more time, there was I would have had a whole range of questions on the source issue in terms of working from home. But do we have questions online, Faith? Because I see we've got 3 minutes left.
Yes, Etienne, there are a few questions. Some of them are actually for SARS, not for the panel. But there is one question here which is asking, what is your opinion regarding the IT3s that SARS is thinking of implementing for trusts?
Yes. I'd rather be a tax practitioner than you accountants, because you will have to be preparing the monthly management accounts. What SARS is really trying to do, because they believe that the RP5 reconciliation process is a very good and a success story. They want accounts for trusts to make sure the trusts are up to date, as I mentioned, and to avoid the issues of timing in filing a beneficiary and a trust return. SARS is now proposing or thinking about it, hopefully far back in their minds, that either biannual or monthly accounts be prepared for trusts, so that by the end of the tax season or the financial year, tax year, call it February for trusts, accountants would have half a month left and be able to produce annual financial statements by the March of that year, instead of the 11 months later, and if not years later, that's currently the practice. But I just would like to say, where's the fairness in that, where companies similarly exactly the same sort of set of information and input required. They get 12 months to prepare the annual financial statements. A trust can be just as complex as any company out there. Why must a trust now try and catch up or maintain monthly? It would be great, ideal, but I don't know about anyone who's got extra spare time or capacity or resources to be able to do that. Because as much as we have the will, we rely on third-party data, we rely on trustees, we rely on offshore entities providing us with figures and data that's reportable in South African terms. So I've heard it being bantered around. I fear the day, but it would, of course, data and digitalization and all those big words, they assist us. It's all there to assist us with it. But it's a question of whether the data is first the integrity of data, the accuracy, which is fundamental, and us interpreting it, whether we've actually got the time and resources. And it's just to marry those about how and when we can get to do this.
And I think one thing for us not to lose sight of is the cost that comes into that compliance.
Yes.
So it immediately also increases the cost of those trusts.
Yeah.
Talking about the EMP 501 and those reconciliations, I remember not too long ago, SARS was contemplating having that on a monthly basis.
Yes.
So that they could track, avoiding companies being able to backdate things into payrolls and structures in it.
Yeah.
But at this point in time, I think SARS is if you've seen, their big drive has been companies not complying with the interim report, which is just past due date now, and focusing really on the last one because there's a penalty there.
Yeah.
So now SARS is saying, well, we're going to penalize and focus on that interim one as well. So I think once they get you into that cycle, they'll keep on looking at how to extend third-party data. At the end of the day, third-party data has become critical for SARS to auto-assess.
Can I just, as a concluding point, all these auto-assessments, what we would have seen with shock and horror, it was actually estimated assessments this year, not automated assessments, is that I agree with it fully. If I can place reliance and full reliance on the accuracy and integrity of the data, and I think we still aren't there yet, because you've got institutions that are still grappling with data. We've got employers still grappling with technology and information, but we'll get there. But I say, as much as we want to rely and get excited about this whole digitalization and modernization, so we must be similarly careful that our risk and our technology is there to protect that data, because as much as we get clever with technology, so do the crooks.
Good. I would have loved to have a longer conversation, and there's a lot more questions, but our time is up. Thank you very much.
Okay.
My closing comment just for all practitioners is you need to understand that your role keeps on evolving. Compliance is greater than just making sure the tax returns are filed and that there's no outstanding money. Compliance is about proper disclosure. But I would challenge you that for your role future will not just be reporting on historic data, but understanding current risk, understanding future risks, and being more engaged with your client in helping them to make proper decisions and understand how to correctly disclose. Especially, and I've seen a lot of that in history, is that the focus has been with the taxpayer was, well, I've got a practitioner, you've got the paperwork, I've kind of passed the buck. And it's important that taxpayers need to start owning that responsibility. And us as practitioners need to make sure that we hold them accountable for their affairs, that they are unaware of it. But we're also responsible. We must communicate properly with them. We must make sure that they're engaged in everything that takes place. This is not I hand over my shoebox of paper and it's now your problem. This is a very connected environment. And you touched on some of those technologies, Marcus, in practices. And all of you in your practice should be looking at how to use technologies as a way of managing that process. we're not in the stone age of where I still have to manually remind a client to send me paperwork. You can automate those systems quite easily. So please take your practice and your own mindset into that space so that you can effectively manage the affairs of taxpayers.
Thank you so much, Etienne Retief, Donne Howell, Marcus Stella, and Jeshwin Baju. Thank you for the conversation. It really is a conversation that we need to be continuing with, because I know that tax is one of those bread and butter things for our members, but we have to move on. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
One of the inventions that SAIPA has made in the current year was the introduction of the digital kit and the digital hub, which was launched on the 21st of September this year. It's a launch that was done in collaboration with Vodacom, and that's another way that SAIPA is trying to get you ahead as a member of the South African Institute of Professional, be it a business rescue practitioner, be it a tax practitioner, or a professional accountant SA who has got a number of other specializations. To take us through the DigiKit today, it is Thomas Nyavura, our digital and technology manager, you still say IT, our digital and technology manager, as well as Naveen Maharaj. Over to you, gentlemen. Let me just say that there are questions that were on, you can come up. There are questions that were on the platform which are very specific. At 12, we have got Mark Kingan, who is going to be addressing us, and Prof. And Etienne, who will be part of that conversation. Mark will be joining us online. They will then pose the questions also to Mark, because they are very specific. Thank you. Oh, and also, we might be just cutting out on tea just to accommodate the online conversation with Mark, because he has got other engagements. I will speak to you after.
Can you hear me? 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello? Can you hear me? 1, 1, 2. 1. Thank you. Can I reintroduce myself, Madam Chair? Thank you. All right, my name is Thomas Nyamvura. I am the Digital and Technology Officer for the Institute. I think most of you in your institutions or in your companies, we used to call ourselves the IT department. But we have seen that technologies are converging, and we need to correctly represent ourselves in the market that we serve, where we are just not there to inform the places that we work as information and technology department, but to ensure that the convergence of technology speaks to the things that we do in the respective work that we do as IT expert. So today I am going to be talking to you about our digital hub. I just remembered I had not greeted everyone. Good morning, members. It gives me great pleasure to be talking to you. Thank you. This morning, I'm going to be talking to you about our digital hub, but with a little bit of more emphasis on our DigiKit. But before I dive into the DigiKit, I think I'm going to do a recap of our digital hub, which we recently launched in September, in terms of what is the value benefit that you get as a member, and what actually constitutes what we call a digital hub. Digital technology is fundamentally changing the economy in which we serve and operate, with potential advances that are happening in the world. Research has indicated that professional accountants are at the forefront of countries with significant economic growth. That's the ones that are adopting digital technologies. And we've actually seen that the adoption of technology is actually a no-brainer to most organizations. Given the fast phase of development of digital technologies, The digital hub with its various components brings new insight on the relationship between digital technology and the inclusive growth of economies, businesses, and professional practices as a whole. SAIPA has therefore decided that as an institute, SAIPA must collaborate to help their membership communities to adapt smoothly and fairly to the digital revolution. We are readily adapting to a digital world driven by automation and artificial intelligence. South African Institute of Professional Accountants, we are encouraging our members to rethink and redesign our practices and our service offerings so that we can continue to remain relevant and be capable business advisors as the role evolves and changes in the future. So SAIPA launched the flagship digital hub to ensure that our members and their practices benefit from numerous ways, from lowering of costs, to improve services, from greater connectivity, to further financial services. So within the digital hub itself, it is a platform for service providers to avail their products and services at a reduced cost to all SAIPA members. It should also become a workspace where ideas and products and services are created and shared with our valued members, which will propel SAIPA as an institute and also propel our members into the future of digital era while using the most innovative technologies. So if you look at our digital hub, it has got 4 options. The first bouquet of tools is what we call a DigiKit, which my colleague from Vodacom, when he comes in, we're probably going to expand a little bit more in terms of what is it that is inside the digital kit and what is the value that it brings to our members. But if you look at the digital kit, in essence, it is an enabler, different kind of tools that are going to be enabled inside there, as well as we've understood the risk that is associated with the adoption of technology, because we are penning and pushing digital transformation for our members. But as an organization, we understand the risks that are associated with such a move. So we are also not in the current state, because right now we've only, at this moment, only launched the DigiKit. But by the end of the year, the intention is for us to have also launched what we call the Cyber Kit, which will help all business to protect and secure their information. Right? Then, thirdly, we're also going to launch what we call a practice kit, which probably will be familiar with most of your organizations and practices, where we want to enable the adoption and leveraging of technology within the practices for efficiency, for ensuring that you can compete on the market globally as well. Right? And lastly, we have got what we call a hardware kit. So we've understood that at the basis of any digital transformation, one has to have the connectivity right? We did an assessment. So for us to be able to get to where we are, we made sure that we get the right data that would inform the kind of bespoke solutions that we are going to be providing to our members. So from what we got from our members, one of the things that was on top, obviously, was connectivity. Hence, for us to start with connectivity as our first offering to our members. But we also picked that hardware is also an issue. So we are not only going to be providing the business continuity hardware solutions, but we're also going to be providing solutions that go beyond just the laptops and your routing, depending with the size of the organization that our members will be serving in. So in short, the digital hub is going to bridge the divide in the accountancy profession between the professional accountancy and the strategic business and advisory services. With access to the right tools and resources, our members will become future ready, right? So the first being our flagship initiative, which is our digital toolkit. Before I call in my colleague, I'm going to speak a little bit about the digital toolkit for those that were not part of the launch that we did in September. So the SAIPA DigiKit is a technology toolkit aimed at fast-tracking our SAIPA membership digital maturity levels. We understand that as members, we are in different maturity levels in as far as your digital transformation initiatives are concerned. And we acknowledge that there is no one size that fits all. And we've made sure that the bespoke solution will be able to speak to you as an individual practice partner, right? So we have also understood that technology is at the lifeblood of today's business. And we have cemented digital tools that transform the accounting profession and position them to compete effectively in the new digital era. So we are currently considering processes around innovation for members and around how we can also best service our members, not just pushing product and services. So just to be clear, our digital hub is not, we are not panning products and services. We are pushing for digital transformation. So when you look at value realization, when you start to adopt such technologies, you'll be able to see that we are talking of efficiency within your practices. We are talking of you being able to leverage cloud computing for you to transform the way you actually service your client. You'll be able to compete quicker, faster. In fact, back in the days, if I can just, I'm just looking at the time, I just wanted to quickly rush through. They used to say that the big used to eat the small. Now things have changed. It is actually the fast that is the slow. So how can you be faster? You need to be faster by accelerating your processes of adoption of your digital transformation initiatives. Once off only, before I leave. As a way to encourage our members, we currently have got a pod which is outside. We haven't received many people, but you could come after this session at our pod where you have got where it says member benefits. But we have got an exclusive offer that we're offering our members, specifically for those that registered for the accounting Indaba. So when my colleague comes in to explain all the products and services that are available under the digital kit, we are saying if you are able to sign up, specifically those that registered, I'm assuming everyone that is here registered, but I'm also talking to you that are also online to say, if you are able to come online and go to our digital hub website, which is saipa.digitalhub.co.za, and look at all the product offerings, and you successfully acquire any of the products and services that are out there, SAIPA is going to pay the first subscription for any of the services for the month of November. So I would encourage all our members to take the opportunity for us to go and take up the offer and start to leverage on the things that are available. And lastly, I'm just trying to check if there's anything. So lastly, we are also going to, just to inform our members, we are aware that probably there's more that needs to be done. We have got an opportunity today to come to our pod. You can make some inquiries where you can submit a form, then we can come back to you. But we are also in the process of organizing a webinar that is going to be happening in November. So I'm encouraging our members to look out for an invite for them to register for an information sharing webinar in as far as the digital hub and the DigiKit is concerned. We have an hour or more session where we can have a one-on-one where we can actually go through the actual products and services themselves, including prices and the benefits that they actually provide realistically and practically to our members. With that, I'll hand over to my colleague. Thank you.
Sorry, can you hear me? Ah, there we go, perfect. Thomas, thank you for that. I think you've set the scene, and more so, I think the scene's been set over the past 2 days. So I am not Naveen, as you can see. Our pictures look slightly different, but we're also going to share the same message in terms of our offerings that we have for you. So I've just put up a high level, what we have in terms of our offerings, but I think I just want to spend some time quickly and just conscious of the time around the different offerings we have. So as you can see, in partnership with Internet Solutions and Vodacom, we've curated the solution for you based on the feedback we've received from Thomas. And what we want to do with that is obviously build the foundation. So the foundation is connectivity, and from that we then add the additional building blocks. Now, it's important to note that the solution is modular because we understand that each practice is in a different phase of maturity. So what we'd like to do with the booth, and obviously just getting your contact details, is understand where you're at and use a consultative approach rather than prescriptive. So if I can move forward to the different types of access. So you'll see the first access point is internet access, which is our Vodacom business solution. So understand that it's not your traditional consumer product. What we've done is curated it based on SAIPA's needs. Moving forward, in terms of the telephony, there's two flavors that we're offering, which is the Teams voice and the VoIP. What that primarily does or gives you the option of is, if you currently have Microsoft Office, you have the Teams component where you can then use it to make calls, do online meetings, and makes you completely mobile. I know we had the conversation a little bit earlier with the first speaker, was just around cutting off from technology, but as you can see, I think technology doesn't really leave us wherever we go. So just from the VoIP perspective as well, and the value that it brings, is our solutions are curated around the most aggressive rates in the market. So from a cost saving perspective, it's definitely something you should consider if you do not have it already. With our Microsoft Office solution as well, it is web-based, which means you are able to work from anywhere. And primarily what that means is you are always available to your customer. I know it goes against the first point of what we spoke about earlier, but I think technology is doing that to us as well. In terms of the cloud solutions, I'm just skip the domain for now, but in terms of the cloud and hosting solutions, we want to make sure that you are contactable. And it goes back to the point of Teams as well. So your information is centrally stored, which means you don't necessarily have a server in your office or get back to a laptop. What we are offering you is the ability, here again, to work from anywhere. From a domain name service perspective, and what that primarily caters for is the ability to have, for organizations that have not set that up as yet, is the ability to have a business registered email address and domain. So even your emails would come, back to you as abcaccountants.co.za. And moving on to the security, because I know that's also a big focus in the current environment. The mobile security is catered for within the Norton portfolio. And what that means is security on your device. We all know that our devices can go pretty quickly, but what we offer with this is the ability to secure the data and secure your customers' data with the device. And then we've got the cybersecurity component. So there's two flavors of that, also depending on the size of your organization. And that caters for understanding what are the security threats that you have on your network at the moment. So what we'll do is go through an assessment with yourselves in a consultative approach, understand where the vulnerabilities are, and take you through the journey of how do we fix that. And then the last, I think, is something I left purposely for last, which is the UPSs. I think we all aware of the power fluctuations we're having. What we're offering within the kit as well is the ability to either have your router connected or your router and your laptop connected, depending on what your setup is. So it makes you productive even in the times that load shedding is happening. And I think just to summarize where we're at, because I see my time is up, but just to summarize where we're at is for us to provide what we want to do with you is provide a consultative approach. So not prescriptive, but rather understanding where you're at, what do you need, and how do we move forward with you? Because digitization is a journey. It's not a simple block that you just place down and you think you're done. It continuously evolves. And so to Thomas's point, if you join us at the booth there, we can have a conversation and understand your businesses and understand how do we help you with this transformation. And I think just leaving two key words as I close, because I know I'm standing between everyone and the tea break as well, is the two words is sustainability and agility. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, we actually are out of time. May I just request that we go out for 5 minutes? It's a true leg stretch. You just grab a cup of tea and whatever it is and bring it back to the room because I would like us to start at 22. So if we can please adhere to that time. Thank you.
What else gonna sound like? I know what I'm saying, but I don't know what people are gonna hear. Yeah. Let me get some juice. You can get something.
Not enough, but yes, I did. Thank you. You look so nice.
And then
learning during the pandemic, and whether, you know, those practices that we did during the pandemic are essentially the way we're going to do things going forward. I would have been happy to be a student during the pandemic so that I didn't have to go to class and I could simply log on, switch on my computer, and then go back to sleep. But I'm not particularly sure if that's the way that it worked out. So somebody who's been studying all of this quite extensively and has also been digging deep into what the metaverse is all about is the only person in this room that I can guarantee knows how to dig deep, mainly because he's actually a geologist. So the only geologist in the house is also the specialist in EdTech at PwC, who's going to be talking us through what the metaverse is all about and what the implications are for the education space, and in particular for those of us professionals who may still want to be engaging in some form of professional education into the future. Quentin Host, please come to the stage.
Quite an intro. So I usually, when I speak on the metaverse, I like to have a look around the room and ask people in the room who has heard of the metaverse. If you've heard of this term, the metaverse, please raise your hands. I'd love to kind of get a feel for it. So this is a great crowd because not a lot of hands went up, but the hands that did go up, would any of you be comfortable to come up on stage and explain to everybody what the metaverse is? Usually the hands dip down very quickly after that. The metaverse is confusing, but we're here today to kind of make sense of it all. There we go. So when we think about the metaverse, there's a number of things that come to mind. Typically, it's things like gaming, or it's online virtual worlds, or it's a virtual reality, or augmented reality. I'm sure you've all heard of those terms. But if you watch the news or you listen to and you see anything around technology and you listen to a guy called Mark Zuckerberg, he will try and tell you that this is the future, that everything about technology and the way we engage rests on him, his company, and the metaverse. This, I'm afraid, is not true. The metaverse is not this all-encompassing vision of the future. In fact, where we're currently at with regards to the metaverse is an experiment. Yeah? And it's an experiment that we're kind of living out day by day and kind of in a very agile manner, developing this thing called the metaverse. So today what I'm going to do, I'm going to hopefully give you an idea of what the metaverse is not, and then hopefully we can actually define exactly what the metaverse is. So if you have a look at this, I hope you can see it okay. Because the reality is, so that's me. That's my avatar. I attended an event, a PwC event a couple of days ago. I happened to have a pumpkin head because it was obviously a Halloween theme. I don't usually look like that in the virtual world. But the interesting thing is, 12 months ago, I was a hater. Yeah, I'm going to coin some teenage terminology. I was a hater. I thought this metaverse thing was the biggest load of nonsense I'd ever heard of in my life. But over the past 12 months, I've really been immersed in this technology and have realized that actually there's some incredible use cases for us, not just in the technology space, but across all industries. So this is an event that I attended. It is a PwC Global Metaverse Campus, so it's a closed environment. It's what we would call a centralized metaverse. There you'll see I'm actually sitting in my seat there, and I've got a view of the stage. And I have the ability to zoom in on the speaker on stage, and I have the ability to zoom in to the various presentations behind the speaker. Let me tell you one thing, though, that I felt when I was in this event, was that I felt like you feel right now. Not the people online, but the people in the room. I felt like I was in a room with other people. Yeah, so that's how it felt to me, even though I was behind a screen, and it was actually my avatar in the room. The reality is I knew there were other people in the room with me, and the feeling I felt was that I was in a real life event with other people. And that's a very important point, because one of the sort of key concepts of the metaverse is the fact that we're kind of working and playing on senses, yeah, the way we feel, how we experience, and how we are immersed in a space. So let's try and define the metaverse. This is a very complex definition. We're not going to go through this in great detail right now, but this definition is by a gentleman called Matthew Ball. If you are interested in the metaverse, he has written a book called The Metaverse and How It Will Revolutionize Everything. It's a phenomenal book, a phenomenal read if you're interested. If you don't want to read a whole book, just go to YouTube and search Matthew Ball, The Metaverse in 14 minutes. He has gone and distilled that whole book down into 14 minutes. So that's probably a more appropriate thing to view. But there's some key concepts here, and I'm going to touch on some of them in a little bit. But let's actually have a look at a slightly simpler view of the metaverse. It's a good place to start, is to understand what the metaverse is not. So the metaverse is not a piece of technology. In fact, the metaverse is a number of technologies that are converging and coming together, and a lot of those technologies are kind of getting to a place of maturity, meaning that the metaverse is becoming something that's quite real. The metaverse is not a game, albeit that gaming technology and gaming culture has influenced a lot of the metaverse, and you'll see some of that in a little bit. And lastly, the metaverse is not a word or a term that was invented by Zuckerberg. All right, so let's forget about what he has to say about the metaverse at the moment. There's been a lot of negativity around Meta or Facebook and what they're doing. But the reality is that maybe his timing is just out. Maybe it's just his personality. We don't know, but we'll see. And the future will kind of define what that looks like. The reality is, at the beginning of the internet age, when the internet came about, everyone was very negative about the internet. You know, when we started doing online shopping on the internet, e-commerce online, people were like, never in a million years. Never in a million years am I putting my credit card number in a space online. But here we are today, and probably most of us in the room shop online. So what is the metaverse then? Well, first of all, it's an evolution. It's not a revolution yet, but we do believe the revolution is coming. As these various technologies consolidate, we're kind of going to get to a point where it kind of explodes. It is the critical thing with the metaverse, it's a digital universe. Yeah? It is online, and you have a digital identity, which is different to a physical identity. But what's important here is the concept of the metaverse is that we're going to mimic what we do in the real world online. So take that event that I attended. It felt like a real event, even though I was online and in a digital space. So that concept of taking real world situations and mimicking it in a virtual space. It needs to be an immersive sensorial experience. And so we're seeing technology like virtual reality come to the fore with regards to metaverse topics, but the metaverse does not need virtual reality to exist. Virtual reality, though, is a concept, a component of the metaverse. So it's a digital space, it's an online world, and it's a space where we get to collaborate, where we get to meet, where we get to connect, where we get to shop. More importantly, as an EdTech specialist, where we get to learn. And I would advocate that the majority of our use cases today are in the education space. We'll touch on a couple of those in a second. When talking about the metaverse, you're going to hear about this topic called Web 3.0. It sometimes is used interchangeably. They're not exactly the same thing, but the two go hand in hand. Now, Web 3.0 is kind of where we're heading towards with the metaverse. Web 1.0 was the beginning. Yeah, it was that fantastic space where the internet was being developed. It was the origins of the internet. The reality was, though, there was read-only. Back in the early days, you would just consume content. You would type in a URL, an email, a web address, and you would get content and you would consume it. We then moved along swiftly to Web 2.0, and Web 2.0 is the concept of reading and writing. See, in the early days, you had to be very technical in order to post content onto the internet. You needed to know how to do things like FTP, and maybe half people in the room have never even heard of FTP, but you had to be technical. But then came along the sort of big social networks, and they made it very simple for you to post content online, images, text, and content. And so we now had this concept of reading and writing. The concept of Web 3.0 takes everything that's gone before. It's not going to replace the current internet, but it will build iteratively on it. And it brings in this concept of ownership, of decentralized ownership, which is obviously underpinned by things like blockchain, smart contracts, NFTs, cryptocurrency. So that is Web 3.0. This is a very busy slide. We've tried to improve the slide over and over again, but this is where we're at. Essentially, we have age groups along the top. I'd love to say that I'm a millennial, but unfortunately, I'm a Gen Xer. But the important thing with this slide is to see the shift in how different generations are using technology. My mom is a boomer. She's 80 years old. She is phenomenal on Facebook. I mean, she is a Facebook machine. However, she can't load a beneficiary on her banking app. I have to do that for her. It's a big challenge for her. But I've got two teenagers in the house. They are Gen Zers. We don't call them Gen Zers. It doesn't roll off the tongue so nicely. They are Gen Zers. Gen Zers are between the age of 10 and 25 at the moment. My kids are 15 and 17. They are not interested in Facebook. They couldn't care less about Facebook. Never had the app, not interested at all. What they're interested in is some YouTube for sure, some Instagram. What is their most popular app? TikTok. Yeah, you can see the TikTokers in the room. TikTok is their favorite app. Yeah, and so we're seeing a shift in usage of social media with the younger generation. What's very interesting, though, is the shift in search online. So the majority of us in the room, if we had to go search for something online, we'd no doubt open Google, and do a Google search. There's a shift in the younger generation. They're beginning to do their searches in TikTok, which on the one hand is quite scary, given a lot of the content that's on TikTok. On the other hand, I keep telling people that if you want to reach the younger generation, if you are not on TikTok, they do not know you exist. So, for all the CEOs and heavy hitters in the room, you better get your dance moves on and post those TikToks ASAP so that the younger generation can see what you're up to. Very importantly, though, hopefully you can see it on the left down the bottom, are the gaming platforms. Things like Roblox and Fortnite, where we're seeing a massive shift and usage by the younger generation. I'm going to talk about them in a second. But these are essentially what the metaverse platforms are. This is a mixture. These are all public platforms. Most of them are games, but it's a mixture of what we call centralized and decentralized metaverses. A centralized metaverse is a metaverse that's controlled by the developer of the platform. So for example, Minecraft, the developers of Minecraft, they determine the rules of engagement. The difference between that, a centralized metaverse, and a decentralized one, for example, Decentraland, is in Decentraland, you get to own land. You buy land, you own it, and what that gives you is it gives you voting rights. You now, as a landowner in that platform, you get to vote and determine the rules of engagement in that platform. So that's a big difference between a centralized platform, which is essentially closed, and a decentralized platform, which is open. All of these are public. You obviously get centralized private metaverses. So the metaverse I was in a couple of days ago, it's a private metaverse. It's private to PwC globally. Right? If you're not in PwC, you can't access that particular metaverse. A couple of things to note. Things like Roblox. Roblox, most of the players of this game are younger than 16 years old. We are talking about almost 45 million daily active users. 45 million daily active users. This is a platform, it's not a game. There are more than 50 million games that exist on this platform that were developed by the players themselves. So almost 10 million players developed the 50 million games. Those players have earned around $350 million by developing games on this platform. We're seeing this platform as an incredible mechanism, again, to reach younger generations. We've been engaging with a bank in South Africa who's busy developing a Roblox game to do just that. And here's Decentraland. So whenever you see in the news that some celebrity or some organization have paid large sums of money for land in the metaverse, it is typically in this space, in Decentraland. Decentraland, as I mentioned, is a decentralized metaverse. There are two main things here. It is underpinned by Ethereum blockchain. All right, you can buy land, which is essentially an NFT, and they also have a cryptocurrency, which is called Mana, M-A-N-A. That is Decentraland. In this space, a lot of things are being worked out. We're trying to understand exactly how we're going to be engaging here in the future. What is the governance? What does ethics look like? What does the accounting of digital assets look like? Almost done with the gaming. I'm not trying to convince anyone to become a gamer. I'm not a gamer. My 17-year-old son spends an enormous amount of time in this space. This is a game called Fortnite. Fortnite is an incredible space. Here we've got about 80 million users a month on this particular platform. Fortnite makes almost $6 billion for Epic Games every year. Yeah? And they've done that for about the last 6 or 7 years. It is an incredibly successful platform. I want to bring your attention to this. For the young hip people in the room, that guy in the background is a guy called Travis Scott. Travis Scott is let's go with rapper. Let's go, because I think the old generation will understand what a rapper is. That's Travis Scott. Travis Scott held 5 concerts in Fortnite in around April 2020. Each concert was 10 minutes long. He reached how many players? 30 million. 30 million players attended a concert in Fortnite. My son, who was 15 at the time, said to me, I said, how was the concert? Was it a good concert or was it great? He said, chills. Literal chills. And if you don't have a teenager in your home, that is a very good thing. So if you're getting chills, you're having literally the best experience of your life. The important thing here is that no one paid any money to attend a concert, but they made huge money because every kid that went to the concert wanted a Travis Scott skin for their avatar. So I had to fork out money for the Travis Scott skin. On Fortnite, you trade in V-Bucks. So you take your cash, your hard-earned cash, and you buy V-Bucks for your kids, and they then trade and buy things in the Fortnite space. So why am I bringing these things up? A couple of things here. What's important is that gaming culture is driving a lot of what we see in the metaverse. Number 2 is reach. We can reach an enormous number of people in the metaverse. Things that 30 million going to a concert, you can't do that in real life. Yeah, we have the ability to do that in an online virtual world. My third point in terms of why I'm showing you this is Gen Zers. Gen Zers, they are the ones that are coming to university. They are our next university students. They are the next cohort or intake within your organization. They are going to have very different expectations and requirements to the rest of us. We have to be very aware because they are the generation that have grown up online, in social media, and on gaming platforms like Fortnite. So maybe we get a little bit more serious. What are the trends driving us towards the metaverse? It's quite simple. Decentralization. When the internet started, it was a decentralized open space. But after a few years, the big corporates, the conglomerates, they started to own the internet. Google, Facebook, and the like, right? They own it by owning your data. There's this drive towards open platforms again, this drive towards decentralization. It is also underpinning the metaverse as we speak. Technological advancement, of course. Yeah, massive gaming engines. If you've never heard of Unity or Unreal Engine, go Google them. You'll be astounded by what these things can do. These engines, combined with technology like virtual reality, etc., are converging very quickly to bring us to a space where we're able to actually engage online as avatars and have a very, very immersive experience. And then cultural change. We were heading towards this online world. The pandemic expedited things, but we were very much a remote workforce. We were a remote engagement. Yeah, so there are these trends culturally that are driving us towards things like the metaverse. On that note, we're not advocating for people to spend all their time in online virtual worlds. Yeah? We still believe that this type of engagement, where we get to see each other, where we get to provide a physical handshake, is still incredibly important. However, human beings were not designed to engage with a two-dimensional screen and to swipe. We've all sat on way too many Teams calls or Google Meets, and so we're looking for another experience that allows us to be a lot more immersive when we're online. We believe that the metaverse could provide that. You would have seen it in the news. There are a lot of organizations that are spending big money and a lot of time. Yes, there's negativity around some of the work that Meta are doing. You will also see the likes of Facebook come out and tell you that they think the metaverse is nonsense. Do not be fooled. They too are spending large amounts of money and time in developing their version of the metaverse. And that's something to bear in mind going forward. There will not be just one metaverse. There will be multiple metaverses as we move ahead. We have a framework that we assist our clients on when they look at entering into the metaverse. Essentially, if you're going into a public, decentralized space, this is the framework you need to consider. You need to consider an economy. You need to consider what is the underlying blockchain. How are we going to, what currency is going to be used? You have to consider interoperability. So that essentially means that we have a digital identity, and that digital identity needs to be able to move from one metaverse, from one platform to another. I have digital assets. How do I take those digital assets and make sure those digital assets are available from one platform to the next? Governance is massively important. If we really do encourage people, there are a number of global metaverse forums. We encourage people to get involved in those. The early days of social media, we let it go. There was no governance. We're saying we can't just let this go. We can't allow the likes of Facebook just to take over and run with this thing. We all need to play a part and make sure that things like ethics play a big part in the governance of the metaverse. Digital identity authentication is a critical aspect. We've spoken a bit about the experience. And lastly, there's persistence. Persistence really refers to the fact that in the real world, my actions have consequences. Yeah, so if I just chuck this podium over now and we all left the room and we then came back in, the room would not reset. Yeah, and the podium would magically be up again. No, it would still be lying on the floor. It's the same within the metaverse. Your actions in the metaverse will have consequence. So that's the whole concept of the persistence of things like identity, etc. Use cases. There are many. The reality is, at the moment, some industries have a lot stronger use cases than others. So we're seeing very strong use cases in manufacturing, in the medical field, in education in particular. I have a strong leaning towards that. Obviously, the gaming environment, volumetric live streaming, like Travis Scott in Fortnite, the ability to reach many people in an environment, and in the collaboration space. I can attest to the fact that collaborating with colleagues in a metaverse environment is a lot more realistic and powerful than collaborating on a screen on a Teams call. Making good time, guys. We believe that the metaverse is a very good fit for education for a number of reasons. It allows us to provide more affordable resources. Resources becoming extremely expensive. There's a great example of Fisk University in Tennessee, where they've now, for their first year pre-meds, they've replaced live cadavers with virtual reality cadavers. Reason being, live cadavers, very expensive, and difficult to maintain, expensive to maintain. So what they do is, for their pre-meds, they get to slice and dice cadavers in virtual reality, and they get to the cadavers later on. It helps them save money. Really, we were talking about enhancing student experiences, enhancing student performance by enhancing their experience. Yeah? I have a friend who is a pilot in Qatar. Well, he used to be with the South African Air Force. He's now training pilots in Qatar. They have replaced all of their flight simulators with virtual reality headsets. Yeah? Better experience, cheaper to maintain. It also speaks to the enabling of experimentation. Experimentation can be very costly and dangerous in certain situations. The metaverse lends itself towards providing a platform that makes things a lot easier to land. In fact, we've got a partner that we work with. They've actually developed a an app in virtual reality that's all about fear of heights. Yeah, so certain jobs that you have to perform, you cannot have a fear of heights. So instead of taking you to the highest building they can find, they actually put this virtual reality headset on, and they actually can test whether you have a fear of heights or not. I've spoken about making virtual interaction more real, but more importantly, it's about increasing accessibility to remote students and remote people in remote areas, and lastly, about attracting that young demographic who are already in those spaces. But what about the finance field? What about the world of finance? What about this metaverse concept for the world of finance? Well, first of all, I think the most important concepts here are really about understanding the accounting of digital assets. Thank goodness I'm not an accountant, so I'm going to leave that up to you guys. I can't talk on that particular topic, but it's going to be a critical and an important topic. My boss, an incredible lady at PwC, tells us the story of when she went to university, became a CA. She says she struggled in the beginning. Reason being, she did not quite know how to kind of make the concept she was learning about, how to turn that into reality. What did it actually mean in the real world? And those things only kind of made sense to her when she kind of got to do practical things. And she went and did articles and things. And they said, oh, these things are starting to land now. We have the ability now, using the metaverse, using things like virtual reality, to make things real. Yeah, so when we're learning about important concepts right up in the beginning, we can actually show people what a specific accounting process means in the real world, in the business world. Yeah, it also leads to the point around augmented reality and audits. I've spoken to a number of the auditors at PwC. Audits can be complex. Yeah, they can be tricky at times, and sometimes audits are expensive because we kind of got to go back and forth, and so they lack efficiency sometimes. Augmented reality could help with that particular problem, where we have augmented reality headsets allowing people with the know-how in the background to assist with the process. That don't necessarily have to be on site with the auditor and can assist in the process. So we're seeing augmented reality really come to the fore in a number of fields, particularly in sort of environments where people have to break fix or have to fix complex machinery. We're seeing a lot of use cases in that space. And then last year is around collaboration. It's around events. Just like I got to collaborate in the space, in the metaverse, that made it real for me, it's exactly the same space. And for everybody, whether you're dealing with colleagues, whether you're dealing with partners, whether you're dealing with clients, we have the ability now to immerse ourselves in an online world and make it real. So what should you be doing? Last slide, and then we're done. 3 things, really. Number 1 is you need to understand what it is and what it isn't. This is an important thing. You need to understand in your particular organization, what is your approach going to be? What are the technologies that your business needs to adopt? Because for some, it's virtual reality. For others, it is the metaverse itself. You need to understand what those are. You need to assess the risks. There are risks, particularly in the decentralized space, and we need to be able to mitigate those risks. Understand the concepts. Yeah, what are the use cases for your particular organization? It's good to kind of focus on employees first. How do we add value to them? And then we've got to experiment. This space of the metaverse is all about experimentation. It's not about landing it first time. You need to experiment. And then it's very important to think beyond the tech, beyond the marketing, and beyond the hype. And we need to understand very, very key points. Data protection, cybersecurity, sustainability, ethics are going to be very, very big topics in this place. We need to start playing a role now, whether we're in the metaverse yet or not. We need to make sure that we control and have a say in what this thing looks like going forward. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. You are officially the first geologist to be a member of SAIPA. Membership fees will be sorted out by the deputy chair of the board.
We'll take care of it.
Please
Thank
go
you.
and sort it out with her right
Cheers,
now.
mate.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we do not have time to go into questions with Quentin right now because we need to facilitate a conversation involving the former acting commissioner of SARS. So obviously for a lot of people that want to question and ask things about the receiver of revenue, this is a very important conversation. So on the line, we will be joined by Mr. Mark Kingon, whose one distinguishing feature is that he's probably the only person in this conversation who finished matric the year before SAIPA was born. So in 1981, that's when he completed his matric, and then he did join the Receiver of Revenue. I think he's been there for about 38 years. I don't even know how to spell 38 years because I'm still only 21. So we're probably going to learn a lot from this person who's not exactly young. Mr. Mark Kingon, please join us on the platform. We'll also have, as part of this conversation, two SAIPA insiders who will obviously be engaging with Mr. Mark Kingon. And Etienne, come back onto the platform, please, sir. And lastly, Professor Rashid Small. He'll also going to be in this conversation with Mark Kingon. DJ, bring them on, please.
Thanks, man. So Mark will sit at the back of us. Yes.
Okay.
I think the session that we're going to have with Mark Keenan, it's everyone, like Kaya said, there's two certainties in life from the profession, death and taxes. So we're going to speak on the one that is repetitive in death, taxes. But what we're also going to speak about is how technology is going to change the life of tax practitioners, taxpayers, and also hopefully the efficient utilization and collection of the tax monies that will be used for our benefit, because all of us sitting here are shareholders in government. So that's what we're going to speak about with Mark. And I can tell you, Mark is going to tell us stuff which will take us into the metaverse of the tax future, or it may shock us to say, I don't want to work anymore, I'm going into retirement, and therefore I have no taxes. Welcome, Mark, good morning to you.
Well, yeah, it's good afternoon, actually, but thank you. I trust you can hear me clearly. Rafik? You can hear me clearly. I'm just wondering if the people can hear me.
Oh, thanks, Mark.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
firstly, thank you very much. And let me firstly apologize that I haven't been able to join you physically today as I initially intended. There's a number of things that are going on at the moment in a number of areas, which obviously we are dealing with, which has knocked on. Unfortunately, we've also got this tendency in this virtual world of ours that people like to schedule about 50 meetings a day that are all knocked onto each other. And one gets very little time these days to travel and physically to events. I need to upfront say to the two colleagues on the stage, the presenter whose name I haven't got said I'm old, and yes, I'm old insofar as tax is concerned. I've been around here for 38 odd years. In fact, it's closer to 39 now for my sins. But yes, we've been around a long time, and although I'm old, I do engage with technology, but I don't think, as per the previous speaker, that I'm at the point of educating taxpayers through a gaming platform. And we'll obviously have to engage to the fellow panelists there as we go forward. How do we use those technologies in the metaverse to actually engage with our clientele and educate them in terms of their obligations, etc. But thank you very much for allowing me to be here with you today.
Yeah, Mark, I must tell you, I'm still trying to remember to unmute myself in online meetings. But we think by now I've had enough practice with that. But I think to get started, if you could maybe give us a quick rundown of what the next year or two is going to hold for taxpayers and tax practitioners in terms of SARS's plans of further modernization and the next step in auto assessment.
Sure. And thank you, Etienne. And I did prepare 2 slides, which I won't be flighting today, but essentially a few questions were presented to us, and we thought it would be interesting for those attending both virtually and in the physical area that you are sitting. And the first question that was posed obviously is with SARS Vision 2024 and the impact on tax practitioners. And I know there has been concern with regards to the impact of, for example, the auto assessment on practitioners. And I think as we go forward, and I'll be sharing a little bit more details in that regard as we go into the session, yes, some of the traditional types of work which was related to filling in a tax return for a person who has simply got a salary and maybe 1 or 2 investments is probably going to be a thing of the past for the practitioner. And we do believe, though, that this does not spell the end of the need for a tax practitioner. What it does require is that the tax practitioners get involved in far more complex work and engage in matters where their expertise and training come to the fore in advising on the peripheral matters which impact, for instance, businesses, which impact investments, which impact deductions that I may or may not claim. So, Etienne, I don't think people must see us moving into the future negatively. It's a question of finding opportunities in the platforms that are going to be there in the future for us to beef up our value add in terms of the process as tax practitioners.
Thank you, Mark, for that. And I think that is what most of the tax practitioners that we spoke to will tell you, is that SARS is initially the monkey on our back, and now they're also taking our money away in terms of our clients. But for me, more importantly, and I think most of our colleagues that's answering queries on behalf of SAIPA is our tax practitioners come and say that, now that SARS is using big data, getting information from all platforms, what about Poppy?
And obviously, Poppy has got its implications insofar as ourselves are concerned. And I'll give you a practical example. We've been engaging with the financial institutions where we get data from, and we have to now ensure that even where we request in terms of Section 46 of the Tax Administration Act, where we go to, for instance, financial institutions, they are requesting that those emails get encrypted for Poppy. And this is something that we'll be exploring as we go forward. Just very importantly, there are certain exceptions to the Poppy law insofar as tax as we are concerned, and you need to be aware of that. But I think the whole thing, and as we have more and more cyber crime and phishing and the like, and as we've seen in the last year where people's accounts were hacked, in terms of getting access to the e-filing profile of a practitioner, the encryption of emails and other correspondence, or finding a different platform for the transfer of data between one recognized entity being SARS and another recognized entity being the tax practitioner, is going to become far more crucial. And I think we as tax professionals need to engage and find what are those solutions going to be, and can we have a common basis in which we do that going forward. So Poppy is going to be with us, and we'll have to make the best of it. But for any taxpayer out there or tax practitioner who thinks that it's going to restrict us doing our work, no, it won't. It might change the way of us doing the work, but it will not restrict us in terms of doing our work.
Well, Mark, I think leading from that, I think we talk about data. Any revenue authority is heavily dependent on data and access to that data in order to ensure compliance and proper administration of taxes. So and you made reference to big data and these kind of things. Obviously, SARS is constantly looking at how to receive information or data and mine that as a way of either being able to populate into a return or for purposes of comparing to what the taxpayer is disclosing to identify risk. Now, and in the previous conversation we had on this stage was also with the exchange of information and the likes. If I could ask, where is SARS in its position of being able to really identify these culprits that are shifting value abroad, the ones who have assets that we clearly know it's there, but kind of tying down, because we've seen a lot of things from leaks internationally has taken place, and a lot of a lot of news articles where SARS says, get your orders in your affairs in order, use VDP where you can, but we're going to come for you. Where are we with that?
Okay, I think, Etienne, data is crucial to any revenue authority's work. So I think, as you're aware, we started really going back to the 60s when we started with payrolls, having electronic payrolls, which started in the 60s under a man called Ron Warren, which some of you may have known. That was the start, but those were physical pieces of data that were finally submitted to us. Obviously, we get to 2008 and we've got the conversion with EasyFile. And that was the first step. The second step was all the related third-party information. So as we sit here today, obviously the medical schemes is one, and I'll get to what we are looking at beyond medical schemes insofar as medical costs are concerned. The second one being retirement annuities and related matters. On the income side, obviously the financial institutions and the incomes that they have, such as interest, etc. Those are the known ones. What is in addition is a lot of other areas where we do get data, but not necessarily in a structured, formal, monthly or twice yearly basis. So I'll give you one example. Where, for instance, in terms of the recent riots of last year in KZN, the SASRIA data, the data where people were paid out in terms of SASRIA, where claims for insurance were paid out. Where you're a VAT vendor, people needed to ensure that the VAT was treated correctly because it impacts your VAT declarations. So that type of data we're getting ad hoc now. From such entities, we're going to try and formalize that into a far more structured process that people do realize that we have far more data. For instance, aircraft. If you've got an aircraft, if you've got, for instance, the in and outs of the country via passports, how do we integrate that into 1010 and the understanding in terms of 1010 where we need to look at the specific days that are applicable? And we can go on and on in terms of data. One of the big missing ones that we're busy with this year is trusts with regards to trust distributions, where they distribute to dependents, beneficiaries as such. And we need to understand what are those distributions and how do we tax them. That data we intend to get in a far more structured way. 18A was the remaining big one in terms of personal income tax, where a person has got employment income. And we have seen a lot of abuse in the 18A place. So that data will start preventing us or preventing taxpayers from claiming amounts which have not been physically donated, for instance, when we talk about 18A. When we get to the international, you've spoken about the common reporting standard, the requirements with regards to reporting from other jurisdictions. Obviously, that's work in progress. We are sharing information. We are getting information. It is going into our risk engines. It is being utilized to identify risk. But we have to get into a place that we are using this data far more having regards to almost artificial intelligence in understanding where the risks are in the tax base and reducing the number of audits where there's not a requirement to audit and focus on the non-compliant taxpayers. So from SARS perspective, the getting of this data is in fact going to benefit the taxpayers ultimately who are compliant, because they will be identified far less in terms of audits. That's in terms of the tax space. It also equally impacts the VAT space. Getting the customs data into the VAT space. And I'm sure in the room, if we asked people who have frustration where they've got clients who export goods, if we get all the data with regards to customs, imports and exports, it will greatly facilitate the VAT declarations and reduce the requirement for audits. So there's a twofold benefit, Etienne. One, yes, it will benefit the compliant taxpayer, but hopefully, and the intent is that it would improve compliance with the laws of the country insofar as tax is concerned.
That's good, Mark. I think what you said is that, yes, you're accessing information from all sources, especially now when you spoke about how you link the customs to the VAT. Will there ever be a possibility that such information will be then pushed out or forwarded to the taxpayers to ensure that they don't leave out such information when they do their returns?
Well, we started a journey this past year with regards to providing the third-party data that we're utilizing to populate a return. For those of you who've seen on the e-filing database, we have provided a link to all third-party data, and that does empower a practitioner, for example, to validate that all information that we have is declared. We haven't got to the customs data as yet, but in my view, I don't see anything that would limit us providing that information to the taxpayer concerned. The key issue is we need to understand our tax base and integrate the registrations across, whether it be VAT, pay-as-you-earn, income tax, customs duty, dividends tax, etc. It needs to be integrated into one source of data that is made available to you as the practitioner on a third-party data page that you can then at least validate and give that added value service to your clients in checking that up. I don't see a problem in doing that, and I would recommend that SAIPA maybe consider asking for something like that if they see value. We have started, as I indicated, with third-party data. We haven't got to the customs, but let's consider that together. I would be more than willing to table that with my customs colleagues.
Yeah. So, Mark, one of the big changes, at least for practitioners in this year, has been the abandoning of the IT14 SD. Now, a lot think that the IT14 SD being gone is just you're no longer required, but there is obviously, it's a shift away from the way it was done, which is most effective, to a more efficient and effective method of addressing compliance or differences. Do you want to take us through what the next step is going to be to replace IT14 SD?
I think let's go back one step, Etienne, just in terms of general risk identification. We do want to get far more risk-specific letters and documents going to the taxpayer and tax practitioner, that there isn't a shotgun approach that it's a hit and miss as to what we're looking for and what you provide and when we get a result. We want to be far more specific. That started with personal income tax, but unfortunately, we're not fully there yet with personal income tax. With VAT, we'll be rolling out risk-specific letters where we ask for specific items. And hopefully, as we get vendor transactional detail, like many jurisdictions are doing, that will improve that side. On the 14 SD, I need to say it was the best solution at that point in time. But I think, as you are aware, there are many nuances when one compares the income tax turnover, the VAT turnover, and the pay-as-you-earn turnover, whether it be timing differences, whether it be apportionment issues in certain types of entities, that really made the IT14 SD a frustration to both you as practitioners and obviously to taxpayers as well. And the cost thereof was huge. But that doesn't mean that with the withdrawal of the 14 SD that we are just removing any risk identification on the company returns. The product team that is in charge of corporate income tax, CIT as we refer to it as, are looking at the introduction of certain risk-specific letters in this process. But it's not nearly as easy in the corporate tax space, because the data that we have currently, the third-party data, would be limited to, for instance, bank accounts, debits and credits, which you cannot compare to turnover. It might be limited to the VAT turnover, which, as we're fully aware, does not equate to the tax turnover necessarily. And then pay as you earn, the payroll is one aspect that might be captured there, but it does not necessarily equate in every instance, specifically with regards to timing. Outside that, there are a number of sources that we are not garnering as yet with regards to companies. For instance, when we talk of, let's talk of some of the allowances where Department of Science and Technology have to approve certain research things. We need to integrate that data into our risk engines. Get that data up front and say that so-and-so has got an approved research project, and only identify if there's a concern with regards to those types of things. So going forward, the removal of the SD, Etienne, is not a blanket removal of risk processes, but it's a journey towards getting risk specific. But it's going to be a far tougher journey than PIT.
Thank you, Mark. Mark, just the frustration that we get from our members and taxpayers is that, with all the resources at the disposal of SARS, they basically moving into a digital Ferrari, while some tax practitioners are either on horse and cart or probably a Toyota, and they don't talk to one another, and that causes frustrations for practitioners at large. How do you ensure synergies between that which will facilitate the efficiency of the relationship between tax practitioners and SARS, but also the two systems that are sort of at different scales of functionality?
There are a few things. So firstly, the integration of a tax practice into the SARS systems is going to have to be something that we fully address going forward. I think if I was to survey and be able to see the room and I was to ask, is the e-filing platform user-friendly in a tax practice? I will pick up that some people will say no, and it does not integrate into how I run my practice. And I think we need to have a concerted effort of the usability of our platforms integrating into the norm. We can't have for every different practice a different model, but into the norm of running a practice, that it eases the burden, identifies the correspondence up front, because often that is a problem because people do not see the correspondence. And ultimately, we've got to integrate into some of the software packages, whether, let's take one, Sage, some of the Sage packages, Pastel, etc., that it fully integrates into that. Can you imagine if you've got one software package that seamlessly integrates into all the SaaS processes? It would make it far easier in terms of managing your practice. The fact, though, is, and unfortunately you spoke of horse and carriage being the one, there are one or two practitioners out there who still write physical letters, not typed letters to me. And they are registered practitioners. I'm not sure how they operate these days outside the electronic platform. But unfortunately, we're all in an age that we're going to have to adapt to have a full electronic integration into these platforms where the physical will not be at all, actually. And we want to get to a place that practitioners are not physically engaging with us, that they only electronically engaging with us, that they're not having to call the contact center, that they not having to visit a branch and stand in a queue or make an appointment, which is frustrating. So this is a journey together. The previous speaker spoke of many advances. I think in the tax space, we're going to see a lot going forward. And unfortunately, as practitioners, we're going to have to And as a tax administrator, in my case, we will have to either adapt or die, because that is where the world is going.
Well, Mark, I can assure you, you won't be receiving handwritten letters from me because you won't be able to read the handwriting.
Neither mine.
But
Neither mine.
my daughter keeps complaining every time I leave a note. She says she's not a farmer, so she can't read my handwriting. So my question, that kind of following on from that, is that, you know, obviously we drive this whole issue of data, and that now VAT, we know, is a pretty resilient tax in South Africa, and a high level of compliance compared to the other taxes. But we've seen internationally that there's this whole drive towards creating a digital space of where things like the actual tax invoice is digitally recorded in a central platform. We see that throughout the European Union because of the combination there. But we're even seeing in countries like Profits, India, where it's almost real time, that as a transaction takes place, where the portion of VAT is almost split off. Can we expect that in the next few years that SARS is exploring things like that in considering our, I would say, the general population, and that there's still a portion of our population that don't have bank accounts, don't do digital transactions? Are we in a place where we can move towards more digital integration to aid tax compliance?
Very much so. And the whole issue of the digitization of invoices and the real-time provision of those invoices to SARS is definitely something that is on the table for introduction. You will know, Etienne, that in terms of certain jurisdictions, they've even provide cash registers to certain smaller businesses to allow that integration. One of our biggest risks that we are facing, and even in this past 2 weeks, I've seen one example of what we call fabricated invoices that have been created and presented to SARS to try and get a refund that the person wanted for VAT. And on inquiry with regards to the entity that so-called provided the invoice, it is found to be fictitious. The real-time provision of data from, specifically, if we talk the major suppliers in our country, where they are operating on, for instance, SAP, Oracle, and all of those types of things, is not a difficult thing to do. In fact, they have been designed to provide that. And those invoices, our intention is to provide them in real time to SARS, that when a VAT 201 comes and a person is asked for the input invoices, we would actually have sight of those invoices in advance, specifically with some of the risk areas that are there. So that is definitely something that we are seeking to address. And we trust that we can make progress in due course. Just by the way, we did in the previous, probably in about 2013, we did table a specification for real-time VAT invoices data to be provided. It did not progress at that point in time. There was not much of an appetite. But the team under Pranesh Rampal, who is heading up our VAT product, is very much focused on getting to that point going forward. And it's definitely one of our Vision 2024 that the Commissioner has highlighted, because it will ease the way of doing business for legitimate traders. Thank you.
Yes, Mark, I think you mentioned about collaboration. Who should drive the collaboration between the professional bodies, SARS, and the software providers to ensure that you can set a minimum benchmark for practitioners to have, to ensure that they can interface with you much more easier? Should it be the professional bodies, SARS, or the RCB, or who should initiate such a activity?
You're touching on an important issue, and it's one of the challenges that you have. What we had in the payroll space, which has really been quite a model in terms of developing that interface, was an entity called the Payroll Authors Group, which is a non-profit that is established to represent people who are in the payroll industry. And they acted as a collaborative arm with us in engaging to form a common basis in which the specs are developed, because the biggest issue is that the specifications need to be developed and agreed across industry. We would not be able to, for instance, engage with SAIPA in one hand and then SAICA in another and SITE in another, and whoever else, the Law Society, etc., in a different forum. We need to bring that together. I don't have a solution as we sit here because we haven't got to that point, but we're really needing a collaborative approach that brings the software vendors plus the RCBs, plus then obviously large industry, because they would have a big interest in this, onto a common forum that we can then collaborate and design something that will benefit all of us. If you've got a solution, I would be more than willing to listen. At the moment, I don't. I would love there to be what I refer to as a VAT authors group, a VAG, but there isn't one currently.
So Mark, moving on to a little bit more closer to home and real-time issues, and that comes down to disputes. So we've obviously had a lot of feedback from taxpayers complaining about the timelines that disputes take, and just feeling sometimes that these things don't get resolved quick enough. Do you want to talk us through the process that SARS goes through and the I would almost say the mountain that you've got to scale in dealing with disputes?
Yeah, there are a few mountains that we have at the moment, and I think all of you are aware of them. I was looking at the complaints that we're getting on a daily basis with regards to refund and verifications that are taking long. But the common one, and you will recall, Etienne, that the Ombud actually released a report some while ago with regards to disputes, and we indicated that we would be addressing it. So it remains to be an issue throughout the dispute pipeline. So what is that pipeline? Well, firstly, I think we do need to get to a point, Etienne, that we're giving far better reasons for assessments raised. In other words, that we don't leave it to the practitioner or the client to guess what we have done. And I think you are aware in the verification space, we do not issue a letter of findings, but on the ITA 34, there are some, and I looked at my mom's the other day, cryptic notes as to why a certain amount was disallowed. We have to get far better at that and provide detail that makes sense as to why the SARS official disallowed an amount. The second part, and we've got two mountains, and one is the objections, and we are flooded with objections at the moment, and that is driven by one or two scenarios. And the biggest one is that we are not getting all the supporting documents on a timeous basis. And there's various factors for that, some of them SARS related, some of them in the taxpayers' court. But the fact that we are not getting some documentation until it gets to the dispute stage, where it should have been provided at the verification stage, is driving a huge mountain, what we call owner's cases. In other words, where it's simply a question of fact. Was this expense incurred for medical or RA or whatever it might be? That's a big one that is driving. So when we get to the appeals, unfortunately, my dear colleague Wayne Broughton, who's head of our litigation, is also swamped with appeals that is clogging the works. And some of them are also owner's cases. So a person may not provide documents at a verification stage. They get to objection, they don't provide it, the objection gets disallowed. It goes to appeal stage, and again, now we're sitting, where are the documents? An ADR is done and the documents are produced and it's resolved. And I think we've got to find a way to get rid of these owner's cases, Etienne. One way is to maximize the use of third-party data, but it's really the peripheral matters, such as when we get to disability, the other costs related to that. When it gets to medical out-of-pocket expenditures, when it gets to 18A, which we hope to do away with in the coming year, When it gets to 10.10, there's some challenges there. We need to look at some process which would allow us to validate this separately from what we are doing today. So, Etienne, I think, yes, disputes remains a significant issue. And maybe just to remind the folk in the room, that the payment, request a payment suspension if you're objecting or appealing. It is not automatic. There is a process online that you can do it. Please apply for that request for a suspension, or else you will be getting letters in following up on the debt. So that would be my comment on disputes. But we do acknowledge that it remains a critical issue for our service offering, Etienne, that we're trying to get on top of, but it's a huge mountain to climb, and it seems to some days be one step forward and two steps back.
Just on that, Mark, I think if you look at now that you're moving into the digital space, I think, and you spoke about all the risks, and I think for me is that if you use technology to resolve disputes and you categorize the causes of those disputes, and that is then given as a summary to probably the RCBs, and then maybe that can be as part of their requirements to incorporate into their CPD processes, which should facilitate the entire lack of supporting documentations. And the system should basically say that if there should be an attachment, system checks, no attachment, sorry, can't go forward.
One of the things just linked to that is that I want to get to a point that the attachments are indexed. So let's say we're requiring a logbook and medical costs, that they would be put into different bundles on e-filing, that it's easily, and then if it's not there, that it can easily be identified, coming back to the point you're making. I'm fully aligned with that. Yeah, and I think we need to start calling out people who do fail. And obviously we are not perfect, and I'll be the first one to put my hand up in that regard.
Mark, the other thing that I think we'd like to address is that, often SARS is felt as out to get you. It's when SARS engages or there's an audit, it's because they can't walk out without at least an assessment in hand, which sometimes feels that it's not driven by trying to get compliance to law or trying to get the correct tax outcome, but rather an assessment that can be yielded. VAT is typically one of those where the focus of the audit will often be about where can I find that this tax invoice does not comply so that I can raise an assessment, rather to the point of, is this the correct tax outcome? I don't know if you want to talk a little bit to the objective of SARS, and perhaps that feeling that SARS is out to only to assess what they can find wrong rather than to find the correct tax result or fair tax result, I should rather say.
Let me, Etienne, and very importantly, our strategic objectives start specifically, and they were specifically modeled to give focus to two areas, as we've got 9 strategic objectives. But the first two was that we give absolute clarity as to what your requirements are. But the second one is that we make it easy to do so. It is only thereafter that we should be getting to number 3, which is really the stick of the carrot and stick approach. Essentially, that is when we must get there. That some of our colleagues may be seen to be a bit hard. Yes, and look, I don't think I'm probably one of the softest taxmen around, tax person around, and I tend to be on the soft side when I get to dealing with matters. But being a taxman is not easy, Etienne, because you are faced with many areas of accountability, of looking at invoices which you've got no way of knowing at that point in time, for instance, that it is fictitious or not fictitious. Our motto must be not a cent more tax than is due and not a cent less. Getting there is sometimes a problem, Do we make mistakes and our approach can be gruff? Well, yes, it is true. But there are times, and Etienne, it's a question of balance. There are times I have to be. We have to be firmer in getting to the result because people blatantly lie. This person who I indicated with the VAT invoice this past week with me was threatening me physically to come to my office and do something to me. And that's become the reality with some taxpayers. And in his case, it is blatant fraud. It's not even questionable fraud. It is fraud. So that is the reality that some of our staff are faced with. But I do find that the majority of our staff want to do the right thing. But they are faced with a production hurdle. In other words, the volume of work that they've got to get through, number one. Number two, obviously, there are complications in understanding all the tax types. I think you are aware of that. I think none of us know all the tax types. After 38 years, I still scratch my head. I was looking for something this morning in the law and I couldn't find it. But these people who are doing this are expected, for instance, in a verification space, within 20 minutes to validate this, know the law in the application of it. That we get it wrong sometimes, yes. But we do have channels, Etienne, that deal with this. And that you're going to face firmness, yes. That we are sometimes wrong, yes. But in many cases, we are 100% correct. It's getting the balance, Etienne, that we get to the point that we only get the taxes that are due. I don't propagate in any way going beyond that, and neither does the commissioner or does our value system here, and anybody operating outside that we do address, and it comes down to coaching to behave in the proper way.
Mark, Faith said there's a couple of questions from the audience and also those online. Faith, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Mark, for the presentation and answering our questions. I've got a few questions that are on our online platform. The first one is, you are aware already of the unhappiness, if I may call it that, of the auto assessments, and not so much on the principle of auto assessments, but more on how it's being dealt with, and also the fact that what was the objective seems not to be always applicable. The number of issues we had at the start of this year's filing season attests to the issues where people that were not supposed to be auto-assessed were auto-assessed. So there are quite a few comments and also questions on, is this going to be resolved? Are we still going to see the same problems on the next filing season, where there is so much that is not right with the auto assessments? I will also just pair that question with the one that's asking on the pre-population of information for people that are holding passports. Will SARS get to a stage where all that information is pre-populated because the tax practitioners or the one that posed the question feels the information does not pull through?
Okay. Thank you, Faith, and it's good to hear from you. I couldn't see you, but it's good to hear from you. We've been involved in this industry for a long time together. People are frustrated with certain aspects of the auto assessment. Yes, and I understand that. Yes, there were people who auto assessments were raised who should probably not have been raised on. But the process to deal with that, I think, was quite clear, that I had a 40-day window and I could ask for a 40-day extension within that 40-day window. Now, what is fascinating to me, and I'm just looking at the data on my other screen here. As I sit here today, we had probably about 2.8 or so million auto assessments. We have currently 4.8 million people, actually closer to 4.9, have unique taxpayers have filed this year. But in terms of corrections requested, it's less than 10% of those assessments have requested in terms of a correction of the assessments raised. So it's not a huge number. What is also very interesting in terms of the requests for extension, it's less than 0.5% are people who've asked for an extension of the 40-day process. So we are not seeing, we obviously heard some of the noise and there were some mistakes in the journey to get there, but we are not seeing it as a big issue. And some of the issues that we've highlighted this year are definitely in our design to fix for next year. Auto assessments are here to stay. I think that we need to understand. And if one just goes and has a look at the last few years at our branches compared to this past filing season, you'll see the fundamental change in people having to visit our branches. And that is a huge breakthrough for us, where people stood for endless hours just to be served when there's just an IRP5, a certificate of medical, maybe an RA, etc. So I think it has helped a lot of people. That there's some people caught up incorrectly into it, yes, but we do believe there are options for people to get out of that process in terms of requesting extension and filing a correction, etc. So, it wasn't a fait accompli that an auto assessment was issued. There was still a process whereby a person could add or subtract information which they felt was incorrect, and correct the assessment. But yes, Faith, we are intending to provide improvements going forward, and we will welcome from industry any suggestions of improvement. Just in terms to the second question which you raised with regards to the passports, it is not as easy as 1, 2, 3. Yes, Home Affairs has got a database of passports. You will find that some people have got multiple passports and may exit on one and come in on another. There's various aspects that happen with that, but directionally, yes, we'd love to do that. It will not be happening next year, that's for sure. In fact, in our Vision 2024, that is not our intention to have it on the table by then. But going forward, yes, it's something that we'd like to work together to get on the table with regards to passport. It will validate the 1010 and other requirements with regards to double taxation agreements and the like. And make it far easier, also in the tax residency space.
Just a comment on, before we take, there's a question from the floor. Just on the auto assessments, what we realized was that this year, a lot of those auto assessments actually were where there was additional income that had not been taken into account. So you can appreciate that the taxpayer is not going to come back and say, hey, you undertaxed me and here, redo it. It actually were tax practitioners who became aware of those incorrect assessments, especially where a refund had already been paid out to the taxpayer, who then came back and said, please review this assessment. So you might, because I'm aware that there will be, once the filing season is now closed, when you go through that, you will find a lot out of the 2.8 million that had been auto-assessed, where really there would have been a need to ask for or to request a reassessment, but they didn't because it was in the taxpayer's favor. We're human beings. Let's take the question that is on the floor.
Yes, just Mike over here. We'll just take the last two questions from Altaf and then from
Hi, thanks, Mark. I wish I could have an hour one-on-one with you, just a cordial discussion and no threats, nothing. I think, Mark, what's frustrating to us as tax practitioners at the end of the day, when we, and I love the modernization, I love doing it when it works. I think the one aspect that comes out is when you do any registration, and you know, the headache with this representative registration and things, and a common theme that came out of a lot of presenters here is the computer can't think like a human. You know, you do something, the computer shuts it off and says not approved or not finalized, blah, 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 and it's the end of the thing. You have to reapply and it kicks you out and kicks you out. You know, every weekend, and one of our members already said, can't you guys as an organization talk to SARS? They send you out SMSs over weekends. And you know, all you get is banking verification failed. Why? I've done it 30 times already and I just don't get it right. Give me some feedback, you know. I did a client 5 companies for this representative registration. And at the end of the day, one went through no problem. And it's the same thing. It's just company documents that change. The other 4, you just don't get it approved. That's becoming frustrating. And, you know, if you look at this whole thing of assessments, auto assessments, I have no problem. How can a registered provisional taxpayer be auto assessed? You know, when a client said you shouldn't have got a refund, he says, that's thank you for your services, I'm moving on. So as far as technology is concerned, I think SARS needs to be aware that there needs to be, at least at some stage, there needs to be interaction. You can't just close a case every time. There needs to be a one-on-one feedback, maybe this was missing, that was missing. Give it to us, not in 21 days, give it to us 5 days, and we will close the case or whatever. Something along that effect. You know, I had an issue where, and I got very mad with call center, where after 21 days we phoned up and we said, look, verification period is over. What's happening? Oh no, we couldn't verify it. We didn't have enough time or something. Now we've moved it to audit and there's no time frame. And I said, I had a nice word I used there. I said, you can't tell me that. You know, so these little frustrations is what affects us. But I think also very important, Mark, is when we sit with you on the stakeholders, we sit with you on, you know, very high on. The problem is when we deal with the people who's doing the work down there, they don't have the discussion which you guys can actually do something about. And unfortunately, they just tell you something and, you know, unfortunately, you have to either say, get the supervisor to come back to me or something to that effect. So these are all the frustrations. You spoke earlier on about, you know, your timing and you're overstressed with work, with objections and things. I'll give you one, and then I'm going to stop after this one. I'm going to give you one last example. You know, a verification was done on 22. When I did the 21 in October last year, there was absolutely no verification. This year, the verification, I get confirmation, verification is done, no changes. And the third email, within 5 minutes, it's handed over to an official. And guess what? They want a donation certificate now of 21 for 1,500 rand. Where's the materiality of all of this? Of a taxpayer that's on 26%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Due to time, I'll just allow Mark to respond. Mark, we will arrange a townhouse discussion with SARS, and we will obviously have most of the tax practitioners around, and we will talk, have just our open talk that we have all the time.
Yeah.
Just your responses and closure.
Yeah. Faith, if I may just respond just very quickly, and thank you very much. And I think that a number of things have been raised here that we need to consider. One is we need more engagement like this. We need to find a way that a town hall discussion that I bring the people into the room, I can facilitate that discussion, that they understand, for instance, the frustrations with the registered representative, the frustrations with regards to auditing a 1,200 Rand donation at where there's 26% tax rate, which is really insignificant. That we understand the frustrations of getting a automated response, which doesn't give you the clarity that you need to resolve and satisfy your client. And I think we need to have those engagements. We don't have it enough. And you really need to have a virtual platform where I pull everybody in and where we're not defensive, because I don't want to be defensive, because I know you've got legitimate concerns, that we listen to each other and table that. Just coming to the issue that was raised a little earlier, with regards to now it slips my mind as I'm sitting here. The earlier question, Etienne.
Sorry, Mark, which question is that?
There was an earlier question.
What,
now it
from
slips
the
my mind.
floor?
Yeah, or from online.
Right.
Oh, no, you all the ones that were
answered
online,
them.
yeah.
The last one was just a comment before we took
Yeah.
questions from the floor.
No, Faith just gave a comment, Mark, about.
Oh, okay.
But I think,
No,
like you said, going forward, there need to be much more engagement, as Faith stated, and I'm sure Faith and her team will make sure something like that happens, and where we can have the taxpayers just to vent their frustrations with you without being violent.
No. And my door's always open for that. Over the years, I've always been available for that. Just it comes back to me, Faith, in terms of people who receive a refund where actually we have not taxed everything. We took a position that we'd issue an auto assessment when we are largely satisfied that the data is mostly comprehensive. That is not 100% comprehensive. That was a risk that we did take in terms of processing those matters. Just to go to the issue, what is my obligation as a tax practitioner? I do believe if you become aware of somebody doing that and taking money that's not legitimate, you do have some obligations in terms of your code of conduct. And that's something I'll leave for you guys to discuss and consider. But my thanks and my apology again for not being there in person. But I really do enjoy this type of engagement because we need to understand the real world out there. In making our products and services better. But thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark, and thank you, Prof. Small and Etienne Retief. We are way out of time. Kaya is going to introduce our next panel discussion.
Thank you very much, Faith. We do not have a panel discussion.
thanks.
We've got a power lunch coming up because the panelists that you're going to see here are the most extraordinary individuals that do truly remarkable things in their different spheres. So you are not going to be missing out on lunch. You are actually having lunch in here. This is our power lunch, Victor. The topic that we'll be focusing on is the impact on decision-making for business leaders. And of course, we do think business advisory is a fundamental component of what we do as professionals. So it becomes quite key for us to deliberate on matters on how to get this right on an ongoing basis. The panel will be facilitated by a stalwart. The panel will be facilitated by a heavyweight. Alta Prinsloo is the Chief Executive Officer of PAFA, Federation of Accountants. But before then, she was at IFAC, she's been at SAIPA, she's been at multiple institutions where obviously ideas of leadership and leading with purpose have been the definition of her job profile. Alta Prinsloo, please join us on the stage. Our next panelist may look a bit shorter than me from a distance, but her stature and her profile towers over mine in every respect you can think of. Dr. Claudel von Eck has been a previous CEO of the Institute of Internal Auditors. She currently bides her time as a leadership coach. She's a governance specialist. You have ethical issues. This is the person that you call. So whenever we need to deliberate on the latest corporate scandal on the radio airwaves, she's the first person that we go to because, well, given what she's learned before and given what she's seen, she definitely knows where all the issues are and how to canvas them. Dr. von Eck, please join us. Our next panelist is the one individual who's probably getting many more phone calls since 2017, because in December 2017, one of the most accomplished boards of directors realized that they didn't know what it is that they're presiding over. So of course, everybody was like, how? So what do directors do? How did these directors not see that? So since then, Pami Natterson has had to explain in many ways, this is what they know, this is what they can do. And yes, if you keep putting in people into your boardroom who have never attended any of the courses that the IODSA puts together, what do you expect to see? Pami Natterson, the CEO of the Institute of Directors. Did I lose my professor? Ah, the professor's still here. He's also going to join us. But before then, our next panelist is another heavyweight. So everybody in here in one form or another has been talking about, small businesses. We need them to unleash the potential of the economy. We all regard ourselves as partners in that small business journey. We support them in many ways. But the great enabler of their ability to even become small businesses and then to thrive in small businesses and then to be in a position to hire us to advise them is, of course, the Chief Executive Officer of I Am an Entrepreneur. I'm not, but she knows many more entrepreneurs. Ketumetse Ligaba. The last member of our panel is the internal sage. Did you see that pun? The sage of SAIPA. Okay, Sage, I'm giving you much more airtime compared to other sponsors. And that is, of course, Professor Rachid Small. So as I said, this is the Power Lunch feature. So if anyone asks you what you were doing on this particular day, tell them that you had access to the greatest lineup ever assembled on a Thursday in a lunchtime in Sandton without load shedding. Over to you, Alta.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And maybe we'll talk during lunch about the exact meaning of heavyweight.
We'll make it happen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome, panel and Prof. Thank you so much for co-moderating. I'm a little nervous. I asked Prof, did you bring your papers? Because it's kind of, how we're going to do it. And he says, well, it's on my computer. And I don't see any computer. But Claudel says we'll wing it. So when we put the panel together, I ask everybody to tell me something about them, something interesting that we won't know. And Ketumetsu said, I'm passionate about an inclusive entrepreneurial ecosystem, and I'm dedicated to building sustainable SMMEs to ensure long-term economic viability in South Africa and beyond. But what I love most, Ketumetsu, is how you sign your emails, yours in development. I'm going to steal that from you. Let's come to Dr. Claudel van Eck, who actually wants to be Claudel. So refreshing. And I asked Claudel, and did you know that Claudel dances ballroom and Latin America? Right? And when we come to Parmi, you inspire me. Parmi said she walks between 5 kilometers, 5 and 10 kilometers every day. Sure. So she made me put my sneakers in my car. On my way home, I'm stopping at the Botanical Gardens. And if I keep it up, Claudel, maybe I can take up dancing in the future. So I'm going to hand over to Prof, who we said needs no introduction, to set the scene. Prof?
Yeah, I think like Kaya said, these are the intelligentsia of the Pacific industries and their domains. And I think when we speak about what we're speaking about today is primarily the responsibilities of directors. We had a good chat yesterday about the governance as well as the King Code. And for me is, in the world of digitization, I know that 4 years ago, Saudi Arabia accepted the first Android as a citizen of its country. How far are we away from having bots running the boardroom? And that's what I said, and like we all agree, spoke about yesterday, we said that unfortunately, your technology and your tools, or even with AI, can only make decisions, but they can't bring the thinking process into the impact of the decisions that they will be making. So the discussion that we're going to have today amongst all the important, I won't use the words Kaya used, I'll say the intelligent rather than the other words Kaya used, which is debatable, about how do we now bring the responsibilities of the decision makers in an organization to take accountability beyond responsibility. And I think I always find it interesting when I see people say positions are open for applications for directors. Everyone puts their hand up. But when something goes wrong and you say, who's going to be accountable? Then they start looking around. Is it me or is it you or the you or you? Because I can't be me. And I think for me, that becomes very important in terms of our discussion today, and also the ethical issues where information drives decisions and how your decision makers depend on technology to provide them with the information. And I think for me, that is where I'd like to stop and say our discussion will be from, and I'll just on the side, I supervise the research for a person who did a PhD on decision making, and especially financial and investment decision making. And they did a comparison between males and females. And unfortunately, they said that females are the best decision makers. Yes, they're not in the board. I had to accept it because it was scientifically researched.
So, Prof, I didn't research it scientifically, but I must say, when I got ready this morning and I had to decide what to wear, what color, what shoes, what would look good on stage, I thought that's why we're such good decision makers, because I don't think you had to make that many decisions this morning, Prof. So let's look at the boardroom, Rodel. So starting in the boardroom and directors' reliance on technology-generated data for decision making, what are the implications for ethical leadership?
That's a deep question. But first, let me say, Prof, you're talking about the Android and citizenship. I remember back when I was still at the Institute of Internal Auditors, a number of years ago, we already started having conversations around at what point are we going to have to talk about the bots being members of the Institute, because at that point, Standard Bank already had a bot that was issuing instructions. So this thing was a supervisor. So we're talking about a member at a higher level. And so to come back to your question in terms of the boards, I think what is fundamentally important is that we don't lose who we are as human beings in the process. And that we're able to think very deeply about what it is that we are dealing with. So if we talk about ethical implications for leaders, firstly, we need to have a very good understanding of what it is that we mean when we talk about ethics. For me, very simply, it is, my simple definition is do no harm or minimize harm. And I say minimize because sometimes we're dealing with ethical dilemmas and you've got to choose the lesser of evils. So inevitably, you may be sitting with a situation there where there may be harm. And if you start there, and make sure that we don't have a very narrow focus, because one of the things that really worry me when we talk about ethics is we tend to have our focus primarily on fraud and corruption, and that is just but a small subset of ethical implications. But if you start to think deeply about the harm, then you can start to think about all the various areas where there may be ethical implications. And then I think importantly, when we talk about leadership, firstly to understand our own limitations as human beings. The technology, at the rate at which technology is going and what is coming through to us in terms of information is running faster than our evolutionary process as human beings. And so as human beings, we are still in terms of how our brains have developed over time and have evolved over time. We see certain cues, and I appreciated the question that was asked to Mark, or one of the comments that was posted to Mark earlier on in terms of the human interaction, and that these machines are not yet able to predict all kinds of human behavior, but also for us as leaders to understand our own limitations. So if you do that, so if you start with ethical, putting on the cap of, I need to look at where the harm may be, because if you're not going to do harm, you first need to inspect where's the harm going to be, and you've got to think deeply about it, think about my limitations, and then when I come to the data now, I can start from a perspective of understanding where the vulnerability is. Then we need to ask the questions around the limitations of the information that we get through the data. When we're sitting in the boardroom, where's the information being drawn from is fundamentally important. So if we fall, and it's very easy to fall into the trap of thinking that the information that's sitting in front of us is complete and accurate, and that it doesn't have anything in it that may cause harm. Right? So, and we know that you don't even have to look far. Just here in Sandton across the road in our banking, in the financial services sector, the banking sector, for example, we've already seen issues around algorithms creating where the discrimination has come through. So when the board member sits with information, you can't just take the information as accurate, right? So and the integrity of the information has to be questioned. We need to ask questions around the assumptions around which the algorithms are built on. Because remember, the algorithms essentially take the instructions from humans. And if those human beings insert their own biases in how the information is constructed, or even how we draw conclusions from our statistical analysis, if those biases are built in, then essentially what the board member is sitting with is information that is fundamentally flawed and may have significant ethical implications in it. So we've got to think about that. Then we've got to think about what we can use and how we can use it. So in terms of the information that's sitting in front of us, if I use the information to make decisions and I use that information incorrectly, I may have ripple effects in terms of the actions of the organization into society, and then ask, who do the decisions affect? How will they be affected? And being able to think broadly about it. And here I think also diversity is so important so that we can look through different lenses. Otherwise, we're going to fall in significant pitfalls. So lastly, we probably need to start having serious conversations at board level around the auditing of artificial intelligence results, and perhaps, Pami, we're getting to a point where we're talking about algorithmic governance and beyond just talking about IT or ICT or just technology, but go deeper, because I think our understanding at this point in time in terms of ethical implications in technology is still very limited. But if we start with understanding our limitations, we can engage. If we go in with the illusion of invulnerability and think that we know it all, we're going to make serious mistakes.
So if we don't take the advice from Claudel, clearly there can be also legal implications. So Parmi, how can directors' reliance on technology-generated data affect their legal duties, particularly if they do not, if they do so without applying the necessary professional skepticism?
So I think firstly, with regards to director duties, technology-generated data should be treated like similar to any other data that the board is looking at. So that means you can't just believe what is placed before you without applying professional skepticism. So when you're as a board member sitting there and something is given to you, you need to be applying your mind and saying, can I trust this data? What assurance do I have that this data is reliable? Does this data make sense in relation to everything else that I know about this business? I often tell people that there's a skill to being a director, that you are not just reading what's on the page, so what management or whoever has tabled to you and provided to you, right? But there's a skill to what's not on that page, reading between the lines. What are they not telling me? Asking the right questions then in the boardroom to ensure that we have a full picture before we make a decision is very important. And then I also wanted to mention the business judgment rule, or what is known as the business judgment rule, but it's in the Companies Act where it's, if I can, for want of a better word, a bit of a defense for directors to say, that they made the decision in the best interest of the company, etc. One of the requirements for the business judgment rule is that there was a rational basis for the decision and that the necessary care, skill, and diligence was taken in making that decision. And for me, this talks straight into, we cannot take anything just at face value. And that's why we have directors there. That's why we have humans in those seats, applying their minds, applying their judgment to the information that's provided to them.
Thank you so much. I want to turn for a moment to SMEs, which of course is regarded as the power or the engine of our economies. So Ketumetse, how can technology assist SME owners to make better decisions in a volatile, uncertain, and complex environment?
Very important question. And I think, in the SMME space, we currently using technology for operational efficiencies, right? We at the beginning of the use of tech, where we are allowing it to help us just to operate efficiently, not only on our numbers, right? But also on our business processes. It's helping us to access of data, to access certain skills that we require, and also to access customers that are required in our businesses. So I think for the SMME currently, technology has really enabled us to have more and to be able to access more from a business perspective and also from an information perspective, just in helping us to get the customers that we need to be able to make the money that we need, and also just use the money efficiently within the operations of our businesses.
Thank you so much. I want to talk a little bit about how accountancy is changing. So thinking about accountants moving from doing the same things to doing the same things differently, to doing different things. And different things is really about the interconnection between people, planet, and prosperity. So I'm going to ask Parmi about a board that must act in the best interest of the company, while also considering the interests of other material stakeholders in the company. So how do directors use technology-generated data to make sure that it really takes into account people, planet, and prosperity?
So I think we first need to just set the foundation of the 6 capitals, right? Every business requires the 6 capitals in order to operate, and every business impacts the 6 capitals through the running of its business. And it's so important that boards balance the needs, interests, and expectations of these various capitals. I don't think any one decision can benefit all the stakeholders at any point in time. So a lot of time, board decisions is about balancing trade-offs between these capitals or between these stakeholders. So I can give you some examples. If we don't reduce our carbon footprint, for example, we have a negative impact on the environment, on natural capital. If we're worried about the great resignation now, and we suddenly do massive increases for our employees in order to retain them, because that's what our business needs, we're increasing our human capital at the cost of financial capital. So every decision, there's these trade-offs that you have to make. And I guess data then assists us to apply our minds to those trade-offs and makes decisions that are in the best interest of the company, but being mindful of the impact thereof to the material stakeholders, and also looking at it sustainably. So, years gone by, a lot of the decisions was based on what's going to generate the most financial reward. And I think that's totally gone now. We understand that we can't operate in a world where we can have as much money as we want, but if there's no water supply, we can't operate. And I think that's very clear. It's certainly not an exact science, this trade-offs thing. And that's, I guess, another reason why we need a collective board of humans to apply their minds, because it's a judgment call. It really is a judgment call of what's in the best long-term interests of the organization.
Yeah, and it is concerning. I mean,
Can I just ask a question? And this has been bothering for the last 2 weeks. The decision of Elon Musk with Twitter. I know what you said, Claudel, is that you must look at the harm you can cause. But I mean, to get 24.8 million as a retirement packaging for being fired, I'd like to hold that position. How do you feel? What went through his mind in terms of what we just spoke now about, looking at the harm you can cause, looking at the benefit of the organization, balancing stuff, or is it just that I'm so powerful that no one questions me? And it doesn't only happen with him. I think it's quite a number of the director or chief directors in across the globe?
Prof, my simple response would be, I think we as human beings, as a collective, as society, really need to do introspection around how did we create a system that creates that. I am unapologetically not in the camp of tradition, or let me say capitalism as it has evolved or devolved since the 70s. I think that as human beings, we created a system that is not benefiting us. It's benefiting some, and it has created those centers of power that I can't see. There's no way that I can see, whichever way I look at it, that it is in the interest of the collective. So I really think we need to reevaluate where we are. And if we stay on this trajectory, we are heading for serious trouble.
Pam, your opinion?
Yeah,
about
I think,
Elon Musk?
look, I think the one thing we must also just place on record is that America is a very different place to the rest of the world. And some countries are, I don't know if I want to use the word more progressive, but more progressive on these matters around balancing people, planet, profit, and all those sorts of things. And then apart from America being a different country, Elon Musk is also a different human being. I mean, I also saw that once he bought over the shares, he fired the whole board immediately. And I immediately thought, how do you just fire the whole board and you have zero institutional knowledge left? But these things happen out there.
Okay, Tometsu, just to take that further, and Elon Musk brags that his skills and his tenacity and that was actually grown in South Africa.
And then he wants to say we mustn't even say he's from South Africa. But I really think what was said earlier on is so correct, that we've built a society where the pockets of power have really been promoted. And we are in a place, particularly, I think the whole world, we're in a place where the pockets of power are allowing the powerless to not even say anything to the ones with power. So I think because of that, you know, when something like that happens and someone gets into a power position, they fire the whole board, there's 20 other people lining up to take the board's position. So those pockets of power have created this segregation in our society and in our business environment that we feel powerless to even think about trying to change it at this point.
Yeah, for sure. So more generally, I want to turn back to Claudel and ask her how ethical leaders then use technology-generated data to achieve consensus in decision-making, particularly in cases where they have diverse views, right?
Yeah, let me firstly put this on the table and say that we need to be very, very careful when we talk about consensus. For me, context is everything. Right? So we may find ourselves falling into the trap of going into groupthink because we're wanting to reach consensus. So that's important. Earlier on, I said, yes, I mentioned the diversity that is important. I think the ability to take the data that is in front of us, and of course, with the pretext that we've interrogated that information is accurate and there's integrity and that we don't have ethical implications in there that we may trip over, is really at the end of the day to be able to come back to what does this mean? What does the data say to us? And how do we use this in our decision making to get to the right decision? And consensus may need to be around, has to be around ultimately what is in the best interest of the collective. right? So, but here I think also just a caution, we cannot discount the fact that we're dealing with human beings around the table, and there are always blind spots and self-interest and the different interest at play. And if that is not resolved, you're not going to you can get consensus by some dominant voices and the others keep quiet, and you're not really getting to dealing with the elephant in the room. So for me, it's not a straightforward thing. It's really about applying the mind around all the different factors around the table.
Thank you so much. I want to go back to Kate Metsu and pick up on what Claudel said about, bias and thinking about the SME. So how can technology-generated data be used to mitigate SME owner bias and facilitate longer-term sustainable decision-making?
I think by human nature, when you start a business and you're trying to, it's like your firstborn child, right? You become very biased to your preconceived ideas. You become very biased to how you project and how you predict, the growth of the business to go. So when technology is introduced into the equation, it becomes a very difficult thing, I think, for entrepreneurs to get through, because naturally you are biased to your own preconceived ideas. But I think what's important is that we need to be able to use the technology for our competitive advantage, right? And I always use this example that from soccer, funny enough. So in 2014, when Germany beat Brazil 7-1, and a lot of people lost a lot of money because everyone was betting on Brazil to win from historic data and the biasness. But if you search how Germany won that particular final game, they went and studied through technology how Brazil was playing. They studied the games, they studied the strategy, they studied the moves. So going into that game, they were able to use that information to counter Brazil's strategy and win that game. And I think entrepreneurs and SMMEs need to use the same strategy. You have to use technology to your advantage. And the information, and also, I think it was mentioned before as well, you also need to be careful of the other side of it, right? Because also information that you put in is important, because garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah, for sure.
So you also have to make sure that the information that goes into the technology is correct, so that when you are making decisions from it and you are eliminating your own biases from it, you are making decisions based on the right information that went into the technology. And beyond the information going into the technology needs to be right. The software that the SMMEs and the companies are using needs to be the same technology that is going to help you through the decision making, and just being able to make sustainable decisions for the business that you are in, and eliminating the bias in the decision making that you're going to have. But important, I think, you have to use it for your competitive advantage, and in dealing with your competitive advantage, you have to eliminate some bias. You have to deal with the facts and the information that has gone into the technology, and you have to analyze the fact so that your strategy can be based on factual information.
Can I ask Pami, and I think this for me is also a concern, serving on a number of boards, is that the ill-preparedness of board members coming to meetings but want to make decisions without knowing information. And I think that is where, I think, Claudel, you spoke about, it's easier to get consensus in that environment, especially if you have done your homework. How do you address that? Because for me is, I raised that issue and I said, it results in non-compliance to your fiduciary responsibilities. And I stood up in the meeting and I said, you did not read. From today, you are dismissed. I was fortunate I was a chairperson. And they were dismissed. Because I don't have time who, like Claudel said, they must come and make decisions for the betterment of the stakeholders, the company, and then they come here playing around. How do you address that in the boardroom?
It is a problem. I mean, firstly, you should have a board code of conduct on what your expectations are for every board member. In order to serve, we're expecting that you're going to adequately prepare for meetings and read the documents that are sent on email, etc., etc. I think, and I mean, we've all seen it, right? Where you start the meeting and someone opens up that envelope containing the pack. It's pretty obvious when they ask questions that the answers are already contained in the pack that they haven't read thoroughly, etc., etc. I think the board chair plays a key role as well, because the board chair should really be managing how other members are engaging in a board and whether they're fulfilling their duties. And as you say, we need to also start holding people to account. I mean, evaluation of board members every year to see whether they're adding value, preparing adequately, many other things, obviously, whether they act independently and all those things, act in the best interest of the company. But that's another mechanism. And then removing, as you say, removing board members when needed. You know, directors can remove other directors via vote. Shareholders can also remove other directors. The one thing I've picked up at AGMs, for example, is many of the AGM resolutions get a lot of attention, and so the REM resolution, for example, will get the most attention at an AGM, but the resolution to vote for directors just gets passed. No one asks questions. What's this person's track record? Why did you choose them? Why are you putting them forward? What value are they going to add? I never hear those questions. I just see the shareholders themselves just tick the box of whatever is put forward in that resolution around appointment of directors. So, yeah.
There's a flip side, though, and that is board members being literally drowning in volumes of paper that are information dense, and the information coming in through the last minute. So I think we need to look at both sides of the coin. In order for the directors to truly apply their minds, they need enough time. So there's a situation often that transpires where you can actually see management hiding things in volume. And so, and if that happens, you come to the same result, and that is the directors not doing what they're supposed to do. But I think you've got to look at both sides of the coin.
Yeah, not just from my experience. What I did once, it was a 12-page document, but I made it a 100-page document with blank pages in between. And when we started the meeting, they told me I didn't have time to read it. And then I said, but your job is to read it because we're going to make decisions. And then I said, page 1, 2, 3, 72, 73, 89, 100. Then I said, those were the only pages. Then they told me, but I didn't know it's only those pages. I said, so you never read.
Yeah. And it goes, I think it just going back to what Prof has said about accountability, right? It's accountability, and it's also respect for the organization. If you're given a pack on time, read the pack. Hold yourself accountable. You're getting paid the money to read the pack. So to sit at a table and say, I didn't have time to read it, is also a little bit of disrespect for the people that have invited you to be on that board.
I'll take it one step further. I'm sorry, Alta, doing this. The prof started this thing.
That's why I gave him a script.
Yeah. It's more than respect for the organization. It's respect for society. And it's what King Four has clearly done, and it's so clear you can't miss it. We're talking about a corporate citizen. So essentially the leadership are the drivers of a corporate citizen. This citizen has responsibilities in society. Why does it have the right to exist? So when you don't do your job effectively as a director, it's not just about the organization that pays you. It is about your responsibility to society.
Absolutely. And I think we need to cancel the word aligned in South Africa. Because when people haven't done work, they just, I'm aligned with Gitumates. And then they leave it there.
Well, I can assure you that it's not a common or unique to South Africa, right? I think
That's true.
I think here it's even more advanced because of King, but it's really challenging in the rest of Africa, and particularly because many of these positions are seen as positions of prestige, right? Rather than recognizing that fiduciary responsibility. But thinking then about that, Parmi, since we have board members not keeping to their responsibilities, do you think that technology can replace humans in making some of these decisions?
So it's a very interesting question because I did read a few years ago somewhere, not in South Africa, in Europe somewhere, that a computer was appointed to a board of directors. So I think technology will definitely enhance the amount and quality of data and information that can be used in the boardroom for decision making. But my personal view is that human judgment is still going to be necessary. And I often use the pilot example, right? We all know that aeroplanes can fly on autopilot. They can take off, they can land on autopilot. So why then do we still have a pilot and a co-pilot sitting in the cockpit? Because if that aeroplane has to encounter something that it hasn't seen before, or something unexpected, or something too complex for it to process, we need a human to kick in and take over and apply his or her judgment and experience and then fly that plane safely. So I don't think technologies, I don't think we can have a board of six computers making decisions. I definitely think, so the word replace, I think technology can definitely assist humans in making better boardroom decisions. Replace, I don't think so.
Or not yet.
Not yet. But maybe we should
Singularity's coming.
threaten, right? Maybe we should threaten those directors not reading their packs that they will be replaced. Ketumetsi, so looking again at SMEs, what is your view on the implications for real-time decision-making by SME owners using technology?
So I think what technology has done for real-time decision-making is that in the past, before technology, when I say in the past, that's what I mean, we used to make decisions based on historic data, you know, and the things that have happened prior. So now what technology has enabled us to do is that we are sitting with real-time data at our fingertips as SMMEs and entrepreneurs. And that allows us to also not only predict future forward, but you predict not only on your own historic data, but you have all of this other information, micro, macro information. And what the technology also does is, based on what you, on the historic data that you've inputted in there, it also projects for you, right? So in your projections, so now we are able to make decisions based on the information that has been projected by technology, and you are able to manipulate on those projections. So you're not only relying on your own historic data, but are taking into account your holistic competitive environment and the holistic business environment. And what technology has also done is you now have information not only from a national perspective, but a global perspective. So it's also opened up markets for you in places you ordinarily didn't have markets. So your information that you have from the technology is enabling you to make decisions that are impacting your business holistically, and also from a sustainable perspective, and from a customer perspective, to be able to reach those people worldwide.
So before I ask, you see how I'm steering Prof, because I know it's hard to keep him. So Prof, before I'm asking you to call on their closing remarks, let me ask Claudel about the skills that you think these directors should have around the table to better make use of technology in their decision making.
I think besides the normal technical skills, I'll go the unconventional route and say that firstly, your level of self-awareness is fundamentally important. Your understanding of your own worldview, your potential, your biases, and your potential unconscious biases, because those are the lenses that you look through that will drive how you make decisions. And it's one of the things that I often see leaders fall flat on is understanding what drives the reason why they've come to a conclusion. Right? So you've got to have very, very, very good self-awareness, and it's a hell of a lot of work to get yourself to that point. Right? You also, I think, important your level of consciousness. And what I mean by this, for those of you interested, you can go and look, Google Dr. Keegan's level of consciousness. Those of you who have attended the recent seminars that I've been running for SAIPA would know what I'm talking about. But essentially, when we talk about the 5 levels, at level 5, it's your ability to see the different dots connected and to think in an integrated manner. Your ability to see how the world connects, the ability to see how an Elon Musk's action could ripple here and have an effect here, right? So your ability to see the impact of the organization's decisions and actions on society. So that's fundamentally important. And then just lastly, I think your ability to look through different lenses. We live as human beings, we've got this wonderful tendency of living under the illusion of thinking that my reality is the reality everybody else lives in. And it's very, very difficult to think about myself outside of Kaya's reality and know that Kaya has a different reality than my reality. But my ability as a leader to step outside of my reality and look through Kaya's lens and see what he sees then helps me to have a holistic view. So when I do look at the data and make decisions, I make real informed decisions.
I think just before the closing remarks, and I think one thing I want to ask is that do we think your directors or your board of directors collectively are courageous enough to make the brave decisions? And how do we get them to that stage from an individual capacity to say that, like you said, from the broader reality versus my reality, I need to argue this particular strategy? Because I think for me, when I sit normally in board meetings, I can already see Joe Soap will say what, Susan will say, Peter will say what, and they won't, because Peter always looks after this one. When Peter says something, then it's Yabas. How do we change that mentality to say that you must come into the boardroom and be courageous, be your skeptic, ask all the difficult questions? I always say that to people is that the easiest part is to answer the questions, but the difficult part is to ask the real questions. How do you bring that mentality to the board? Because once you do that, I think you'll take a lot of the biasness out. Actually, what you said, Claudel, will then have people thinking at a different perspective to look at outside of their reality. How do we get that, Pami?
So I think firstly, I wouldn't say there's a sort of a blanket of directors not being courageous or not applying their minds, because I've seen boardrooms where there is very healthy and constructive challenge and debate of each other. But yes, what you're saying does happen sometimes. I think key to it is firstly that directors understanding what their role and responsibilities are, right, and getting the necessary training, mentoring, coaching, whatever they need in order to come and fulfill these functions effectively and have the social and personal skills to be doing what they need to be doing and making these tough calls and asking the tough questions is important. I also think that, sorry, I've lost my train of thought now. No, just, sorry, Professor Small, just repeat the last bit of your question. There was something specific.
Yeah, and I think it's about your being courageous at an individual level versus a collective level, because I think I always find that you have, it's easier to go out there and say collectively we have decided than to say, but I question them about this, this, and this. which is two different perspectives. And I think for me, I always find when they come to, I always call it pretentious consensus. And then everyone goes out there and smile to say, yes, we have said it, we are collectively and we're hugging one another. But in the meantime, I'm saying, I don't know why I went with them. I should have gone to the toilet.
Sorry, I remembered my point now that I wanted to make. The other important thing that we often talk about on boards is diversity. And I don't mean diversity in your traditional sense. So yes, diversity in terms of racial diversity, gender, age, all of those things are important, but also diversity of background, experience, of thought. Because the one thing we pick up is if it's too much of an homogeneous group of people, you tend to then have groupthink, where you're going to get a similar answer from everybody. And when you have very different people around a boardroom table, I believe is where you'll have more healthy and robust debate and challenge, and eventually come to hopefully a better decision by the group.
And that's why I see really big here on your notepad, it says groupthink. Right, Claudel? What are your views?
And I think for me, the other thing is also about voting in the board. And I think if you look at the Russia-Ukraine situation, and I think when they had your open voting, you could see there were countries that were looking who's voting and who's not voting. And that's why they wanted to go to secret ballots. And I guarantee you, if you look at the secret ballots, which wasn't out versus open, there would have been a different voting strategy. So how do you break that reality of saying, I'm brave enough to say I'm against you. And I'm proud of South Africa. We said, we don't agree with you. This is our stance. We're abstaining.
It's called psychological maturity. And I think part of the problem in terms of our recruiting process is that we don't recruit for maturity and we don't ensure that there's continual development. So when we talk about psychological development, we tend to traditionally tended to think about it only in the context of children and not in the context of human beings. So if you look at who we are as human beings, if you look at our fear center, more often than not, it is about fear. And how do you get people to understand how to deal with fear? Firstly, I don't think fear is your enemy. I think you embrace fear. You need fear because our brains were designed to use that as an alert system, but have a healthy relationship with it. So if people are afraid of being ostracized, afraid of losing that prestigious position. So there's so many things people are afraid of that come to that same outcome. So it doesn't mean that because everybody is in the group thing that they are there for the same reasons. They could be driven by different things. But if we make sure that we recruit for maturity and that we develop people continuously. I see it in my executive coaching practice. One of the things I honestly often have to deal with is exactly that. The ability to come into self. Dr. Keegan's stages would talk about you now at level 4, where you are able to think outside of the group for yourself and stand against the group when you know the group is wrong. That's development.
I think we're running out of time. 1 minute. Final messages that everyone can take home and make sure that we achieve what we should achieve for the betterment of society. Claudel. Or do you, yes.
You're going to start with me?
Yes.
I think an important message that I would want everybody to leave with is to make sure that you spend time with yourself to have clarity of thought around your position on things. So that when you look at data, when you're sitting in boardrooms, when you've got to put packs together for board members, that there is that clarity of thought, that you actually apply your mind. It's your mind, not your peers' minds, your mind.
Thank you. Tony?
Absolutely agree with that. I'm going to take a bit of a different stance and go with agility and adaptability. I think we don't know what's next.
Mm.
Technology and the world just develops at such a fast pace, it's hard to keep track. Nobody knows what's next. Even taking it away from technology, I mean, we saw with COVID, who would have saw that coming, and how we suddenly had to change our business models, etc. So just be ready to adapt, to have a mindset of adaptability and agility for whatever we face next.
Okay, to Metsu.
Yeah, I think I need to show her because she's gonna think I copied her last statements. So I need to show her that it was on my notes. But I think also for me as entrepreneurs and as SMMEs and business owners, you have to be agile and adaptable because things are changing so rapidly out there. Being agile and adaptable means you need to keep up with the change and keep up with the change fast to survive in this world. It's really running a business now is really not an easy thing. And I think as entrepreneurs, if we keep to each other and just remember why we're doing what we're doing, and just also be the Germany in your businesses, really have a proper strategy to help you build and grow your sustainable business throughout the change. That really is what I think will get us there.
Alta, from your side.
So, Prof, first let me thank Claudel and Parmi and Ketemetsu for such a rich conversation. Then I want to pick up where you left, and I just want to ask the audience one question. This is what I want to leave you with. How future fit are you? When you look at the Future of Jobs report 2020, it says that by 2025, the tasks at work will be 50% split between human and machine. This will give rise to 85 million roles lost, but it doesn't matter because there will be 97,000 new roles. But here is the alarming fact. Accountants and auditors, as we know them today, is number 4 on the list of top 20 least in-demand roles. Number 4.
Yeah.
But as we know them today. So automation and technology will continue to change business models, but so must we rapidly change. So my message to you is, professional accountants, you, us, we must accelerate our journey from doing the same things to doing the same things differently, which we have managed in the pandemic, to doing different things. And doing different things will have an interconnected focus on people, planet, and prosperity, and it will be woven together by technology. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Altan. Thank you very much to the panel. Now we can go and experiment with that other lunch, the one that tends to be served in restaurants. So we'll be able to break for lunch now for about 40 to 45 minutes. And then thereafter, in the final session, when we come back, we will be joined by the tax ombudsman himself. So everything that you wanted to ask SARS and the answers you didn't like from SARS, well, somebody's going to say, this is how it's all going to be fixed. We'll see you at 2:45. Thank you.
From May 15th to 18th, 2023, for the first time, the African Congress of Accountants will be held in a sub-Saharan French-speaking country, and it will be in Côte d'Ivoire, Abidjan, the economic capital, and on the shore of the April Lagoon.
La Côte d'Ivoire a toujours disposé des moyens d'organiser de grands événements, et cette capacité s'est améliorée au cours des 10 dernières années.
Côte d'Ivoire, accustomed to large world gatherings, will be the first French-speaking sub-Saharan country to hold that Congress. Abidjan will be the African capital of accountants and chartered accountants of Africa and the world.
La Côte d'Ivoire se réjouit d'organiser pour la première fois le congrès panafricain des organisations comptables d'Afrique. C'est une manifestation qui va mobiliser plus de 2000 participants. Et les participants vont venir d'origines diverses, puisque nous aurons des lusophones, nous aurons des francophones et nous aurons des anglophones. Donc ce serait une bonne occasion de brassage de nos connaissances, de brassage de nos cultures et de brassage également de nos savoir-faire.
Ce serait donc dans des beaux habits, avec des infrastructures nouvelles, que l'Aqua 2023 sera donc organisée. En termes d'infrastructures routières, en termes donc de complexes hôteliers, en termes donc de dispositifs sanitaires, en termes de dispositifs sécuritaires, tout est prêt.
More than 2,000 professional accountants will join in person and online and discuss over 2 days on the theme of economic growth and the structural transformation of African economies and the role.
Par ce thème, nous voulons mettre en exergue la contribution du professionnel dans la transformation structurelle des économies africaines. Par conséquent, nous invitons tous les professionnels comptables d'ici et d'ailleurs à nous rejoindre pour mener la réflexion et dessiner ensemble la feuille de route de ce long voyage.
C'est un rendez-vous important où lusophones, anglophones et francophones pourront partager leur savoir-faire, pourront partager leurs connaissances, pourront partager leurs pratiques professionnelles afin effectivement d'aider nos économies à se moderniser. Nous invitons en tout cas tous les comptables africains, mais également tous les comptables du monde entier. Nous invitons tous les professionnels à être à ce rendez-vous qui va regrouper plus de 2000 personnes ici en Côte d'Ivoire.
Register now for this unique meeting open to chartered accountants, finance and accounting teachers and students, private and public sector stakeholders.
Voilà, la Côte d'Ivoire est prête à vous accueillir, chers congressistes. Nous vous disons Aquaba, nous vous disons bienvenue, nous vous disons welcome et nous vous disons bienvenue donc en Côte d'Ivoire.
En ma qualité de ministre de tutelle des experts comptables, je réaffirme que la Côte d'Ivoire est prête à vous offrir un congrès ACOA exceptionnel en mai 2023.
ACOA 2023 from May 15th to 18th, 2023.
It's the voice that will guide me when I don't seem to know anymore. It's the light when the sun goes down, crossing the road that I have found. And I'm here on this journey, but I don't wanna go alone. In the darkness surrounding, to know where I need to be. And I looked and I found you. Now I don't need to search I wanna have you by my side. 'Cause I'm here on this journey, but I don't wanna go alone. Standing here in the rain, with the tears in your tears. When I look at the love that surrounds me, making my way as you smile is the light of my day. You're my light when the sun goes down. Blossom in you that I have found. When I'm here on this journey, and I don't wanna go alone. And I'm here on this journey, and I don't wanna go alone. Closer I get to you, the more you make me see. But giving you all I've got, your love has captured me.
Over and over again, I try to tell myself that we could never be more than friends. All the while inside I knew it was me. You make me.
Lying here in your arms, time just seems to fly. Needing you more and more. Let's give love a try.
Sweeter and sweeter love grows, and heaven's there for those.
Heaven's there for
through
us.
the tricks of time. Hearts of love, they find true love
In a special way.
You're
closer and closer to you that I can get close to me, baby. So right, so right, closer than I can see you. So right, closer and closer.
Stop, that's a event. And then double shoot.
Another day, it's making me crazy 'cause I can't relate, and I'm wishing that I can just go back in time. I don't know where we're gonna end up. I know that we're gonna need a little bit of love, and there's only one thing giving me some peace of mind. In the morning, I'll still be loving you. In the morning, I'll still be loving you. Father time has a funny way of turning tomorrow into yesterday. You're damned if you do. You're damned if you do. In the morning, I'll still be loving you. In the morning, I'll still be loving you. Seems like a long, long way to go, but we've gotta hang tough. Wait a while, give yourself a smile, and you'll realize that at the end of the day, it's gonna work out. I know it's a long, long way to go, but we gotta hang tough. Wait a while, give yourself a smile, and you'll realize that at the end of the day, that in the morning, I'll still be loving you. Oh, in the morning, I'll still be loving you. I'll still be loving you, loving you. I'll still be loving you. Oh, in the morning, I'll still be loving you. Oh, every night and every day, I'll still be loving you. Oh, in the morning, still be loving you. I still be loving you.
Where you? I'm at the Tokyo in Okay, okay. Close by. Actually, I actually have a, I don't think I'm a platinum member. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm traveling so much, I'm a platinum member. So that's the person that you.
I can't believe she's gone.
Okay.
I said, please show me what selfish seeds I planted along the way. Like harvest today. The empty bed she left me cold on one side.
Sure.
I can't believe only me. Shadows and purple thrill me. I cry myself awake at night. I can't believe that it's true. Can't wrap my world on you. Can I hope today my love is leaving? Still I'm hoping to stay. My love is leaving. But I control my feelings. And I find faith healing. I find hope. When you're so wrong, but I'm gonna be strong. I wanna turn around. Someday I'll be bound. Go with the day. My love is leaving. Still I'm hoping to stay. My love is leaving me. Can't believe shadows and purple. Drown myself awake. I can't believe that it's true. Breathing your perfume chills me. Dreams never lie. Is it true? I'm asking you. My love is leaving. Still I'm hoping she'll stay. My love is leaving. Oh, my love is leaving. Still I'm hoping she'll stay. My love is leaving. My love. My love is leaving.
Yeah, but that's where we are. The service in the SME market at the moment. You guys have started on that time. Post-COVID, it's about it. There's no
Colleagues, shall we please get inside?
Welcome back. It's the after lunch session. I see the energy levels are much higher. You got that energy boost that you wanted. So please make your way back into the auditorium so we can proceed with the remainder of our program. Welcome back. Welcome back. I know that the organization is 40, but all of you are much younger. So I expect to see some energy levels here. Our next speaker is someone who is much younger than me. In fact, he's probably the only speaker over the past couple of days who's actually been younger than me. His name is Ryan Pedro and is a partner consultant at Zero. And of course, he's been doing this for a bit of time. I don't know where he managed to squeeze it all in at such a young age. More than 10 years experience in helping businesses really enable themselves to operate better in this digital world. Ryan is going to be talking us through some of the new developments and some of the most interesting things that they're doing with the guys at Zero. Ryan, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I must say I'm quite excited to be here, to be presenting to you as a member of Zero, and basically just speaking about what we've been doing at Zero in terms of our product. I must say I love talking accounting. I love talking, tech, and I mean this is where I sort of thrive. Now, in terms of Zero, the one thing that we love doing is partnering with our partners. When you actually join the Zero program, it's not just you on your own trying to understand the solution, the end-to-end accounting side of things, but we actually take you on a journey where we partner with you. How do you actually go through that digital journey? And we have the necessary resources where it's an actual human person sitting with you, taking you through that process, and also understanding the product. Because I mean, when we start talking cloud solutions, because it's live in the cloud, the last thing that you want is to be converting clients onto a solution and then you still trying to figure out how to actually use that product. And that's where we actually help and guide you accordingly. Now, in terms of our journey that we're actually doing now at Zero, I mean, as you can see, we actually established ourselves properly in 2016 in the South African market. And you'll see how we've actually grown over the years. And you'll see there's quite the exponential growth that actually happened during COVID because we were all put in that position where it was either sink or swim. Businesses had to shut down, activity shut down, but at the end of the day, VAT 201 still had to be submitted. EMP 201 still had to be submitted and so forth. And that's where you'll see the uptake of cloud technology actually starting to thrive. And we just carried on that trend as we went along. Now, at Zero, as part of the digital journey, we are trying to change certain behaviors, cultures, and you'll see there's certain tasks that are easy to manage and certain tasks that actually require a bit more attention. So things like behavior, things like our culture, and that's where we actually take you through that process. The other thing that we also enjoy at Zero is we love partnering with our small businesses. I mean, in terms of what we're doing from a small business front is we actually creating an environment where small businesses are actually connected with third parties and third parties are actually connected with our small businesses. And what that actually means is if you're trying to secure funding, for example, because they have access to your accounting information, it means that within 24 hours, you're able to secure the necessary funding to actually help partners get through that tough time or the past few days where they're actually battling from a cash flow point of view. Now, what is our vision at Zero? Our vision is to build a fully digital end-to-end accounting solution. Now, before I actually go into that, the first thing that I actually want to ask and pose that question to everyone is how many of you can actually relate to this picture? I mean, let's take the typewriter out. I mean, we basically in 2022 now. So let's replace that with a laptop. How many of you are still sitting at your desk with piles of paperwork that's been taken out of an IT environment for you to sit there and basically put it back in again? That's not efficient. That's not how we create time savings. Because at the end of the day, everybody's been saying value, value, value. We want to deliver on value, value this, value that. But in order to get to that stage where we're actually delivering on value, it all comes to freeing up time. Because with the necessary time saving that each and everyone has, that allows you to then focus on the value add, which is analyzing the information, looking at the end results, sitting down with businesses. I mean, how much of us or how many of us actually still take the time to meet with our clients to actually understand what's actually going on and helping them also understand what's happening in their business. Now, I spoke about the end-to-end solution and saving time to create that value that we're all looking for. So what does that end-to-end solution actually look like? Let's start with our digital inputs. Bank information through the use of APIs. Information is automatically flowing into your accounting solution. Number two, we work on a single ledger, which means that sales invoices are created directly in the accounting solution. So there's no longer that scenario where you're sitting at the end of the month trying to obtain what was your sales for the month and then capturing that accordingly and then playing catch up, over the next few days to try and get the information aligned. So sales invoices captured directly in the accounting solution. And lastly, from an input point of view, suppliers. I mean, how many of us, when it comes time to do the VAT, we're still sitting there waiting, when am I going to get the supplier invoice? I need to be able to capture it so I can finalize the VAT. Now, from a supplier point of view, there are tools available to automate that process, whereby you send your invoices to a tool that uses OCR technology, extracts the information, where you're now moving away from actually capturing it to actually just reviewing that the information's been extracted correctly. So now you can see we're starting to build up on time saving. Time saving from a bank capturing point of view, time saving from duplicating processes or avoiding duplicating processes from a sales point of view. And from a supplier point of view, we're actually just reviewing and not physically capturing the information. The power of Xero then kicks in from a processing point of view, where you, as the advisor, together with the solution, you are actually just making sure that everything is accurate. So instead of you physically capturing, again, you're just reviewing the power of Xero. And then that then leads to our outputs, financial reports, and then finally our integration with SaaS, where the VAT 201 directly from the system gets captured on the SaaS platform. Now, together with our end-to-end solution, I mean, we also speak about scaling a practice. So how do we go about building a scalable practice where we actually want to grow our database? And that basically ties down to making sure that the information flows in a specific format required by the solution, and also the timing of the information as well. And that's where APIs kick in, because information, instead of being taken out, automatically flows into your accounting solution. And that then leads to a consistent output, which allows you to service your clients a lot better and a lot faster, which is ultimately what we're all aiming to do. Now, at the end, I mean, just to close up on the slide, the product wins. In terms of saving us that necessary time to be able to provide the value to our clients. Now, when it comes to the product, the one thing I want to highlight on this slide is we speak about shared values. So now you've got an all-in-one solution that does your accounting. But again, in terms of features and when speaking to clients, there are certain aspects which your clients find important, and there's certain aspects of the product that you find important as partners. Now, what that looks like is, from a client point of view, I mean, client relationship management is most important to them, making sure that they're on top of what's happening with the client. Small things like, sending a birthday message. I actually joked about it, where, I mean, you don't need to write this long essay of, oh, I hope it's been a nice year, wish you all the best, all of that kind of things. It's more just happy birthday, and clients actually appreciate that, because it means that you actually take an interest in what they're about. When it comes to fixed asset registers, clients don't really care about that. They just want to know that their assets are accounted for correctly. But you, as the accountant, you need to make sure what is the useful life. How long are we depreciating the asset for? Is that asset obsolete? Do we need to write it off? That sort of thing. Now, I spoke about supplier invoices, and this is just some of the tools available to you in terms of that time saving. Because again, please don't duplicate processes. Please don't double capture information. Don't go and capture it on the one end and then capture it on the other end. HubDoc is that tool, which is actually a tool which we give to our Zero users free to use, which does that automatic extraction for you in terms of ensuring that you just move towards reviewing that the information's been extracted correctly. Another app that I like to speak about is expenses. Now, when it comes to expenses, I mean, how much of us battle with expense claims at the end of the month, trying to get the necessary documents so that our staff members get reimbursed in a timely fashion? That's where we've got expenses that actually has OCR technology built into it. So you upload a slip that actually extracts the information, and from there, you just need to go through the approval process. And when it comes to APIs and all the apps and efficiencies available, we have our app marketplace. Because again, I'll keep hammering on this. We do not want you duplicating processes. So that's where our app marketplace actually kicks in. With over 1,000 apps that we have available integrating with Zero through our open API, it means that if somebody has a full-on manufacturing system, that information automatically flows into your accounting system. You don't need to do month-end closes and then translate or bring that information into the Zero solution. That happens automatically. And what I've got on the screen is a few of our tried and tested app integrators, which again, you are not alone. We are here to help and support and guide you accordingly. Our app integrators have been there implementing these apps, figuring out what best works, implementing controls to getting these apps set up efficiently and effectively. And they then assist you in making sure that the right structures are in place. And at the end of the day, what it all comes to is being VAT ready, making VAT digital. Because again, compliance type work is what we want to try and automate so that you can start focusing on the value adds as accountants. And in a nutshell, that is me from Zero. What I do recommend is if you are interested in the Zero product and what we have to offer, please, it's important that number one, you take that first step and make the call to actually join our digital Zero journey. Because from there, you'll then get assigned a warm-bodied person who will then actually assist and guide you through that whole process. And that's basically it from me. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Zero, one of our proud sponsors for Accounting Indaba 2022. Earlier, I mentioned that at SAIPA, we try to develop the very meaningful partnerships that are going to make you as our member to be in the forefront of technology and also ensuring that you are able to serve your clients to the best of your ability. One such partnership that we have is with the Office of the Tax Ombud. We have held this relationship from the inception of the Office of the Tax Ombud. We were amongst the people that wanted and that lobbied to get the office established. So when the Tax Administration Act was still a draft act, we made a number of, Etienne, I'm not sure if he's still here, a number of presentations where we were supporting the Office of the Tax Ombud. Again, when you do this, you are not aware whether the office is going to deliver, and you are actually going to get the support that you really need as taxpayers and from our side as tax practitioners. So this afternoon, we are honored to have the acting tax ombud, who is also the CEO of the Office of the Tax Ombud. And Professor Lekwaila, let me start by congratulating you for being appointed the acting tax ombud. And we trust that you are going to continue to deliver the sterling work that you actually are delivering as the CEO of the organization. So what Professor Lekwaila is going to be speaking to us about, it will be just the due process of how you raise the objections and also to bring items to the attention of the auto where there are systemic issues that needs to be in terms of this of section 16 of the TAA. If there are any systemic issues, the tax ombudsman has got the right to start the process of looking and investigating into that. Unfortunately, Prof cannot be with us this afternoon because he is out of the country. I think he's dialing from Nigeria. So he's joining us from Nigeria, where he is on business. So we will now just hand over to the introduction of the tax ombudsman and also to listen to his presentation.
Faith for that introduction. And I would like to just attest to what you're saying about the collaboration that we have with your organization. And thanks for the congratulatory words and some vote of confidence that we will continue doing the work that we are doing, that we are tasked to do. And we continue wanting to foster these relationships, because the more we do this, the better our tax system in general. But I also would like to say to you and the participants that I really wish I could be in this forum in person. I was thrilled by the presentation that happened just before this one, and the atmosphere was just quite interesting. But I hope that there will be next time. My presentation today basically is all about tax administration and digitalization. I actually thought that I should expand it a little bit to that, because the world is moving, and taxpayers, tax practitioners, tax authorities kind of need to understand the importance of digitalization in the context of tax. You would know that in digitalization or technology actually enables governments to minimize the time, cost, and resources that they need to deliver taxpayer services. And this brings about enhanced convenience, transparency, and trust in the public service. But the other thing about this technology is that in order for it to be used, it needs to be legitimized. So you need legislative action, legislative sanction that brings it into the ambit of the tax administrator to do that. So needless to say, and I think you're fully aware of the pieces of legislation that are there that allow the SARS to use technology in collecting the taxes and ensuring that they administer the system in general. The benefits of a well-designed and widely used electronic filing or tax system are many. There's reduction in the taxpayers' compliance burden. There is improved data quality, the reduction in the SARS's operation costs as well, which is something that they always are looking at, in as much as the private sector and other taxpayers are looking at. There's an overall improved management of the tax system. When you've got, the fact that with technology you can maintain records effortlessly, makes it such that it's a preferred system that actually ensures that the entire management of the tax system is cogent. But there's also a very interesting aspect to it that is not talked about much, in as much as how much it allows, how much the technology allows the tax authority to participate in the entire legislative system, the entire governance system in fighting crime. You would know the number of times that certain crimes are caught up at the borders or at the airports or just in day-to-day life based on the information that would have been obtained by and from the tax authority. It's very important. The smuggling of goods, the illicit inflows and outflows of financial outflows and many other things that come in and leave the country. There's a huge number of, for example, goods that are intercepted by customs officials, which actually turn out to be either proceeds of crime or elements of crime themselves. So it's very important. And that digitalization also within the tax system, if you look at tax evasion as a crime, that digitalization actually allows the tax authority itself, the SARS, to actually determine or discover things that they otherwise would not. We met a situation recently where a taxpayer paid VAT. They complied with the VAT because they understand that is how the VAT works. However, the taxpayer wasn't paying taxes in terms of income tax. So they thought, they claimed that they thought that VAT was the only tax that is paid by a trader, and it turns out that actually, they had some income tax to pay. So interpret is also very important. It allows the SARS to, through the use of technology, because it's basically a technological entries or numbers entries that allows the SARS to see and do that comparison between whether what is recorded. I mean, we know with the SARS reconciliation system, that's an electronic system. So IT14D, it kind of like does that comparison. So these are very important things. I mean, there are also income tax discoveries also where there are receipts and expenditure that don't match, and that don't match other people's receipts and expenditure. And when you go and delve deep into that, you discover there is more than would have met the eye if you didn't check. So that interplay is very important. The importance of now technology in tax is actually used by various institutions, and I'm not going to go deep into this, but to just mention that if you think about all players the role players in the tax world have a lot of use with technology. The National Treasury, they use technology in order to determine what better instruments to bring up, their research, their data capturing, etc. South African Revenue Service also, and I will talk a little bit more about what the collector of the taxes uses in order to collect that. You as tax practitioners, lawyers and accountants and everybody else, you also use technology in compliance, in tax planning, etc. You use the technology. Economists and politicians also. Us as the Office of the Tax Ombud, at the outset, I just need to mention that we improved quite a lot in terms of digitalization during COVID, because as with everybody else, we realized that working from home means that you need those technological developments in order to be able to discharge your obligations. So we went great lengths to empower and enable our staff members to be able to work from home, but also to allow the taxpayers to access our office digitally, to access our office using technology implements. So you would find that right now you are totally able to lodge a complaint with our office from beginning to end to end, without you actually even knowing where our office is, or without meeting any of our staff members. So we're able to do that, and we embrace and use all forms that are there. Influencers, rights groups, and NGOs also use technology to do their research, to see exactly what happens in the world. And they also use technology to communicate what they would like to communicate to taxpayers. So it's very important. Unfortunately, our tax evaders, them criminals, also use technology in order to evade the law in all sorts. I don't even want to venture into how they do that, lest I be associated with any of them. But the point is that they're able to actually also use technology to evade the tax. Importantly, taxpayers, the individuals, the companies, residents and non-residents, also use technology in their businesses, in their advertising, in their, inventory taking, including tax compliance. Technology is used there. And what is important, what needs to be done, or what we learn from this is that the fact that we all, the players in this world, use this the same mode technology, and more we're using technology, as the previous speaker spoke, it's like you don't need those papers anymore. And as we all do that, it is important that our systems merge. I mean, an example of systems that merges us and the SARS. Whilst we're independent from SARS, whilst we're not the same organization, we are able to tap into what the SARS is doing. We're able to see their records and their files as to the extent that it's necessary for us to do our work. And we need that. We need that technological interlinkage, without which we would actually take forever to deal with your matters. Without making unnecessary comparisons, you would understand that if you go to any other ombudsman for services, one of the first things that they struggle with is to get the information that relates to you. With us, we don't have that problem because we tap directly through technology into what the SARS is doing without any waste of time. Now, digital tax products or tax products that are digital, I mean, there's quite a lot of them. You know them, you use them. In South Africa right now, we basically have online filing. We did well. We've got pre-filed returns, which people refer to as auto assessments. We've got a system of online payment. We've got the website. We've got the tools that go with that. There is integrated taxpayer accounts that help us with, and then we've got enhanced data capture systems, including digital mailbox. That's great things that we have right now, and the world is moving towards that. I mean, Nigeria, talking about Nigeria, they actually are rolling out, they've rolled out a lot of digital interfaces now. They're still rolling more and more out, and many other African countries have actually been talking about it today and yesterday as to what they are doing. So it's not even a South Africa only issue, obviously. A lot of countries in the world are moving towards that. It helps countries with, or tax authorities with, things like automatic exchange of information that you know about, that it's no longer necessary for a tax authority to actually fax information about a taxpayer where that information is needed in another country, but they could do that digitally. And that saves them a lot of time as well. But you need to be aware of this, and taxpayers need to be aware of this, because what it basically says for me is that the transparency that this brings is very good, and the compliance levels also improve. But there's also, we need to be conscious and aware of the fact that certain tools can be used for certain taxes, and be able to distinguish the different taxes and what would apply better with which taxes, and not assume that the same system would work for all taxes, purely because the taxes being different, the collection points are different, as well as the collection mode and the mechanism that brings you to the collection. Together with the identity of the taxpayer, together with the timing of the payment. I mean, there are taxes that are paid monthly or bi-monthly, like VAT, versus taxes that are paid annually, like corporate income tax, and taxes that are paid annually, like individual tax, but administered monthly. So you need to have that ability to understand the different systems that apply to the different kinds of taxes. I actually wanted to talk a little bit more now about technology and tax morality. I tend to be very passionate about tax morality and what it is. Well, tax morality is just the ability or the willingness of people to pay tax. People, when you say this, people go like, nobody wants to pay tax. Well, I don't know how true that is, but the point is that not everybody would be happy to pay tax. But the thing is, the tax is a moral obligation. Paying tax is a moral obligation before it's a legal obligation. Now, that gets distorted, especially when taxpayers or some taxpayers use technology to hide information. Like I said, they use technology to evade tax. And cryptocurrencies it's just an example of that, where it's amazing how an entire system could be based on the fact that information about it cannot be found, or information about it cannot be discovered. And this whole system thrives on the basis that you will not know what I got paid. I'd never know what you got paid. Therefore, the SARS tax authority is not going to know who gets paid and how and for what. It allows one not only tax avoidance but illegality. You're able to deal with process of crime based on that. And also it then goes back to say a lot of resources are put into trying to trace this cryptoness of the cryptic nature of the currency. It's just goes to show you the length at which taxpayers or tax evaders would go in trying to hide their income and all that. However, fortunately, tax authorities are working towards being able to trace that together with the finance departments and central banks of different countries. But this technology can also be used in a good way to gather information that is required. Information could be required by tax authorities in order to properly assess a taxpayer. And by properly assessing the taxpayer, I don't mean that to collect more. It could be to absolve taxpayer from certain taxes or to be able to claim the possible necessary deductions. An example of that is medical deductions that you could get. I mean, how many of us would keep a receipt that you get from a doctor if you pay and when you pay? I mean, at that point, you're probably not even thinking of keeping or paying for that matter. So in that state, we sometimes become lax and we don't keep the records, but technology allows us that you're able to just go back and trace either from your bank or from the doctor themselves as to what was paid for what service. And you can maintain that, gathering information, not only gathering, but also maintaining, keeping the information. You no longer need that. But it also allows tax authorities to go further and identify risky behavior. You know, many years ago, the commissioner for the ZRA, Zimbabwean Revenue Authority, ZIMRA, gave us an example about how a young professional in the audit team at ZIMRA used technology to find people who needed to be audited, and basically that would this young star, I mean, people much younger than me, and maybe some of you, would look on social media, on Facebook and all that, and see the activities of various people and match that with what these people purport to be earning, what they say, what they declare as their income, and found that there's a mismatch that actually led in part to ZIMRA conducting lifestyle audits, and they collected huge amounts of money, not only from people that they really audited, but those that actually realized that you can be audited and pay much more tax. So that's the benefits of technology, and they cannot be understated. But now, when we bring in technology, people think that machines are going to replace us. People think that with 4IR technology and all that, the human interface may be totally eradicated. You may not be needed anymore. I don't think you can, because when it comes to technology, there are certain things that you can do with technology. And going back to all levels of tax, like tax policy needs somebody to think about what is good for the country and what is good for the taxpayers and what is good for tax administration, matching that with the economic needs of the country. So you can't. Tax accounting can't be. You still need to provide certain information. You guys would know better as to what is needed in the entries and what goes where for what. Same as tax law interpretation. A machine cannot interpret the law. There is no way. Interpretation is a legal issue that requires a human brain. Tax collection, to a very large extent, could be replaced, but only to a certain level, because there is also a level of human determination that is required in that, as well as transactional information. So in tax collection and transactional information, you need a mix of mechanical and discretionary application. You can't be fully mechanical, but at the same time, you want to allow a certain level of discretion in the application of the tax without damaging the credibility of the tax system. So there is some decision making that needs to be there, and that decision making needs to be decision making of quality that touches with the planning, the opinions, and evasion. I mean, if you think about it, from the wrong side of the law, you really cannot use technology without human mind to devise a scheme that would avoid or evade tax. The SARS has moved through quite a lot. The developments, I mean, we've moved from manual submission of taxes to returns and all that, to a point where you can electronically upload your tax returns. You can pay your taxes online. You've got auto assessments. You can also submit your supporting documents online, which is great. But also there is information collection mechanisms, and I'm using Section 46 as an example to say that, whilst in the olden days, you would be required by 46, as 46 does require you to provide relevant material. Relevant material now includes digitally available material. If you look at the letters that you receive, on 46, they actually require you to provide orally or in writing any material information, and that material information or relevant information would, in most instances these days more than ever, either be in electronic form or be required to be submitted in electronic form. Especially now that we actually even able to sign documents through the use of that. Now, when you look at the future of where tax administration is, or where tax administration is going, one of the things that struck me when I got to learn about was the 9 strategic objectives for the SARS for the current year. And you might have had a look at them. I just listed them there for your edification so you can understand what I'm talking about. When you look at all of them, almost all of them have embedded in them a certain sense of use of technology, where in order for those strategic objectives to be met or to be achieved, there needs to be a form of technological involvement in there. Like, for example, when you look at strategic objective number 2, they're talking about making it easy for taxpayers and traders to comply. That goes back to what I was saying, that technology makes it convenient, makes it easy, makes it cheaper to comply. To detect taxpayers and traders who do not comply, the detection, there is a lot of technology that needs to be used in order to to detect that. They want evolved workforce that doesn't use old things, old technology, but workforce that actually has evolved and that has improved, that is more modern. They talk about increasing and expanding the use of data. That speaks for itself. Just the same as modernizing their systems to provide digital and streamlined online services. That is digitalization we're at its best. They're talking about the resources, which includes the use of technology, which basically talks about their technological resources, and the tech ecosystem. All of us are in there, and as I said, all of us are using technology in order to ensure that we do our work very well. Now, what do we do? How does the OTO come in, and how does the OTO embrace this use of technology? I thought that I would take you back to the mandate of the OTO purely because over and over again, more and more, ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, we still have about half of the complaints that we receive. We still reject half of the complaints that we receive, and we reject half of the complaints that we receive because taxpayers and tax practitioners, we can excuse taxpayers. Sometimes taxpayers don't know, but tax practitioners know and are supposed to know, and so do professional accountants, because basically you guys, you're also the custodians of tax and you know the tax. So a person, we are a creature of statute, and for us to address a taxpayer's complaint, that complaint needs to fall within our mandate, and it should not be one of those matters that are limited, and the taxpayer must have followed the right channels. Now, like as I say, we reject about half of the complaints because of that, which is very sad, because it not only, if it's brought by the tax practitioner, it not only delays the process for the taxpayers, but it also costs them more, because I believe that you get paid for that. We don't. We offer a free service. Now, our mandate is to assist taxpayers with issues of administrative, procedural, or service matters. We can't do anything that is out of that. So we cannot do something, we are limited. We cannot do something that is outside of that. We cannot interpret the law for the taxpayer. We cannot give a taxpayer tax advice. So we receive those complaints and we assist taxpayers with that. Some of the complaints just turn out to be queries, for example, which we, as an extension of our service, provide or assist the taxpayers with. There's a limitation on what we can deal with. So if something relates to SARS's practice or policy, we cannot handle it. It's existing practice or policy of the SARS. If something is subject to objection or appeal within the SARS system, we cannot deal with that, because it allows that, we just basically allow the SARS to deal with their matters, and they don't operate through us. If something is sub judice, if it is being considered by the courts, we cannot deal with that. We cannot interrupt that process, and I think we know that is one of the biggest excuses that is given by people who are required to comment on difficult issues. They go like, it's sub judice, I can't talk about that. Also, when a matter relates to legislation or tax policy, we are not allowed to deal with that. Like, for example, where I got a call from an old lady from the Eastern Cape who called me to say, I don't want to pay tax. I'm a retired person. I've been taxed when I was working. I've been taxed when I got my lump sum. Now I'm being taxed when I receive my income, my pension. And then I want to start my small little business to keep me busy. I'm told that I'm going to be taxed. I don't want to pay tax anymore. I understand. Whether I agree or not is a different matter, but I understand. But we can't deal with that. We can't help. That is an issue that should be dealt with by the National Treasury at policy level. Before we could review a complaint, the taxpayer must have exhausted the internal processes of the SARS, unless there are compelling circumstances. Internal processes of the SARS include the taxpayer going to the CMO, the Complaints Management Office. This is just to allow the SARS to deal with the matter internally. We know the law. The law basically says, international law actually basically says that you cannot go to an international court of justice if you haven't exhausted your local mechanisms. But that applies everywhere. You don't go out unless the internal systems have failed. So we basically allow the SARS to do that. That allows us not to interfere too much, and that allows that division or separation of powers. A taxpayer may not exhaust if there are compelling circumstances. For example, if the matter is a systemic issue, it raises a systemic issue. A systemic issue being one of those matters that affect a lot of taxpayers. We are able to deal with that without a taxpayer going through the process. And a systemic issue, when it has been identified by a taxpayer by way of a complaint, we review it without any further ado. If it is identified by us, we have to get ministerial approval to do that. Believe you me, there's a number of those that we brought up, systemic issues. Now, once we have received a complaint and we assess the complaint and we find that it falls squarely within we deal with it with the SARS. We liaise with the SARS to resolve it, and then we come up with recommendations. Our recommendations would say SARS refund the taxpayer or taxpayer pay SARS. Our recommendations are obviously not binding. I don't know if we need to get them binding. There's different schools of thought, whether they are binding or not. Just like to make them binding is going to require there to be an appeal process, and that might actually sabotage or gainsay what we are actually trying to do in terms of providing a free and fair service. Whilst they're not binding, the SARS has implemented about 98% of our recommendations, and only about 2% they had to explain to us why they don't. And sometimes they don't because there are this information missing from the taxpayer, or there are reasons. So they do give us reasons as to why they don't. Now, from a technology point of view, and I just thought that I should share with you a couple of experiences that where we dealt with technological issues. There are a number of issues that came up. There's erroneous calculation of days by SARS. This was a systemic issue that we dealt with regards to dispute resolution dates. You would remember that when you calculate dispute resolution dates, you do not count the days between 16 December and 15 Jan, which we call the DS non. They just don't count. But now the SARS system was not structured to recognize that, and we found that the SARS system continued to count those days in, which resulted in taxpayers having to be condoned or to get condonation in order to proceed with their disputes. We had conversations with SARS. They corrected that, so they improved on their technology following our intervention. Auto assessments, whilst this matter is outside our mandate, we actually did raise it with the SARS, which is an issue where a taxpayer is not able to object to an auto assessment. That is how the system was done, or was structured, or was designed, and that was brought to our attention. We brought it to the attention of the SARS, regardless of the fact that it was outside of our mandate. Well, that just goes back to collegial good working relationships, where we actually helping the SARS to improve their system, especially to the benefit of the taxpayers. There was an issue about repeated verifications that were required. That was a system designed problem, where a taxpayer's objection would be met with an almost automatic verification. That is not how the tax system is supposed to be. You don't necessarily have to be verified or audited just because you made an objection. So that would really that was not good for our system. That kind of like made us seem or made our system seem draconic in that it would be seen to punish or to subject people to a disadvantage purely because they're trying to claim their rights. And what our motto is that the taxpayers' rights matter, and we want to ensure that taxpayers' rights are respected. And therefore, we dealt with that with the SARS to ensure that that problem is corrected. That is basically it from me, ladies and gentlemen. The crux of this, without going any further or deeper about it, the crux of this is that technology is here. Let's use technology well. We are all embracing technology. Please do use technology to your advantage, and let's together create a working and pleasant tax system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Chabo. Are there any questions for the tax ombud? I've checked online, there was just a comment or clarity where the tax practitioner was asking if you can only approach the auto once you have exhausted all the avenues, the SARS avenues, and we have responded to that.
Thank you.
Okay. I do not see any hands going up. Thank you so much, Prof, for your time and really for highlighting what is the role of the auto and also how technology assists us in doing what we have to do, and obviously how the auto is actually embracing that. So we thank you for your time and we wish you well and safe journey back to South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so apparently none of you have any disputes with SARS. That should come as a surprise to SARS itself. But if you ever find yourself unhappy with some of their processes, I think it was quite important for us to understand the ambit and the mandate of the Office of the Tax Ombud. So thank you very much to Professor Ligwaila for that. We are also now connecting all the way to a faraway country called Canada, because our next speaker is currently based in Toronto. And of course, one of the most interesting things about it is that the fact that we're able to connect with him so seamlessly is probably a reflection of how strong and how robust these the systems are, these communication systems are. However, they're not without risk. And Ross Sanders is indeed an expert in explaining to us the risks associated with the way we do things these days, because nobody wants to do paper. Nobody wants to do paper anymore. But everybody wants to be automated, but the risk profile of the automated universe is as acute as it was on paper. I suppose on paper, the biggest danger was that somebody could lose the documents. I know of a particular political party that said that it had a flood in its 6th floor building and lost all its financial statements when absolutely nothing else was flooded in that particular building. But things happen. So we do want to go cyber, we do want to go digital, but do we understand the risks associated with it? So Ross Sanders is a director at Bamboo Data Consulting and is going to be joining us all the way from Toronto. Over to you, Ross.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for that intro. Yes, talking about everything going digital, we still have checks here, which is the most bizarre thing. Having to deal with a check, I haven't dealt with a check since I was back in school, I think. But great to be here. Today, I want to speak to you about cyber hygiene for your practice. So talking about the different things we can do in cybersecurity, in privacy, to look after your business, look after your clients' businesses, and so on. So first and foremost, I want to introduce you to someone. I want you to meet Harriet. Now, Harriet is an advisory consultant. She owns a small firm. They do financial advisory and things like that. And she is an advisor to large retailers as well as various hotel chains and other small businesses around. Now, the kind of data that she deals with is payroll information, various accounting information, different service provider informations. And when it comes to the hotel chains, every now and again, perhaps a guest piece of detail where they're dealing with a guest issue or something like that. Now, she is very proud of working with all of these businesses. And as such, on her website, she has a little ticker tape at the bottom of her site that shows that she deals with these hotel chains, these retailers, and so on. You've got to advertise your business somewhere. Now, to take you around that, she's got all of this. She's got these relationships. She's had these good relationships for many, many years. One of them, she's had a relationship for about 7 years or so with this particular hotel chain. And she gets a call from the division head of this hotel chain to have a little bit of a chat with her. Now, you've got to understand how the security in these bigger chains and retailers and things like that work. With all the stuff that's happened in the world, and if we think back particularly in the hotel space to Marriott's issue a couple of years ago, where people's passports went missing and things like that, these chains have big security in place because you have to look after the information in there. Now, these security teams at these hotel chains picked up that a number of guest details as well as their payroll details was out in the wild on the dark web because they do scan these things regularly. Now, unfortunately, a lot of that information, there are only a few places that have it, one of them being Harriet's firm. So she got called up by this director to say, hey, there's an issue. We think we're dealing with a third-party breach. Now, this is a scary, scary situation. Now, in cybersecurity, when we're talking about it, much like accounting and auditing, we have a few principles that we work on. And the main phrase that you'll hear thrown around is the CIA triad. This is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Now, if we look at what's happened to Harriet with this information getting out there, likely from her business, that is a breach of confidentiality. It's keeping information safe and not exposed externally. So that's the kind of thing that happened here in this third-party breach. We then talk about integrity, making sure the information is correct and accurate and not modified. If we think of a financial statement, you don't want that modified. In cybersecurity, you have the same kind of thing where you've got logs, you need it to be able to trace things. You can't have those logs modified. And in a breach, they can get modified because people are trying to cover their tracks. If you've got hackers in the system, they'll change things. The last thing is availability, the A. So that's where information must be available. If Harriet had a ransomware attack that you hear about where her hard drive was encrypted and she couldn't get to the information anymore, that would be a breach of availability. So these three principles form part of what we look at in cybersecurity. Now, in a third-party breach, this is where a hacker is trying to get to a big target like a bank or a financial institution or a retailer or a hotel chain. And instead of going directly to that first party, they go to a third party that might be easier. So if we flip the script around a little bit here and look at Harriet again from the position of the hacker, we can say, meet Harriet. Harriet is a target. She does work for our main target. We can see that because on her website, she's got this. Chances are, because she's a small business, she also doesn't have necessarily a security budget, or we can perhaps assume she's not spending as much as she should looking after her security. Even the basics can go wrong. And there is a high likelihood, being a small business, that we can socially engineer her. So that means talking to her and trying to lull her into something that she does that exposes her business. And this is likely what happened in this case, where there was the promise of new business, a lot of exchanges over emails. She was sent an attachment on email, opened it, and it gave them access to her systems. Scary, scary situation, right? Well, this happens all the time. My name is Ross, and we work with small businesses in this space, helping small to medium enterprises survive through all of these kind of things and also protect it so it doesn't happen. You know, I've survived through my own identity theft, and we've worked through data breaches with many, many companies, and we're here to help stop this happening. So over the last 10 years or so, I've been working in this space. I've certified in privacy in Europe. I've worked in the ethical hacking space, and I've also worked in paralegal space. So it's a really rounded thing, and you can hear all these different aspects that come into it. Now, when we work with a company, what do we start looking at with these breaches? How do we look at security? Well, first, I want to take us through these consequences, and we're going to walk through with Harriet's business, I think. So if we take a look here, I'm a big fan of things in threes. Let's look at the 3 R's that I bring in for consequences here. So we have reputation, we have regulation, and we have repercussions. Now, when we look at Harriet's business and we look at reputation, we've got a public relations issue now, and we've got this court of public opinion. And as much as there's this case, well, oh, only one person has raised this, these have a tendency to get out, and it can end up being like a bit of a Ponzi scheme when it comes to notifying about breaches, because you have one client up here that goes and tells 2 other clients, they go and tell 2 clients each, and you get this great pyramid cascading down of information getting out there, and eventually your PR taking a massive hit. Your reputation in the industry gets really, really damaged. Next, you get the regulation side of this. I am sure everyone is sick to death about hearing that 4-letter word puppy or 5-letter word papia. I much preferred it when it was a 4-letter word. But privacy and cybersecurity laws really come into play with this. Now, puppy deals with privacy, the personal information that we're dealing with, but we also have things like the Cybercrimes Act, which looks into different hacking sites, security, that kind of thing, and there are repercussions there. If we look at puppy, for example, you've got the concept of a responsible party and an operator. Now, Harriet is likely an operator for these hotel chains who are the responsible party. The responsible party, like the name suggests, takes the bulk of the responsibility here. But part of the Puppy Act is that they would need to have entered into an agreement with Harriet, and in that agreement, there are likely to be very big liability clauses. So if this data gets out, there's a class action lawsuit against the hotel chain. That trickles down to Harriet's firm because there are these liability clauses. And I encourage you to go back and look at liability clauses, because you might be liable without limitation, which is a very dangerous situation to be in. Please don't get into that situation. That said, with these two, those are not the only repercussions. You know, when you go into this, you think of fines, you think of perhaps the public relations side, but there is a lot more. When we are dealing with bigger clients now, we're seeing this more and more, and it's becoming legislated globally, is new clients and bigger clients will need to do a security assessment with you. If you have to say on one of these security assessments that you've had a breach, especially if it's happened in the last 6 months, you're going to have to motivate a lot more to bring those clients on. So landing them is going to be much more difficult. You also have a challenge when it comes to insurance. So if you're trying to get cyber insurance, or you're trying to renew, in some cases, even your professional indemnity insurance, you can have a challenge if you've had a breach of information. So that becomes difficult. You also have costs around professional fees. If you have a breach, you need to get PR experts in, you need to get lawyers in, you need to get forensics in. This racks up quickly. We dealt with a breach that was one hard drive going missing, 320,000 Rand for just the forensic investigation portion. And because of this, this is why we statistically see that a lot of small businesses will close their doors within 6 months of an incident happening. Scary, scary stuff. But now, is it always hackers? We've spoken about Harriet's situation, but it's not always the case. You know, if we take a look at the top 10 most expensive and most common types of breaches here, if we look at the gold items here happen internally or by accident. It is not necessarily hackers out there. So we have phishing here. So you're putting your credentials into a site and someone takes your credentials. They then log into your email system. They can then do business email compromise, request you change banking details, things like that. They've got the stolen credentials. There's vulnerabilities in software where some package you're using is not secure and someone can get in. But then we have malicious insiders, people inside the business that perhaps have a gripe as to your management style, and they can go and take information and take it out. We've seen a hack where someone had sold their credentials to a system to some little investment house dodgy thing in Bedford View, and ended up using that system to send SMSs spam to everyone saying, register on this site. It was a horrible little scheme. Happened from a malicious insider. Configuration errors, if you have bad passwords configured and things like that, people can get in. That's a problem. Social engineering, you just need to look back at what happened with TransUnion, with people coming in and pretending to be someone else. Accidental lost devices, when that staff member leaves their laptop on the Gautrain seat or drops their phone somewhere, that can be a breach. And then system errors and physical security compromise. Physical security compromise, a electrician pretending to be an electrician and stealing data while he's in your premises, that's a physical security compromise. All these things we need to look at, and it's quite terrifying. So my big question to you here, how do we sleep at night? Because we need to get some sleep to deal with all of this stuff. Well, again, me dealing in threes, we need to bring in good hygiene. Now, this here, I like to bring in the 3 Ps. So we have the R's, now we go to the Ps. We have policy, we have processes, and we have people. Now, when we talk about policy, policy is your minimum standards, your guidelines, your ground rules internally as a business as to how you deal with information, how you deal with the way you do business, things like that. They are very valuable to a business. On the surface and from a business side, you look at it for something like disciplinaries. You need a policy to fall back on if someone does something wrong, and you need to show where you had it written down that that is the wrong thing to do. Policies help you with that. But when it comes to cybersecurity and privacy, you're also mandated to have certain accountability internally. So where we're dealing with policies, if you have some sort of data breach, the regulator is going to come checking what policies you have. They don't have the resources to go put boots on the ground and rock up at your door, get inside and say, hey, show me everything. They're going to email you first and say, please send me your policies. If you can't send them that, that's already a red flag right at the beginning. So having these policies in place, these ground rules, really help you from a business standpoint for security, for privacy. Going on from that, we have to have the processes that match those policies. So you've now said what you do in the policies. Processes is how you do it. Those need to match your policies as well. When you have good processes in your firm, in your business, and you have repeatable processes in your firm, you can secure those processes. We talk about things like privacy by design, security by design. These are things where we can take a process, look at it holistically, and then say, okay, how do we secure this? How do we make this better? And we bring that in, match it to policy, and secure it. Then lastly, in this little space here, we have the people aspect. And this is vital. We often miss that we have people that have to perform the processes and they have to read the policies. Your policies, your processes, your people, they have to work together. You have to have an empathetic approach to people in the business to actually secure the business. When we talk about cybersecurity, it is everyone's responsibility in the business. We have a great thing that we've done over years and years and years, where we've said that security and privacy and whatnot belongs with the IT department, or it belongs with compliance. That's not the case. Everyone has to be involved with this. And it's vitally important that we are aware of this kind of thing. And I'll get into how that plays into things in a moment. So we've got these three, but what's the actual steps that you can put in to do this kind of stuff? Well, let me take you on a whirlwind through a few of the things that you can do in these three spaces to secure your business and avoid bad things happening. First off, let's look at policies. I am going to take you through two policies here that I think are incredibly valuable. Now, one is an external kind of thing. The other is an internal kind of thing. POPI, where we get it, says that you have to have policies. Now, everyone thinks that POPI can be a bit of a curse because they don't tell you what you actually need to have. That's a blessing. It's great that it just tells us that this is the principle that you need to be accountable, because this lets you set what your policies would be and how they match your business. And that is how your policies should be. Your policies should match your size. It should match your operations. It should match what you are able to do. You don't want your policies to be this aspirational thing that you can't actually live up to. So it really, really is a blessing. Now, the internal policy I want to talk about is an acceptable usage policy. This is, like I said, your policies being ground rules. This is your ground rule for your IT system and for information within your business. You've got to have these ground rules in place. This talks about things like what is acceptable use of our internet access that we give you? What is unacceptable use of emails? Telling people don't send spam emails or don't send photos of your puppies, as much as people love puppies and kittens and things like that. This is company work. Have that in an acceptable usage policy. You want to look at things like your passwords. How do you put your rules down around your passwords? What do you put in place to say, well, this is the minimum complexity that you need to have? And we'll get to that in a moment. You want to talk about care for equipment. And given the examples I've given you in a couple of slides ago, you can start hearing this come in, I'm sure. Care for equipment is don't leave your laptops on the Gautrain. Don't have them on the front seat if you're going to get smashed and grabbed. When you're working in a public place like an airport lounge, don't have it that people can see your screen for private information. These are the kinds of things you can put in these policies. Handling of information, care of equipment. Also very important, as we're seeing so many places do, bring your own device. What are your rules around people bringing their own computers, their own phones, and being able to work on that equipment? You must put this into your policy because it becomes a very dangerous ground when it comes to cybersecurity breaches and things like that. So how do people use their own devices? They must have a PIN code on their phone. They can't not have their phones encrypted. They must have antivirus on their laptops. Things like that all come in here. And again, like I said, it comes to disciplinaries as well. I mean, we've seen some crazy situations around use of equipment that you would think would be pretty common sense, but we've had folks selling laptops to cash converters because they needed money in a hurry, but it was company equipment and things like that. Not that you really need a policy to discipline against that, but you need these things in place. This is external, and it relates a lot more to the privacy than security side, but they play together. The privacy notice is what you put out to tell people what you're doing with data. So you're dealing with what kind of data do we collect? What is the purpose we collect it for? How long do we keep it for? What do we do with the information? Do we share it with third parties? Do we have Google Analytics on our website? How is your information used? It's being open and transparent. Principles of POPI, accountability, openness, individual participation, all that starts coming into your privacy notices and things like that. There have to be internal processes that match, but this is where you put it out to the world. It's a very vital thing to have. Right. Next, like I said, we move on to the processes. There are three key things here I want to talk to you about. The first one being a data inventory. Now, we all know the old adage that you can't manage what you can't see. A data inventory is the starting point that we use for helping businesses in this space. And you can start it yourself. You don't need consultants to start this. Get a data inventory going. Have a spreadsheet of your different activities you perform on data. If you're a responsible party under POPI, you kind of need to have this too. But have these activities. What are we doing with data? It might be your process for annual financial statements for a client. It might be your process for payroll. Have this in and then say, what is the purpose of us doing this activity? What kind of information do we take in from this activity? Where do we store this information? How long do we retain it for after the client is finished or the engagement is finished? Do we share this with other countries? Are there other laws that we need to take into account? It's all vital. Now, if you hear what I'm telling you on the data inventory and you think back to policy, you can build your privacy policy out of this really, really well because you have it in front of you. This also really helps if you have a breach of information. You know what systems breached, where you need to secure things, who had access to this, and it helps you respond quicker. It's a great thing to have. Next on this, we have induction and exit processes. This is a really easy one that gets overlooked a lot. Now, not only does this form a sort of checklist approach, it helps instill a culture of security in the company. That's what you want. You want that culture in the company. You want that culture communicated to your clients. Doing good cybersecurity, doing good privacy work is a marketing benefit for you. You can claim that you've got this stuff and you can bring in more clients. It's not just a grudge purchase. So your induction process, when someone starts, tell them what you do with security, bring them on board with it. And then as part of this, have a checklist of what have you given them. If they need access to XYZ clients on Zero because they're working on their accounts, log that down. This creates a checklist that when that person leaves, you can say, oh, well, they had access to client ABC0. Undo, 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 disable that access. They had email access, pull off the email access, and you can checklist at the end. Remember those top 10 configuration issues? This helps prevent that because you can mark off everyone's access and get rid of it. Lastly, on the process side, incident planning. This is where you build a scenario. If you're going to have an incident, who are you going to call? What are you going to do in the first 24 hours? How are you going to contain it? How are you going to investigate it? How are you going to report it? Again, you can start this yourself. Get into a boardroom, get a couple of people to brainstorm this, build a plan. When an incident happens, it is crisis mode. You want something to guide you. You want something that you can rely on so that you don't have to try and think of this in the moment. Incident response helps a lot for this, and you can do it yourself. Great. Next part of the whirlwind, people in awareness. There's this analogy out there in the security space that I really, really disagree with. I've posted about it recently on LinkedIn. If you've got me on LinkedIn, you'll have seen it, and everyone's welcome to add me. You know, where we talk about people being the weakest link in security. I hate saying that. I was a lecturer for a while, and if you make people afraid of a topic or you make them feel like they don't understand the topic, they're not going to absorb it. And cybersecurity comes down to awareness so much. And there's such good things you can do here. One is good passwords. We don't have to create passwords that are Q39HX capital exclamation mark blood sample whatever for a password. That's very difficult to remember, and a computer can churn through those. Make an easy to remember password that's really long by using objects. So if I look at my desk, I can say keyboard, mouse, wallet, laptop. Put a number between them, start them with a capital letter. I've got a long password that's easy to remember, that has numbers, letters, capitals. That's golden. It's going to be very hard for a computer to break a 32-character long password. It's easy for me to remember. The other side of passwords is having unique passwords, and this is where I'm going to recommend getting a password manager like 1Password or LastPass to help you remember your passwords and keep them unique. Next up is multi-factor authentication. When we do our passwords, we talk about something you have, when we authenticate, it's something you have, something you know, something you are. Passwords are something you know. Multi-factor is bringing another one in. Something you have is your phone. Getting that SMS code to log into things, super valuable to stop phishing. Get your IT teams to implement that wherever you can, multi-factor authentication. Lastly, on people's side, know who has access to what and prevent them accessing stuff they shouldn't have access to. Vital here, the need to know basis. The more people have access to stuff, the higher your risk is of that information going missing. There was a massive breach here in Canada where someone copied off information that they shouldn't have had onto a flash disk and lost it. Massive, massive breach here of Loads of information. You don't want to be in that situation. Right. So none of what I've really spoken about here has got into the IT side of things, because I want to illustrate that a lot of cybersecurity is not IT, but there are components to getting IT right. First off, look at going for a proper enterprise email system. Even if you're small, don't be hosting your email on shared hosting anymore. It doesn't support multi-factor authentication. It doesn't support mobile device management. It's not great. Microsoft 365, Google Workspace, Proton for Business are fantastic systems to be on with great security. Microsoft, fun fact, is one of, if not the biggest security provider in the world. So being with them really, really helps because of the security available in the platform. You can mitigate a lot of issues just by being in that platform and having it correctly configured. The other side of this is decent threat protection and work from home tools. The pandemic has helped with innovation like you wouldn't believe for smaller businesses and businesses under 100 people and so on. Previously, proper threat detection, and that's like antivirus on steroids, was only really available to enterprises. Now, with the pandemic, people working from home, you've got great tools like Trend Micro's worry-free security. For under 100 users, it's affordable and it gives you massive enterprise benefits that you can implement. No, I'm not sponsored by them. It's just a good tool. And then things like work from home tools as well. You have tools available on the market now that people can install. It's affordable and it stops them from copying from the company OneDrive to their own Dropbox or something like that. That in itself can be a breach and people do it without thinking. You would like to, with your IT, and tying into everything I've said so far, use your IT to automate your policies so people don't have to think about following them. You can have the best policies in the world. If people don't follow it, it's useless. If you make it so that they don't have an option but to follow it, their IT systems are helping them follow those systems. They don't have to think about it. That's where you're at that golden maturity stage and where you want to be. So with all of this said, this absolute whirlwind of information I've given you, I hope you've taken notes. I want to take an old adage again and say that I'm going to modify it a bit. There used to be two things in this world that were a constant. I think you might know what they are. But I'd like to change this to three now. Our constants in this world are death, taxes, and now cybersecurity. And I really think it's time that we start treating cybersecurity with the same seriousness and proactiveness that we treat our taxes, because it's taxes that have to be paid here. Thank you very much.
We have a working mic. Any questions from the floor? Left, right, online? Okay, I have a question, Ross. So, in particular jurisdictions, you've got very strong regulation, particularly in the European area, where if you're an airline and you leak data, you pay a lot of money. South Africa has got the POPI Act, and I must be the first person to say that I strongly believe that things have gotten worse since POPI came into operation. I get more spam emails, more spam SMSs. The only thing that's actually saved me is not POPI, but it's Truecaller that tells me that other people have flagged all of these things as spam. Now, given the fact that cybersecurity is a real risk, have you seen that in places where the law says if you mess up, you're in trouble? Does that lead to a better uptake by businesses of strong cybersecurity measures?
It does. And it's been interesting to see, because a lot of with Europe in particular, like GDPR, we didn't see much uptake in 2018 except the big guys. When the first small businesses started getting fined and people didn't see, oh, it's only Facebook and Google, suddenly the gates were open and people were coming in there. So I think when we do see the penalties coming in, it does motivate people, but we also see a lot of motivation where even though it might not be a regulatory penalty, there are loads more class actions starting to happen. So class action lawsuits were not something we saw in South Africa. Now we're starting to see them with data. And I think that's motivating a lot of people to get their cybersecurity houses in order. And like I said, with third-party breaches, it's happening more and more to smaller businesses or businesses removed from the main businesses. It's vital that you start doing this unless you want to shut your doors.
Organization like TransUnion and one of the banks that I won't mention, given the sensitivity and the depth of the data that they hold, that have the strongest cybersecurity measures. So how do we see institutions of that size and that scale still falling foul of this? I mean, how can that possibly be happening?
A lot of it happens where there's perhaps incorrect configurations in certain places. There are, there are great security measures that can be in place, but every security measure has a counter where it can be gotten around. If you had to secure everything, no one would be able to do business. You've got to have some sort of leeway to actually operate. And that's one of the challenges in cybersecurity and even in privacy is how much do you become draconian and lock things down versus how much functionality do you need? So when you're in these big corporations, it actually becomes very, very complex to secure as well, because you also have splinter groups in the organization that have different requirements. So it becomes infinitely more complex the bigger you get and so on. But it comes down to a lot of awareness, a lot of processes, a lot of automation that we're trying to get in place.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from the floor? Well, I suppose the last one is we hope that you're not freezing wherever you are. I can tell you here we're in the middle of summer, so we're enjoying a wonderful day. Wonderful day. Thank you very much. That was Ross Sanders joining us all the way from Toronto. Faith, we need to call our next panel, don't we? And it's a panel of people that when we're in university, we used to either look up to them or mock them because we all knew they were much smarter than we were. So remember when you used to call people nerds? Well, now you are one of them and you're going to be hanging out with them over the next 30 minutes or so. So our next panel is actually going to be focusing on the future of accounting software.
Thanks, Kaya. I mentioned when we started that this event wouldn't have been a success if we didn't have our sponsors. We then had to put our sponsors to a test because we have asked them to come on stage as a panel that is going to be speaking to us about what products are available, what technologies are available, and how can we benefit out of them. So we have got Viresh Hada from Sage. And we have Velem Harov from Dough Getters, or Dough Getters. Huh? Dough Getters, yeah. Okay. We also have El Stein from DraftWorks. And last but not least, we have Ms. Simpiwe Zuma from Caseware Africa Adapt IT. I'll also then call to the stage Kaya, who is going to facilitate this dialogue. It's not really presentations, it's more a dialogue around the perspectives on the future of accountancy software. Kaya.
Me again.
Yay.
I feel very popular. Thank you very much, Faith. So we do have a very interesting problem that we have to deal with, in that some of you may remember the one time that accountants were associated with Dough was at the Zondo Commission. I think it was exactly 3 years ago, during the testimony of a certain Yake Kwinana. So obviously, when we hear that somebody is from a company that says go-getters accounting. The first question, Willem, were you inspired by the Queen Anne testimony?
That's a good question, and thank you very much, first of all, for the opportunity, SAIPA, to have us here today, and to my colleagues on the panel this afternoon. Fortunately, as we know, words can have multiple meanings, and in this case, dough not only refers to money, but it can also refer to recipes. And when we talk about good accounting processes, we know that it takes more than just some creativity. You also need to have lots of knowledge, the right tools, and the right people with good personality to give you the answers you need.
Now, sage is usually associated with not accounting. You know, when people cook, use sage and mint and things like that. So I'm just curious, are all these companies born out of people being stuck in the kitchen and saying, oh, I need to solve an accounting problem? Sage, I mean, what a name.
It's a good one, Kai, but you know, sage also refers to someone who gives you sage advice, someone who is a sage. And I mean, I think it's companies now was formed in 88. So I think the actual inception point was more sage advice, someone who guides you, versus the kitchen.
The evolution of sage. Now we know it was not a kitchen experiment, but rather a proper business experiment. Now, a lot of people assume that by the time you get to this stage, you've mastered financial statements, you know how to put them together. So obviously, once you name a company DraftWorks, I'm like, yo, I came to them for a solution and they're going to give me back a draft. What's going on with that name?
We can do basically anything. Sorry, firstly, Ulstein couldn't make it. I'm Jeremy Alderson-Smith, as some of you might know. Yeah, so DraftWorks. We give you a draft of your financial statements, and that name and our logo especially, I noticed the other day, it looks like the La Liga football logo. And I said to the MD, is that where you got it from? He said, absolutely not. They got it from us. So yeah, we assist, we sort of complete the whole picture, and we plug into solutions like Sage and Xero, and we give you your drafted financial statements, as well as a few other things.
Zoom. So once these people have given me a draft financial statements, can I then pass them on to you to say, I need this thing finalized. I know nothing about accounting. Can you sort it out for me?
Of course, not only do we go as far as sorting out your reporting, but even for the auditors, make sure that you are delivering compliant audits. So definitely.
Sounds like we have a winner, but let's go back to the kitchen. So I'm going to start with you, Viresh. I mean, obviously, the idea of accounting software is something that every single person in this room knows about. I imagine that with the exception of perhaps a couple of people there at the back of the room, everybody was born into a world where technology was the, how we did things. Sure. There are obviously some accountants that were born even before SAIPA was formed, which is more than 40 years ago, who probably have been resisting the change. So talk us through the adaptation, or at least the embracing of technology amongst accounting professionals, because sure. I can tell you, I love things being written down. I love holding on to things, but apparently that makes me a fossil.
And it's an interesting one, because I really, as much as we're a tech company, and cloud is, I wouldn't even say the future, it's the present. And what you're seeing, the benefits, the scope, the collaboration that's available, and I think COVID's played a massive part in it. So we were on a good trend from moving our desktop business and attracting people to the cloud, and then moving our install base to the cloud. And that was like an organic transition. So people would demo it, see the benefit, and when COVID hit, the adoption just scaled up. And it's not just mobility. I think when cloud first landed, how we got this socialized was mobility, servers, data available anywhere. And I think COVID changed how people work together. And that's amongst your colleagues in your own practice or your business, and then with your actual customers, right? Because I mean, that first year, everyone was making it up. And how you engaged your customers. And I think that has accelerated it. But on the flip side of that, I don't want to say that if you are a customer or an accountant who's providing a service on the DiskStep solution, you're a fossil, right? Because if your customer is getting the output that they're paying you for, they're probably still happy. But what I would say is, especially because we're seeing that transition, as much as the accountant profession is transitioning, us as a software company have had the same transition. So you have to make sure that you aren't leaving yourself exposed to a gap, because your customer will make the decision for you. And once that happens, but it's not A and B option, it's not a binary option. It comes with a change in your price point, your culture, the way you engage. So the services won't change. what you need to provide to your customer, how you engage, the reputation, but your customer's expectation is going to start changing. And the world is very small now in terms of shopping around, comparing, seeing what else is out there. So I know it's a bit of a massive overview, but I would say if you are that accountant that has a good client base and a trusted name, why not extend that reach? Listen to your customers. You haven't become successful by not listening to your customer. Your customers' needs are evolving. Evolve with them, and even one better, give them something that they don't know they need yet. And that's sitting in the cloud space. And I think if you look at the software providers, the dev, the R&D, the marketing sits in cloud. So the desktop products will always be supported, but all the feature set R&D is going into the new platform. That's where you need to be.
Willem, I mean, I imagine for a very long time, businesses like yours had to call and convince people that you need us, you know, this is the way things are going to work. And I imagine the past couple of years, people have been calling to say, oh, can we meet up? You're like, oh, I'm a bit busy. Can you see me later? Has there been a much greater uptake from your perspective of just this digitalization and the services that you offer?
Yeah, I must say the future of accounting, as far as I'm concerned, is very exciting. And I think, you know, allow me to philosophize. It's late in the afternoon. It's Thursday. We don't want to make it too technical, right? I think one of the problems that us as accountants battle with the most is this thing called scarcity mentality. And we can be forgiven for that, because when we go to university in Economics 101, it's one of the first things that we are being taught, the definition of economics, which is the allocation of scarce resources. I'm of the view that that is one of the reasons the world has so many wars and conflicts, because the idea behind scarcity is to every time a new person is born, the GDP per capita reduces. Every time a cow is born, it increases. How sad. So we need to change the mindset into one of superabundance. Now imagine somebody discovering iron ore in the Bronze Age, thinking that that is a bad thing. They would typically have had a scarcity mentality. So how does it apply to us as accountants? I think when we think about the technology and the tools that are available today, we should not see it as a threat. We should see it as an opportunity to free ourselves up so we can spend more time with our clients. That is where the sweet spot lies for accountants, not with how well we push debits and credits around. That's not the sweet spot. And that's why I love partnering with companies like Xero. And I keep on reminding me, even today, don't become a reseller of software. Sell the service, sell the insight you give to the client, because that's where the sweet spot is. So we need to be more proactive to be in our client spaces and to be visible, to talk to them about the numbers, the future of the business, not about debits and credits.
That's man's obsession with the kitchen. Do you guys notice how many times you use the word sweet during the presentation? So move on from dough to sweet. At least there's an evolution. Yeah. So yeah, that's an important development. Jeremy, from your perspective, I mean, clearly the past couple of years have forced everyone to evolve, even forces like myself, even those that were anxious to say, well, I can still produce the financials anyway without having to buy all the fancy software. So why should I invest the capital? That return on capital surely is a very different conversation today than it was 3 years ago.
Absolutely key, Kaya. So back in the day, let's call it a few years ago, it was almost like a grudge purchase, purchasing a subscription, having your software or your fancy tools available and paying for stuff that you're not going to actually use. And that's why the whole model of pricing and billing has changed. From subscription through to pay-as-you-use sort of systems, people are now doing bundle charges onto their clients, these accountants and auditors and so on and so forth. And I mean, obviously the practical advantages of being in the cloud and the accessibility to information and collaboration options, not only with your client, but collaboration with your staff. Okay, so life has just become a whole lot easier. And yes, there has been that sort of resistance to that change. But we did a survey, like I think three years ago, and I think it was 55% of our clients, or the sample that we took, were seriously looking at cloud and slowly migrating. We did it a year later, it went to 62%. 20% of the audience have gone fully cloud. 3% are still saying, no, leave me alone, I'm going to stay on desktop. And that's cool. You're not ready, that's fine. So you need to take your customer on that journey with you through that migration. And also, when it comes to customers, don't let them be coming to you and telling you, what's this new tech all about? I can maybe use it in my business. So you as an accountant need to stay have everything top of mind, everything that's available, and be proactive with your clients rather than waiting for your client to come back to you with certain requirements. Clients like instant gratification, so you got to be on the ball as far as that is concerned.
Simpiwe, at a point in time when workplaces were locked down, we couldn't move, we're not allowed to move, we're not allowed to access the things that we used to be able to access, but you still, for as long as the business was operating, had to do some processing and had to make particular things happen. Was that then the trigger point that enabled many more people to say, well, actually, I cannot live without these types of resources?
Definitely, Kaya. In fact, what we found pre-COVID was a lot of clients, accountants are very proud. We're the experts in the industry.
SAIPA proud.
And so you'd find when you're discussing software with a client, the response would be, I've invested so much time building my own templates, or I've got my own way of working. You want to shine as the expert, right? You studied, you know what you're doing. So investing in technology felt like you're taking away their expertise because they've become the pro number cruncher. But with the rise of COVID, people could no longer go to the workplace. For the first time, the use of cloud technology became a consideration. Prior to COVID, it was a nice to have, but not something I really need. And the investment in technology, because people were no longer able to interact with clients or even with their staff members, became maybe I should. And another thing, just from a human perspective, time became a valuable resource. So the investment that you do in building your own template, making sure you're compliant and all of that, with COVID, you sat with yourself and realized what is important to me. So rather investing time in what number crunching or software can do, you now appreciated the value in the investment, and now you more investing in becoming a strategic thinker. What insights can I then draw from what I've received from the technology versus fighting to be the expert and not allowing the technology to work with you. So we've seen a shift in mindset and people being more open to having the conversation and actually adopting technology.
Viresh, I know you from the other side of the campus at Wits. So he was from the east side where they were doing real things. All the alcoholics were on the west side of the campus.
This is true.
And most of those that used to be on the west side of the campus then eventually became either accountants or lawyers, LLB Twitter. And the thing that distinguishes those professions is obsession with billable hours. So billable hours are a proxy for saying that I'm so valuable, the more time I spend on this particular task, the more money I make. Sure. And then you come onto the stage and all of you sell this proposition that you can do these things more efficiently, faster. Now, suddenly all the people sitting in this room develop a displacement anxiety. They're like, sure. If he's saying it can all be done within 1 hour, and I was saying 10 hours of billable time, where am I going to be next year or in the next 10 years?
And it goes back to exactly what I was saying, is that the pace at which things are moving. Now, the skill set doesn't change. But if there's disruption where a customer can get the same output without a professional, that's an issue. That's a pure disruption. But if you still need a professional and you're paying for an output, that's the value. The value-based. So when I was alluding to your pricing model will now become output-driven as opposed to time taken to deliver something. There's even a customer's not paying, and maybe it is perception and the evolution of it. A customer is not paying for how many hours you take to do it. If you could deliver something and it got the outcome they required, they'd pay upfront. And I think that's where, now, the one thing I have seen, even in our industry, when we evolved from perpetual license software, I mean, I'm old enough that if you can't do Excel pre-2003 Microsoft, I judge you, right? Because those drop-down menus was a skill. But I mean, that day, if you pull that CD out, put it in your PC, it still works, right? And then post that with subscription. So that shift in our industry from I buy it once and I own it to paying as a service, it's a proxy to what's going to happen, I think, in this industry. So the one thing you can't do is pull the wool over your customer's eyes. They will see value, and not perceive value, they will see actual value. So you can't fill the loss in revenue with make-believe feature sets. It has to be genuine. And I think if your run rate business was something that's been disrupted, price it accordingly, drop it all the way, right? Show that that's what it is now, and then supplement with a service.
Willem, I imagine that one way to deal with such anxieties is to make people embrace them as part of the journey. So rather than you sending and emailing to say, click then everything's going to be done, does it make it easier to manage those anxieties if you say, okay, you guys have made the decision to buy our software, we're going to come and onboard you and we're going to take everyone through the process so that they at least end up feeling a sense of ownership rather than this was a thing that was imposed on us, so now I need to find something better to do. Which model works?
Yeah, I think it comes down to the fact that our service is highly commoditized. So it's not a matter of if this change needs to happen. It has already happened. And so clients we speak to and companies we engage with, they expect you to help them stay on top of their numbers. They expect you to make sure they don't miss deadlines. All that they're interested in is receiving deep insights into their numbers so they can make better decisions. They're not interested in knowing how long it's going to take us to do the work. So again, I think as accountants, what's going to set us apart and make us successful in the future is our ability to effectively communicate that value proposition to our clients. That way, they will actually no longer worry about whether or not I use tool X or tool Y to deliver the promise. So I think the challenge is to be very clear in our messaging to our customers. What is that aspirational value that we sell, which is making sure that they don't lose any sleep in terms of their numbers, because they want to just run their business. And honestly, if you ask me, our clients are not sitting on the other side of the telephone waiting for us to call them. They've got too many things to worry about. So we are in a race to make sure we stay relevant, whether we like it or not. And my challenge to us all is let's look for ways in which we can grow our own skills. Let's move beyond just the debits and the credits. Let's move beyond the income tax calculations. Most of that stuff can happen in the background. Let's put ourselves out there. When we in video calls, let's switch the camera on. Let's smile. Let's be human. Let's make a point to go and visit our clients and create real deep connections and talk about the business. And that's where we can use our skills to make a real impact. And one of the philosophies I like a lot, I heard it the other day, is how we can prioritize impact over income, or people and planet over profit. It's very different from that scarcity mentality. And that's one of the reasons we don't sell our services on a time-based model.
Jeremy, the problem with sitting with nerds is that I actually have to confess, I don't know how the things you guys talk about, SaaS, cloud-based servers, and all of these things,
All the
that
acronyms.
process of education and telling people exactly what it is this something that is still a bit of a glaring learning gap? Because when I was reading up on some of these things, I now know that there's something called SaaS. And I must tell you that wherever you read about SaaS, the two A's in the middle are always in small letters. And then the two S's at the beginning and the end are in capital letters. Apparently, that's a thing for nerds sitting on this panel, including me. But I was like, what is it? How do you get that information exchange to be as accessible to people who master debits and credits as it is to you guys?
Are you saying to your clients or to you as an accountant?
Everyone.
Everyone in
SaaS.
the audience.
We don't know
SaaS, software as a service. So there you go. There's IFRS and SAIPA and all these acronyms. I know people can get.
SAIPA is fancy though, you must admit.
Hey?
SAIPA is fancy.
SAIPA. Yeah, listen, you get all these acronyms flying around, and I think the education is there. It's really available through, in any form of tools. And that's why things like CPD is so important to keep up to date with your skills. And there's a new acronym every single day. Okay, so that information is really available. Your client probably doesn't really have to know what IFRS stands for, as long as you know it's International Financial Reporting Standards as an accountant or an auditor. But I don't think that clients are going to be really too obsessed in that regard, knowing what those acronyms stand for. They are more interested in what sort of output, what sort of value you can give to their company and their business.
Simpiwe, I mean, we now are developing a much clearer understanding that in spite of the advent and the embrace of technology, we still have a role to play. So the skills that we keep talking about, so what are the skills that you need in order to be able to say that never mind how fancy that computer is, you still need me in order to assist you in that process?
And that by me as in a technology provider or
these accountants who feel like they're being displaced by you guys. I'm here to defend my people.
Okay, Kai. So with regards to in fact, what I would encourage is for us to see this as a relationship, right? So when technology comes into play, technology is here to enable you as the professional to deliver in a more not only efficient but also then to provide the human insights. When our clients come to us as accountants, it's a grudge purchase. It's regulation says I must do my taxes, I must have financial statements. But the value comes in when you, right now as accountants, before investing in technology, you are chasing deadlines. You are trying to finish as quickly as possible, but you're not getting to the point where you actually taking time to read through, draw insights from the information. Technology then enables the efficiency so that you get that time to come back to the client with more information on, here you can actually reconsider these expenses, look at your taxes, this is where you can better your business. And that value add is what your client has actually come to you for. It's no longer just a grudge, I needed to have an accountant because I needed financial statements or taxes submitted, but actually there's value in having the financial professional working with me. So it's seeing it as a relationship with technology in order to add more value to our clients.
Quite an important observation there. Viresh, a couple of years ago, the thing that you've mastered, data and numbers, suddenly became useless and meaningless because we saw the GDP data, for example, hard lockdown, everything collapsed, and then when everything reopened, suddenly the number said your GDP has grown by 1,000% or some nonsense like that. Even the unemployment data said, unemployment shrunk, but simply because one of the ways in which the data is collected is to go to people's house and ask, do you have a job?
Sure.
And then suddenly people couldn't do that. So of course, the computers were simply saying that mathematically, this is the answer. But then you needed someone to say, but that answer in the context of XYZ means that. Are those the type of insights that, in spite of a universal take-up of technology, will still be provided by the type of professionals that we have in this room and online?
To a large extent, yes. I love the example you gave. I think, baselining numbers. The thing about numbers and stats, because that's my real passion, is there's a famous saying, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. But I think when you talk about insights, spot on, because I don't think there's a lack of insights that you could have generated for you. I think the skill set is having that trust, right? And I mean, with any number you crunch, the output would then go, you could have 3 scenarios or X number of scenarios. But the trust base, because you could ask any professional for an opinion, how that trend plays out is the trust for the next task. And I think that's where the skill set lies, because I mean, the time spans for the data we're talking about is very short. So if you're a small business asking for direction at this point, you'll take the advice of the person giving it to you. If it doesn't trend or play the same way, then you're going to look around. So yes, that's how you'll be measured, but that's the way it should be, right? Now, I think a lot's been said about, and sometimes I think we also can get very myopic on it. The culture shift within this industry is not just your existing client base and becoming a master data analytics expert that can drop it. I mean, we still have first-time buyers that the accountant doesn't come into the picture for years afterwards. Is the skill set or the pool of your customer base looking much earlier for when they seek out an accountant? Those customers in small businesses that are still using Excel for an extended period, is that where the skill set or is missing? Is it more valuable for accountant to look for a customer starting the journey and change that culture as opposed to someone who seeked out an accountant? So I think those are the kind of questions, depending on where your practice is, you'd look forward the value chain and post the value chain. I think just looking at your current customers and going, how can I now become an insights expert and charge them more for these insights? Maybe you have to look before your traditional customer base.
Yeah. Willem, when we do speak about trust, I think it's obviously important for people to have faith in the system, to be able to say that, look, if it's designed that way and we do this type of transaction, we can trust what we see outside. That's very different in a paper-based environment where one piece of paper may fly off, one invoice may disappear, and then suddenly nothing balances, which seems to be what defines the life of most of us here. However, in spite of the fact that automation seems to be dealing with a lot of those, we still have these things called finger errors, as it were. And of course, the question is, at what point in time does one get the systems to validate themselves, to be able to say that, no, actually, at this particular point, we do not think that this is the right entry that's been put in, so therefore raise a red flag. Because if I have full trust in the system, I'll simply say, that's what the system told me.
Yeah.
How do we test that?
Yeah, that's. I saw a very funny program a few years ago. It was a skid, 5-minute skid, and it was this picture of this person sitting in a public office, and somebody comes to ask for information, and they switch the computer on, and they looked and they said the computer says no, and that's exactly the kind of trap that one can fall in. You wanna strike a good balance between what does the computer say and what do I say? What are the insights that I bring to the table? And I think for those of us who's been involved in assurance type services or audits, will very know that when any company designs an internal control system, you've got two levels of control. You've got your preventative and your detective levels of control. So the way I like to think of this is I use technology in a big way to help me scale the preventative controls so that I can, because that's the 80-20 rule. That's where a lot of the manual labor would typically go into if you want to maintain that system. So all of a sudden that cost versus benefit analogy is turned upside down. You can achieve a whole lot more from a preventative perspective, but nothing will ever take away the need for there to be a second or possibly even a third layer of controls. And that's where I believe a lot of the human intervention comes in. But the cool thing about that is you've got more scale now to do more of that, because I believe there's more value in the detective side as opposed to the preventative side.
All right. We'd like to take some questions from the floor, if there are any available. I see one hand there from the right side of the room. So it's a right-wing influence. Left wingers? Any questions? All right. There's a question there at the very back. Whilst we're there, I imagine for a lot of SAIPA members hearing that, look, insights and are going to remain an integral part of this. It's probably quite important for a lot of us to learn that, well, what is SAIPA doing in order to ensure the continuous development of its professionals so that they actually do evolve from the bookkeepers of yesteryear to the insight and interpreters of information that is generated by this particular software. And I'm looking at the head of our Center for Excellence there, who's now suddenly unable to look at me in the face. Professor Small, what are you doing as SAIPA in order to ensure that we move along and embrace the technology and learn these additional skills that would then enable us to say, actually, that software has told me this, but this is what it means?
Hello. Hello.
You must shorten it. Right. In the meantime, we'll take the questions from that side.
I want to assure you, I'm an honorary member of the left, not the right.
All right, sitting on the wrong side.
This question is for Simpiwe. Now, I don't want to offend the other members of the panel, but Simpiwe and I were speaking outside. So this question is a continuation of our conversation we had outside. So, Simpiwe,
So I have a twin here.
Often SARS gives you an SMS, right? And they do not give you the full income tax reference number. They give you the last 3 numbers. Now, our members of SAIPA don't like that at all. And SARS is not going to change its position either, because they say the banks and the cell phone companies do exactly the same. They do not reveal in the SMS the full details. So my question to you, Simpiwe, only because we are speaking outside that I'm directing the question to you. So I'm not like deliberately sabotaging the other presenters or showing partisan towards you. So I want to know, can all this software help us to sort out this problem? Because SARS is not going to retreat. And the members feel very angry about this, that when they get SMS, they cannot locate who the clients are because you only get 3 numbers of the income tax reference number. So if they are using all this software, can you help them in order to identify which of the clients are receiving these SMSs?
All right, thank you. Any other questions from the floor? Okay, we'll start with the prof and then Simpiwe.
Kaya is the driver of the Center of Future Excellence, coffee, although I only drink tea. We are a step ahead of IT people because we don't let change force us in what we should be doing. What we are doing in our competence framework will eventually lead them to change what they are doing. That's my short answer.
Thank you, Professor.
So, Kai, I have a disclaimer. I have
An important disclaimer, by the way.
So I have a work twin that is here with me, and unfortunately, the conversation took place with Slindile, but
It's a trick. Yes, it is. You can't tell the difference, guys. You can't tell the difference. But here we are.
Yeah, but here we are. So to answer the question, actually from a technology perspective, whilst I can't take care of the SMS, today we do have a system that collaborates directly with SARS e-filing, where communication can come directly. From our perspective, it's called Cloud Text, where then it's very clear to which client it relates to. So I know that SARS does send SMS and email, so the email communication would have actually gone through the system. So software today does have a relationship with SARS that helps eliminate those issues.
Thank you very much. While you're on the subject, Jeremy, I mean, for a lot of people, I personally, there's still this great sense of frustration about the lack of integration between my banking system versus your software system, particularly if I've got multiple bank accounts. How far are we in ensuring that our software systems are easy to connect to our banking system, or is it still a matter of everybody's worried about what your cybersecurity profile is, so therefore they don't want to give you access to your system? How does it work?
So no, that's a great question. Now we've seen ecosystems evolving massively. I mean, Sage and Zero got huge ecosystems where everybody who is part of that ecosystem does what they are good at. Rather than reinventing the wheel and trying to do all these different modules, you partner with one another through APIs. Okay, so you can let these systems talk to each other through these APIs, offer specific, unique requirements to each of the clients. So one client might need 4 modules, one might need 10 modules, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of availability out there, whereas in the old days, where you had, old school desktop software and you had different modules, you had manufacturing and bills and materials and time and billing, all that sort of stuff. Nowadays, with this whole cloud ecosystem, you can stick to what you're good at, and that's exactly what we do. We do financial statements and audit, but we integrate into a whole lot of other systems that can bring that whole view together, and that's why all these ecosystem partners work together so well. And one software provider can have an ecosystem of like 500 different options. So there's a huge shopping list for a client and huge potential. But that client is going to obviously go on the advice of their accountant to make that interaction a lot more meaningful, and so on and so forth.
All right, we only have 90 seconds, so each one of you gets about 30 seconds to be able to reassure the people in this room and the people that are following us online that actually you are not here to steal their jobs. We'll start with you, Venom.
I just want to say that I started my career with Lotus 123. Thank goodness I don't have to do that anymore. So for all of you who are still using Excel, please come and talk to me afterwards. You need to make the transition today.
Move now. Sage, what's your pitch?
The pitch is something to what the prof said. Our software is to enable accountants to provide it, and the feedback loop from accountants dictates where we take the software. So I think the platform is what we're punting, but the relationships hand in hand. Yeah, if we both need to succeed together, because we're definitely not going to go the other direction. So yeah, accountants and the software heading in the same direction.
Willem, your final pitch.
Jeremy.
Jeremy.
That's all right, Kaya. Yeah, so we've seen a massive adoption of the move into cloud. A lot of people, we meet them at road shows, we have the odd meeting and webinars, and they said something I must look at. It's time to put a peg in the sand. Take the customer on your journey, empower your staff, get buy-in from your staff, and actually make a concerted effort to make that move to embrace new technology. We're taking on so many clients. We mentioned Excel, doing financials, an excellent word. Just move away from that. There is a much better way, but you have to make a concerted effort to actually take that step.
Poor Excel. Some people?
Excel's great for other things.
I want to be brave and say we've often heard adapt or die. And I think it's not only unique to our industry, but in all business sectors. I would encourage that we change our mindset of seeing technology as a partner versus it being a competitor or a person who's going to replace us. Let's partner together, adapt our mindset. The unfortunate truth is if we don't, we will be left behind. So rather move with the stream as it moves forward. Thank you.
Had to say adapt. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And I think the takeaway for me is that even though we turned 40 years old this week as SAIPA, apparently we're still going to be here in 40 years' time because the insights and the skills that we have are not going to be replaced by technology, but are going to work hand in hand with technology in order to deliver services to our clients. Thank you very much. And oh, Faith is coming back onto the stage. Thank you very much to my panelists.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks. Thanks, Phil. Thanks, Kai.
Thanks, Kai.
Thanks, Kai.
Oh, wow. It really has been a jam-packed 2 days. And thank you so much that the house, we were worried that there will be no one coming back after lunch. People will be running away. And thank you for staying there the entire course. This event wouldn't have been a success if it was just the staff from SAIPA that was here. Your presence at the venue is valuable. Your presence and your participation here is very important. So we really want to say thank you to everyone that was here in person, but also to the number of, I'm not sure how many are still online now. I'm only on the Q&A one. I don't know how many have logged in. So I think yesterday we had over 600 that were online. So really, it's a big thank you for your contribution and the passion that you are showing for your institute. If I were to recap from where we started, you know, this notebook, it's all my crypt notes from the start of the conference right up to the last panel discussion that has just finished. So it will really keep us here until after 7. And I do not want to do that because I just want now to really jump straight into our thank yous. I just want to start off by saying there were quite a few questions about CPD. Your structured or a maximum, not just 10, it's a maximum of 10 structured hours. We will be reconciling attendance and also reconciling especially for the ones online, the amount of time that they were on the platform, and the hours will be loaded from Secretariat. You do not have to do anything. You do not have to worry about anything. For non-SAIPA members that were in attendance and require CPD certificates, those will be made available. They can contact connect at saipa.co.za so that your certificate will be generated and distributed to you. So connect at saipa.co.za is where you will get in touch with our marketing team and our CPD team that will be assisting you with that. So the speakers that have really given their time to share their insights with us, they were not paid. Majority, I think there are 1 or 2 that required payment, but majority of the speakers volunteered their time to actually be with us and share their wisdom and knowledge and expertise in the fields of their expertise. So we really are thankful to them, to everyone that participated on this program. It is a real big thank you from the SAIPA team. They deserve a round of applause. The IFAC president has now, I think he's still in another meeting, but I just wanted to express our gratitude for his presence, for gracing us with his presence. I think you might have heard right from the time when we had the SGM, he has been a keynote speaker who was not informed that he's going to be a keynote speaker. So from the SGM on the 1st, right up to yesterday, he really has graced us with his presence and really delivered insightful information to us. So we are thankful to our mother body, IFEC, for allowing him to be with us for this time. As you heard from him, it is almost the end of his term as well as the president of IFEC, as he will now be relinquishing that role to the deputy president of IFEC in November, or in 2 weeks' time, actually, already in November. I also want to pass our thanks to the SAIPA outgoing board, because this event, if they had not believed the vision that we had and had said, no, you are not going to spend a cent on this event, this wouldn't have taken place. So we really are thankful for your foresight as board members in seeing that there is benefit in the madness that we came to you with and said, this is what we are proposing for 2022. This is how we want the event to be. A lot of it was hidden from you as to exactly how it's going to be rolled out, but I'm sure you are satisfied with the decision that you made of saying, Secretariat, go ahead with this event. So we thank you so much for really allowing us to expand the vision that we have of the accounting Indaba. I think everyone will agree that this year's accounting Indaba was at a different level. On the SAIPA WhatsApp group, somebody asked, I wonder what we are now going to do for accounting Indaba 2023, because I don't think we can beat the standard that we created in these years. But admittedly, it is our 40th celebration and we really had to go all out. So a big thank you to the SAIPA board, to the chief executive, because we also just went to him and said, this is what we want to do and this is how much it's going to cost. And he didn't, okay, after obviously answering a lot of questions and motivation, he then said, yes, you can go ahead and do it, but I still need a weekly report on where you are, how many people are signed up, how much have you collected before I can actually say the event can go ahead. So a very big thank you to Mr. Daniels, or Mr. Shahid Daniels, for again agreeing that we really started the tail wagging the head. That's what we actually were doing. And he said, you are going to do this and it is going to be a success. So thank you so much to the SAIPA Chief Executive. I already have acknowledged the sponsors that we had for the event. Thank you for trusting us with your hard-earned money. As organizations, we thank you for participating and always for coming through when SAIPA comes to your doors and say, we have this event and we need your participation. Our sponsors are always available. You'll realize that the sponsors that we have here are the same sponsors that you will be seeing. In fact, there are a few more that we have added this time. So really, it's a big, big thank you. We were competing with a number of other professional bodies in ensuring that we get this event, because it looks like everyone's event was in September, October, November. But thank you for your support. To my co-host, Kaya, where is he? Yeah, Mundis, thank you so much. Thank you for your integrity. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for also sacrificing your time, taking leave out from your very, very busy schedule to be with us for these 2 days and to really unselfishly give your all to SAIPA and SAIPA members. We are very happy and thankful of the relationship and the friendship that we have with you and the organization. What can one say about the entertainment that we had from the start of the event, the dramas that we had, the dancers that opened yesterday, not to mention the gala dinner and everything that happened there. Thank you to Fluid for arranging all of that for us. We really are thankful for all your hard work and how you wanted to help us take this to a very different level. Now, the Gen Z, there is something that they keep saying, I'm a level. So the levels are going up, and really you helped us to maintain the levels to be at where they were today. Thank you so much. The Hilton staff, it's not just the functions and banqueting staff, but the entire staff here at Hilton Hotel were very helpful. They have really been with us. They've got security that's around all the time and ensuring that everything is running smoothly. Thank you so much to the Hilton Hotel staff for their support through the 2 days that we were here. You will also realize that the ladies that have been coming on stage were really done up. As you can see. So thank you to our makeup artists that were there all the time and checking on us and ensuring that we look beautiful. They really have done a sterling job on every lady that had to ascend the stage. And it's a big thank you to the team on the other side. The AV team, thank you. The event was glitchless, seamless. I think the only problem we had was with last night. And again, when they were saying that we are going to be live streaming, I said, we're just going to be showing people what we are eating, because the event was really at another level with the 7-course meals that we actually had. So a big thank you to your professionalism. A big thank you to really running this, the lighting, the sound, it's perfect. Thank you so much. We've been to big events where the sound and the visuals have been a huge letdown. So thank you for keeping the standard. It wouldn't be what it is if you were not as professional. Now, I want, not least, but to actually say to the SAIPA team, #SAIPA proud. I am so proud of the team. It's not a huge team. If you will really know that SAIPA has got about 60 staff members that are servicing all the members. We still had to keep up with our responsibilities at the same time planning this huge event. Somebody was asking, how many years did you take to plan this event? It was only from February that we started working on it. With everything else that SAIPA has, we had a number of other events that we had to go through. So I would really like now the SAIPA and Fluid staff to please come on stage. Marketing team. the leadership of Rochelle Bates, Digital and Technology, and there he runs out. Okay, where's Thomas? Okay, operations. Kevin, are you still around? Dr. Isaacs has left. Okay. And the brains behind the program and the speaker briefing and everything that had to be done, Professor Rashid Small, please join us. Finance, has finance left? Hey, finance, please come and join us. They've left. Oh, okay. So finance has left. They worked hard in ensuring that every person that got a link had paid. Every person that is here had paid. So we really are thankful to how they handled the event. And every sponsor that was featured here had actually paid for their sponsorship so that we don't end up with debtors. So well done to our finance and operations team. We have the thesis competition, and the thesis competition, it is handled by no other than Liana. Philip, are you still here? Or has he left? That's the technical and standards department team that worked tirelessly in ensuring that also with the program and the running order, that it actually is what it was. Thank you so much. We welcome the new SAIPA board. I see there are still board members that are around, and we hope that you will not kill the vision that we have. We hope that you will help us to actually expand it to a height that's higher than what it is today. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the team that has worked tirelessly. I don't know if Rochelle has slept in the last month, let alone here, because she's been here from morning until the following day. So well done, team, and thank you very much. On behalf of the SAIPA management, I just want to say thank you for the hard work. I'll now call upon the chairman or the chairperson, Ms. Prem Governor, to actually come and say, oh, Mr. Daniels has just walked in. Mr. D, please come join the team. Sorry, guys, you can't leave the stage until Prem has spoken.
Thank you, Faith. I couldn't have done a better job than Faith did in saying those thank yous. An occasion such as this, where you combine a conference together with the 40th birthday celebration, takes many, many hands and minds to put together, plus many hours. But more importantly than that, it takes a lot of passion. And ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that when I say that that passion flowed from every single one of these people on stage today. Please give them a round of applause. So Faith, I don't want to repeat what you said. Safe to say that on behalf of the board, both outgoing and incoming, a huge thank you to your entire team. We know what it's taken to do what you did, and we Don't ever take it for granted. And I want to reassure you, the incoming board is not going to stifle anything that you've put together. In fact, you've set the bar so high. I cannot wait to see what they're going to be doing next year. And believe you me, they will top this. So on behalf of the board, I want to say a huge thank you to each one of you. Please don't ever doubt that we don't appreciate everything that you've put into it. Yes, we may be throwing the money your way, but you do all the heavy lifting, and we're very grateful for that. Finally, I want to say a huge thank you to the attendees, both in person and online. Remember, we can do all of this, but if there's nobody here listening and learning, it's all wasted. So I want to say a huge thank you to all of you for making the sacrifice, being here with us for the past 2 days. And we hope that you've enjoyed every moment of it. Aside from the celebration from last night, I'll say no more about that. But ultimately, the learnings that you got from the last couple of days, I hope that you will carry with you into the future and always look back fondly at this event. So thank you so much for gracing us with your presence, for staying the road with us. It's been a long 2 days, but we hope that it was well worth it for you. Including the people that have joined us online. I'm sure a lot of them have stepped off now because they're probably tired of looking at the screen. But for those of us, for those of them who are still online, thank you very much for making the time available. And from me, all I can say is, yes, the board is fully supportive of anything that you do that can get this kind of outcomes. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and travel back safely.
Thank you.